in the vast district of Jiangzhou, more specifically on May 20th, 2024. In a dazzling, star-filled sky, we see something unfolding in the middle of the city. A purple, bright flash of cosmic energy falls upon the location, thus forming a portal known until now as the Spatial Rift. The rift expands, and within seconds, we see a massive squad of heroes called Engage preparing for the attack, and an intense battle begins. On the other side, several wolves appear, who in a short time, thanks to Engage, are easily defeated. Clearly, the same fate would not be so easily met with the final boss. He arrives at the scene in an imposing manner and is revealed to be the king of six-eared wolves, gold level. His goal? To wipe out the human race. And at first glance, it seemed quite easy for him to the point of defeating some superhumans with ease. The wolf wastes no time and charges at the next opponent, continuing to defeat them one by one without any effort. On the other side, we see a completely terrified Engage now realizing it's a superior level portal they're not used to facing. Her face is pure fear, and the wolf seems to enjoy it since she's the next to be eliminated. In the blink of an eye, the monster releases a burst using its paw. The Engage simply defends against the attack gracefully and doesn't suffer much damage. Suddenly, a mysterious person appears, stating that they will take care of the wolf, and goes on to tell Engage to move forward and help the other. It is revealed by one of the extras that the great Mr. Wenyuan has arrived to put an end to the portal once and for all. And immediately after, a massive collision is shown to us. The scene then cuts to the Academy office, where we see the Engage informing that, with Mr. Wenyuan's help, the six-eared wolf was defeated. The man in a tie thanks her for the effort. He also informs her that another portal has been discovered, this time being of level C. It is also said that in the last decade, a total of 6 portals have already been found. In his thoughts, the head of the Academy says that if this continues, it will eventually be impossible to defend Jiangzhou. The head informs her that due to the critical situation, cultural exams for all Academy heroes will be cut, and the required score for admission to the Academy will be halved, as the priority now is to recruit as many superhumans as possible, thus hoping to find a predestined one. And so the dialogue between the Engage and the head of the Academy ends. At the Academy, we see that the students are currently dismissed, and we see 2 extras discussing grades in general. One of the extras asks the other if he will continue with the delusion about wanting the beautiful and cool Yanran to sit by his side. Meanwhile, he isn't even studying or paying attention to the exams, and because of this, he might not even pass to the Martial Academy. In the end, both are lost. The scene cuts to Lin Yanran, a beautiful girl with red hair and blue eyes, everyone's dream. She then asks the protagonist, Subai, if he will choose to enter the academy or go directly to Martial University. Hiding his face behind a book, Subai responds that he has no idea which one to enter. He quickly informs her that his grades are average and that it doesn't make much difference learning other languages or mathematical calculations. As for going to Martial University, well, that won't happen either because his family doesn't have much money to fund his studies. Besides, he also doesn't have any special abilities. Confused, Subai wonders which path he should take. It is soon revealed that he came from another world, and for some reason hasn't had any awakening of a special ability or the famous system. Still confused, he wonders if he truly came from another world or not. Since he hasn't had any abilities until now, why am I still here? Well, his thoughts are interrupted when Lin calls his name, telling him to go with her to the academy. Subai gets curious and decides to look in her direction. Lin reveals that there's a way for Subai to pass directly without worrying about exams and everything else. He then feels surprised and doesn't understand anything, to the point of shouting. Lin calls his attention, telling him to keep quiet. And after the protagonist's outburst, suddenly, a huge system appears in front of him, full of information about the protagonist. And not only that, the system also reveals some information about this alternate world and the classes. Above on the table, we see him labeled as Host Subai, which is interesting. Right below, we are presented with his age, 18 years. Constitution 4, Agility 5, Intelligence 5. Then the system continues. Beast Tamer trait. The host can make a contract with any life form as his domesticated beast. The system will automatically detect suitable beasts for contracting. Current domestication limit, 1. Evolution of talent. Contracted beasts can evolve infinitely. Their levels can surpass god-level limits. The beast's attributes and skills will be proportionally transferred to the host, with higher-level beasts providing a greater return. Then we are presented with the levels in prompt format. Prompt 1, Invasion of Countless Races, Global Crisis. Prompt 2, the levels currently known are Bronze, Silver, Gold, Common, Platinum, Diamond, Lord level, King level, and God. Each level has the beginner, intermediate, and advanced stages. And after an extensive presentation about the basic workings of magic and hierarchy, Subai is left confused and wonders if that vast vision on two fronts would be his system. On the other hand, it seems Subai got lost in his thoughts, since Lin is left not understanding anything and asks what happened and why he is sweating so much. If everything is okay. As usual, the system is unique, meaning only our protagonist can see it. Returning to reality, Subai says everything is fine, and holding Lin's hand makes all the other Academy bystanders jealous. And among them appears a bully who tells Subai that, besides sitting close to Lin, he still dares to touch her, and even praises her by calling her a goddess. And irritated, he lunges at the protagonist to give him a beating. However, the bystander didn't expect the presence of the class teacher, who immediately stopped his movement. Walking, she announces that she has good news to share. Zhangzhou's Martial University has updated its website, and starting this year, all superhumans will not need to take exams. They will now go directly to Martial University. Furthermore, students with an enhanced physique will have their course scores halved. Obviously, the students are almost speechless upon hearing such an announcement. But soon after, they all shout in excitement, as such news doesn't come every day. However, the protagonist and Lin remain indifferent. And before the teacher leaves the class, she informs that all who have awakened any ability or a martial foundation need to accompany her to her office to proceed with the process. Subai, lost in his thoughts, says that the opportunity seems interesting and came at the right moment, as he awakened his abilities just a short time ago, and thanks to that, it will greatly facilitate his progress. Lin, however, questions in his thoughts if the protagonist really intends to go to the Martial University. The scene cuts to our protagonist walking through the city of Zhangzhou. Subai is his name, and he has been in this parallel universe for 17 years. Subai reveals that in mid-1906, on September 18th, a massive rift opened above the city. We see several frightened people filming with a cell phone camera and wondering what that might be in the skies. However, what no one expected was that enormous and dangerous beasts would emerge from the spatial rift, destroying everything in their path, including humans. Obviously, humans wouldn't let the beasts do whatever they wanted. And shortly after, a military battle began, bringing together all the nations of the world against the monsters. 3 months later, almost everything returned to normal, with the rift beasts defeated. However, with the relentless appearance of spatial rifts, the battles would be endless and futile. Then, the army launched suicide squads to investigate the rifts. Through the expeditions, they discovered a vast and endless land on the other side. Thus, the nations decided to create military bases within the rifts to prevent the monsters from coming through. And so began the new era of the community. Now, with the coexistence of the rifts, it was only a matter of time until a second rift appeared, a third, a fourth, and so on. Over the last 100 years, the number of rifts has more than doubled to the point where the entire world is covered by them. Each portal connects to a different race of beasts. Thus, scientists had to name each battlefield, such as the battlefield of ancestral creatures. But at the same time that creatures tormented humanity, the spiritual energy of the world also increased, to the point where superhumans with special abilities emerged. And as conventional military weapons deteriorated, superhumans excelled and proved more capable and stronger. Eventually, superhumans replaced firearms. The scene returns to our protagonist, who, in his thoughts, says that the war among the Myriad races continues to this day. Now, with the university making such a sudden reform, it's likely that something behind the scenes isn't going well. Confident, Subai says that now that he has the system, he needs to protect his entire family from imminent danger. And for that, he needs to become stronger and go to the Martial University to join the military. With a glimpse of the university entrance, our protagonist says that now that he is a beast tamer, he only needs a familiar, and everything will be set. His first step is to go to the Martial University, no matter what. Looking at his cell phone, he hopes that the 2,000 yen will be enough to enroll in the university. Subai returns to his dormitory, and at the entrance he tells himself that the system will automatically detect a suitable beast. He still wonders why he hasn't been alerted yet. Cutting off his thoughts, the girl at the counter welcomes him and asks if he needs anything. Subai responds that he came to tame a beast and asks which ones she has available. She promptly points in the direction of a glass window with various races displayed. The first one is a black cat with a high cost for an ordinary beast, but it has the blood of a nether black cat, and it can easily rise to the silver level. Subai, on the other hand, was left speechless by the high cost of the familiar. The girl continues, now presenting the six-eared wolf, a wolf from the lineage of 6 ears. And as soon as she finishes and asks which one the protagonist liked, Subai simply disappears, leaving the girl without understanding anything. The scene cuts again, and we see the protagonist walking in an alley, wondering what's wrong with the prices of the beasts, and if he was almost being ripped off due to the exorbitant price of the creatures. And even though they have the blood of monsters, the price is not justified. Subai also finds it strange that once again the system has not found a suitable familiar. Arriving at his house, Subai throws his backpack down and is suddenly interrupted by the system. He is surprised that, out of nowhere, the screen appeared in front of him informing him that a small turtle has appeared, and it is possible to tame it. The system gives the option to accept or refuse the familiar. Not fully understanding what's happening, Subai looks towards the aquarium, where his father's little turtle is. He even questions the system. Looking into the aquarium, we see the turtle upside down. Meanwhile, the protagonist says in a monotone manner that his first gift will be a small turtle, and because it's so small, he doesn't know what to do. With little choice and unable to tame a better familiar in a battlefield setting, he simply accepts the small turtle as his first familiar. And later, he intends to get a better one. And so it is done. The turtle is now part of the protagonist's power. However, its characteristics are still inferior, but create room to become infinitely strong. Its main information is small turtle level, common beginner, contains traces of the sacred lineage of the black turtle, can grow infinitely, and eventually defeat gods. Constitution, 1 defense, 3 mentality, 11 speed, 1 skill, turtle shell, defense, evolution method, feeding. Obviously, all this information left the protagonist surprised and not understanding anything at all. On the other hand, it's as if he had received a great gift, so he accepts it gladly. The most interesting thing is that his familiar is from the black turtle lineage, and he wouldn't trade it for anything in this world. While Subai exults with happiness, in the background, a mysterious person appears and yells, asking what the protagonist is doing with Xiaoba, adding that the turtle already has an owner. And here the story introduces Su Xiaomei, the protagonist's sister. Subai replies that he was not doing anything, and suddenly the turtle escapes from his hand and goes into a bag of food. The protagonist calls the attention of his family member, as well as his sister, who says that the turtle has already been fed in the morning by their father. The protagonist quickly understood that one of the turtle's characteristics for evolving is eating, so he becomes curious and says he will bring more food. And as Xiaoba hasn't stopped eating, someone shouts in surprise. 30 minutes pass, and the protagonist's parents arrive home, and upon opening the door, they are left speechless seeing the chaos spreading inside the house. Meanwhile, Su Xiaomei is running back and forth in panic, fleeing from the turtle with her food in hand. The protagonist has given up trying to do anything. Meanwhile, the parents think the house has been robbed. The incredulous parents ask what is going on with the turtle and why it is running so fast. With few options, Subai tries to explain what actually happened. The scene cuts to the house in complete chaos. The protagonist is trying to clear his head, thinking to himself that his parents already have too much to deal with, and prefers not to mention anything regarding Xiaoba. After a while, the turtle, now with a full belly, stops its feast to rest. On the other hand, the protagonist's sister is irritated with the whole situation, and in the blink of an eye, the turtle summons a type of enormous monster in the form of a hologram inside the protagonist's parents' house. And everyone is frozen, not understanding anything once again, while Subai says that the turtle has eaten enough and is about to evolve. Only now does he have a priority, so he goes to that pet shop. Now she sees our hero and wonders if he's there to buy something. He says no, as he now has something in hand. This was the blood of an erotic beast. She didn't really want to buy it, but ends up shouting out loud, which makes her boss suddenly hear everything. Then he approaches our heroic one, and starts to wonder if that really is the blood of an erotic beast, and if he's truly seeing it. So he grabs a vial and starts sniffing it, realizing it is indeed high-quality blood from an erotic beast. Now he asks how much he wants for it, noticing that much effort was needed to extract blood from tea, so it must be at least 100 ones. Then the boss offers a price. He puts 1,000 ones, which leaves our Shay completely alarmed. He shouts and ends up surprised at this moment. The boss, understanding that maybe this was a bit too little, raises it to 10,000 ones. 10,000 ones make our hero more than happy. He even glows with excitement in his eyes. Then the boss notices that our Shay might be a bit uncomfortable, so he raises it to 15,000 ones. Now, seeing that amount of money, he couldn't believe that blood from an exotic beast could be worth such a high price, and this makes our hero smile. He agrees, and ends up selling it to them. They then thank our hero, and our hero thanks him for buying that exotic blood at such an absurdly high price. Walking through the city, Subai says he had no idea of Xiaoba's potential, and that his blood would be worth so much. After having sold it for 15,000 yuan, the protagonist now has an almost endless source of extra income and will be able to make big deals. Still on his cell phone, Subai receives a call from the academy. The other side says it's Professor Lee. Lee then says that the academy results have just come out and that there's good news. Right afterward, the voice on the call intensifies, telling Subai to show up at the academy by the afternoon and not to be late. And out of nowhere, the phone begins to lose signal. The protagonist still tries to say something to Professor Lee, but it's already too late, so he misses out on hearing the good news. Suddenly, the system appears in front of him, alerting that there's not just one danger, but 3 around him. The protagonist is shocked to see the message and thinks to himself that it was only a matter of time before someone began to interrupt his plans. As he turns around, he faces 3 rather generic-looking thugs. They then say they've been keeping an eye on our protagonist and heard from the pet shop owner that he's carrying something of considerable value, and without further ado, they tell him to hand it over. Not wanting trouble, the protagonist just says he went to the pet shop to sell something, not to buy. Subai also thinks to himself about why he's so unlucky. The protagonist begins to gain confidence, saying that if only one of them is a primary warrior, he'll have a high chance of winning, and fear won't be a problem for now. One thug then approaches, mocking the protagonist, saying he only wants the money and nothing more. Subai then says he will hand over everything, but starts planning something. He then grabs his turtle and tells it to shrink, and then, in the blink of an eye, the protagonist throws the turtle toward the thug, who easily defends himself by placing his club in front, making Xiaoba ricochet. Irritated, the bald thug stares furiously at the protagonist and screams like a madman. But before he can make any move, the protagonist makes his first move and kicks the thug in the balls. And with the force of the impact, they must have easily burst. The other 2 thugs are left in shock and shout for their boss. And clearly, they wouldn't leave Subai alone, so both run at him. The protagonist, on the other hand, runs as if there's no tomorrow alongside Xiaoba, saying that the turtle's defense is no joke. Xiaoba responds that the situation was nothing. Both bad guys catch up to the protagonist, and when they're about to deliver the final blow, Subai tells the turtle to grab onto his wrist, and so it is done. The protagonist then slides and turns toward the thugs and, with all his strength, lands a solid hit on one of their chins. The other simply slips and falls to the ground. After finishing off the thug with the club, Subai then drives the other's face into the ground. The scene cuts to the boss waking up from the impact, saying he will finish off the protagonist, but it was better for him to have stayed unconscious. Subai, seeing the big guy awake, grabs Xiaoba by the hand and throws him with all his strength toward the extra, who hits him square in the face. This not only breaks some teeth, but also knocks him out cold. Now, with everyone on the ground, the protagonist says that those who seek trouble find it, and they definitely didn't get along. While Subai is distracted organizing his things, he notices that the turtle is messing with something on the boss's body. Desperate, Subai runs towards his familiar, asking what he is doing, and what he found that is so good. And before the turtle finishes the drink, the protagonist grabs it, revealing then that it is a potion of chi and blood. Subai says that the potion is worth a good amount of money and is enough for a warrior to consume for an entire month. When he realizes, he sees that Xiaoba drank the entire potion and wonders if the turtle will withstand all the pressure. However, we see Xiaoba reacting to the potion with an intense glow and about to evolve. The protagonist can only stare incredulously at the scene. On the other hand, we see that not only the turtle felt such power, since the protagonist is also covered by an aura, a type of magic emanating from his body makes him feel stronger. And then we see that some specifications and abilities of the protagonist were altered with the new ascent of Xiaoba. Host, Subai profession, Beast Tamer level, medium normal. The host's level increases as the level of the tamed beast increases. Age, 18. Physique, 16. Basic attribute, 10 points. Inherited from tamed beast, 6 points. Agility, 12. Spirit, 22. Tamed beast, small turtle. Can visualize detailed attributes. Talent 1. Evolution. The tamed beast can evolve infinitely, has no level limit, and can surpass divine level. The attributes and talents of the tamed beast will be reflected back to the host proportionally. The higher the level, the greater the proportion. Talent 2. Turtle Shell Defense. Consumes a bit of resistance to activate. When activated, the outer skin of the host is covered by turtle skin, providing excellent defense. Subai is impressed with the potion of chi and blood, as it not only increases his abilities, but also gave him a new talent. And the best part is right now, because the abilities of the small turtle now evolved, increased drastically after consuming the potion. Tamed beast. Small turtle level, medium. Normal, the lineage of the black turtle has not yet been activated. The bronze level activates part of the lineage, and the attributes will increase drastically. Physique, 32. Defense, 38 talent. 2. Turtle shell. Defense. Consumes a bit of stamina, increasing defense by 50% to 100%. After seeing that not only the statistics increased, but also its size, the protagonist is impressed. And looking at the system screen, Subai remembers that he learned something related to familiar evolution in some class. And even an exotic creature has an evolution cap, being level 30. In the background, we see Xiaoba all happy, while the protagonist asks if without activation the turtle is already extremely strong. He then wonders what would happen if he activated it. Well, anyway, the protagonist's day so far has been full of problems, but is far from being the last, so he concludes by telling Xiaoba that for today that's all, and that he has already eaten too much. The scene then cuts to the classroom of the academy, where we see the teacher saying that the results have been published, and the remaining students need to submit their applications. It is also mentioned that on a later day, another professor from the Martial University will come to the school to administer the skill test to the students. The teacher also emphasizes that there are only 2 spots available. The scene cuts to Lin asking our protagonist if he has made up his mind, if he will apply for humanities or go straight to the Martial University. With a determined expression, Subai replies that he will definitely go to the Martial University and that he will do everything to secure the spot. Worried, Lin tells Subai to go with her to the Humanities Institute, adding that the Martial University is dangerous because they take students to a real and dangerous battlefield. She concludes by saying that the protagonist's grades are still not the best. On the other hand, Subai says that if it is not him who goes to the front line in the battlefield, no one else will. So he has to do this. Making a funny face, He stares at Lin and sincerely says that he will go to the battlefield to protect a certain someone. Lin, on the other hand, doubts and in her thoughts questions whether the protagonist refers to her when he says that he has someone to protect. The professor soon arrives at Lin and asks which one she will apply to, and with a gloomy expression of indifference, she just stays quiet for a moment. Meanwhile, Subai thinks that all this time, Lin has not trained her body for the frantic battlefield, nor even awakened a skill, so he assumes that she will choose the humanities university. In the end, Lin only tells the professor that she will think a little more. The teacher concludes the class by saying that each of the students is now one step away from making an important choice for the future, then tells everyone to take their applications and go home to talk with their parents, as it is mandatory to show up the next day with the completed application. And so, the day's class ends. The scene then cuts to a dressing room where we see someone changing. It is soon revealed to be Lin, who is in her perfumed water bathtub. Ahead, we see her maid pouring water into the bathtub. Meanwhile, she is on the phone talking to Subai, now revealing that she has decided to go to the Marshall University as well. With a flushed face, she says that she still has another surprise to give to the protagonist. On the other side of the call, we see Subai in trouble and with his nose covered collecting Xiaoba's feces that are all over the house. The protagonist is surprised to receive the news that Lin also decided to go to the Marshall University instead of the Humanities one. Sometime later, Subai says he cannot give attention to Lin because he is having problems. In the background, we see him coming in with grandeur to capture his familiar while he tries to hide inside a bag. And the chapter ends with the protagonist shouting that he can't stand seeing Xiaoba eating all the time and making a mess everywhere, and that at some point, he will lose his head over this whole situation. In another scene, we see the teacher addressing hundreds of students, welcoming them and adding that an instructor from the Marshall University has come from afar to share his wisdom. His name is Zhang Kai. The teacher continues, saying that he is one of the great martial artists and also once trained at the same school as the students present. Kai soon introduces himself, saying that exactly 1 year ago, about 126 students graduated from the Marshall University, and that now, of those 126, 65 are still alive, and the scale continues. 2 years ago, 98 students graduated, and today only 32 are alive. 3 years ago, 86 managed to graduate, and of those 86, only 11 are still alive. The scene cuts, and we see that Kai's statement was not well received by the students, who are now afraid. On the other hand, the martial arts teacher continues, saying that he didn't say this just to scare the students, but so that they understand that after being admitted to the Marshall University, the students will gain nothing. Their only function will be to protect the country, bear responsibilities, face dangers, and complete tasks. As the instructor says this, we see the protagonist seriously listening, while Lin watches him with concern from behind. Kai continues, fervently saying that from now on, only the best will enter the Marshall University, and asks if the students want to become strong. This is warmly received by the students, who shout in unanimous agreement. And so, the instructor finishes by saying he will be waiting for each of the students at the final exam. Still in the same place, we see the protagonist about to leave when the teacher catches his attention. Without understanding much, Subai just stands still. Instructor Kai then asks if the boy is really Subai, to which he replies that yes, he is. The protagonist then asks what the instructor wants with him. Then, without much talk or delay, Kai simply says that the protagonist has already been selected for direct admission to the Marshall University, without needing to take any kind of exam. And finally, he asked the protagonist to go to the entrance to wait, as he will soon be selected for the practical test. Clearly, the protagonist and the other students present were surprised by the news, making the scene somewhat humorous. The director confirms, telling Subai to go ahead as the bus is already waiting for him. On the other hand, some students were still confused, wondering what just happened, while another says that Subai must have some kind of connection with the university teachers. And in the background, a girl feels envious. The scene cuts to a full view of the Marshall University, where we see the teacher saying that they have finally arrived at their destination, and that everyone should get off slowly. one by one. As some descend, they are amazed by the vastness of the place, while in the background we see a guide teacher telling them to follow him. Just ahead, one of the students spots a huge monument, and the guide says that the enormous structure is the motto of the Martial University. Meanwhile, the protagonist is astonished, and finally, the guide says she will take everyone to change into their uniforms and then go to the university dormitory. They soon stop, and the guide shows them the enormous male dormitory. She asks everyone to go to their designated places and rest as much as possible, and then change into the uniform they just received. The instructor then concludes by saying that later, someone will come to announce the time of the entrance exam. That said, everyone thanks the instructor and says goodbye. A short time later, Subai arrives at his dorm room. We see that he is not alone, as from outside the protagonist can hear someone saying that the most important thing for a martial artist's journey is resource management. Inside the dormitory, we see 3 new students intrigued to see a potion vial. One of the students continues, saying that a long time ago his father managed to acquire 3 drops of blood from an extremely rare beast in Yushan, and that after that, his father went to a trusted apothecary to create 3 first-class body-refining elixir vials, which is a rare item. One of them is surprised to see the color of beast blood, saying he had never seen anything like it before. Another says that his family bought a simple chi powder, but never considered buying beast blood. While one of the students brags about having an extremely rare potion, we see the protagonist entering through the door and saying that he will be the newest roommate, introducing himself as Subai from 303. And so we learn that the red-haired boy's name is Han Jiagong. He then says that now that the protagonist has arrived, the group is complete. The others follow Han's lead and introduce themselves as well. The boy standing is named Jia Jun, and the one sitting is Fan Chaowan. Jia Jun tells Subai that he doesn't need to have any sense of formality since they're all dorm mates and brothers here. Then he tells the protagonist about the rare potion that Han's father gave him. In the background, the redhead shows off with the potion, saying that it wasn't easy to get it, and that they had to contact various people from the entire city, but they finally got it in Yushan. Although it was only 3 drops, Subai, putting away his backpack, says to himself in surprise, Yushan and 3 drops, and then he concludes that it might be the same drop he sold in previous chapters. One of the students tells Han that beast blood so rare can be worth a lot. Han lies, saying it's not that expensive, and that each drop costs a little over 30,000 yuan. In other words, combining the 3 drops would be around 100,000 yuan. He finishes by saying that in the end, it wasn't a big deal. In the background, Subai stays quiet, just listening to the redhead's nonsense. And now realizing the mistake he made, he says to himself that he sold it for only 30,000 yuan, and the seller profited almost 10 times more. He finishes, irritated with the damned middleman. Their attention is suddenly drawn by a mysterious girl who decided to appear at this school out of nowhere. Some even comment that if this person were to participate in the school's Most Beautiful Girls contest, they would vote for her. But since she is in the male dormitory, this guy wonders why she is here. Who is this girl looking for someone around here at this moment? This girl, approaching, ends up calling out for Subai. And then one of the school's staff, knowing the name of our protagonist, shouts for Subai, asking him to show up immediately since there's a beautiful girl looking for a certain Subai. At this point, the guys in his class wonder who this Subai is. Who would be coming down first? Right then, they can't believe the luck of this guy. They're genuinely in disbelief that Subai has managed to attract that girl. Subai heads downstairs and now stands before her. She introduces herself wearing a new uniform and wonders if her uniform looks good. However, she finds our hero's uniform even more appealing than her own. His roommates then shout for our hero to go on quickly, saying this beauty is too good to be with him. The others in the classroom think the same. She then turns to our hero and asks if, by chance, he's not upset that he didn't pass the exam outright. He replies that he's not, since in any case, he would still have to take the exam from another angle. He's aware that she did all of this for him, and he thanks her. However, she already knew that a new event would take place the next day, so she prepared a cultivation elixir for him. He thanks her once again for doing so much for him, even asking if she could keep it for herself. But she ignores this request, and as she leaves, asks Subai to meet her there the next day, as she wanted to see him again. After she leaves, we see his roommates wondering who that guy is. He managed to win over the most beautiful girl at school. They wanted to have a personal chat with our hero, so they ask him to sit down for a bit since they wanted to learn more about that girl. Sitting down, he's asked who that girl really was. He introduces her as just a classmate, nothing more. But the guy, seeing he wasn't interested in her, asks him to introduce her to his friends, considering our hero as a little brother now. After some time, they retreat, and he approaches his turtle, wondering what kind of elixir she had given him. He then thinks about going out for some air first. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we see our turtle, ready to take that portion. Our protagonist notices that it's a blood potion, which means he knows what needs to be done after drinking it. One thing is certain. After he takes this potion, he'll end up making a fair bit of money. Later that afternoon, his roommates take him to a very fancy restaurant. He wonders what this is all for, but they ignore his question, now considering him their brother. They intend to have a celebration as a way of thanking him for enrolling in this school. However, he mentions that, subject of anus since he could be presenting, that our genre law to them since presenting it to them wouldn't be a problem at all. However, now he wonders if Jang could basically help him with something more than specific. Now, as a brother, he ends up affirming that, yes, he could help. So while they're eating, he ends up seeing in front of him a portion of extremely rare blood. For him, it wasn't much, but he just wanted to sell it for a pretty good price. At this moment, taking it, they realize that the blood from his beast there was a little more substantial, with a much higher quality than what he had there before. At this moment, he ends up affirming to our hero a rather good contact and wanted to be inviting some important people from his family to be able to buy it, since even he doesn't know the price he could put on that portion. Our hero, however, as soon as he calls his father starts scolding him, saying that he ended up spending all the money he gave him so he could get strong in this academy. However, he asks his father to relax because he had something more than important to discuss with him. At that moment, he says that a classmate of his has a drop of blood from a very rare beast and is selling it. However, that drop of blood is a little rarer than the portion he bought back then. At this moment, his father is even surprised, and he wonders if this was real. To believe his words, he even asks his father to come to his school today so he can see it personally. An hour later, at that moment, he arrives along with a guy who was evaluating that thing. At this moment, this evaluator realizes that it really was blood from an extremely rare beast. This portion is from a more than rare animal's blood. With the 7 drops in this portion here now, this power is capable of creating a first-line body refinement. Even Jang's father here wonders if his esteem wasn't that high for him to affirm, as he ended up getting a first-line item, and if by chance this first-line item lied, it would mean that he lied, only it was far more likely that this portion was worth more than anything in this world. At this moment, his colleague approaches Subai and sees that Subai was really an incredible guy. He holds in his hands one of the most powerful bloods, which will help him get stronger than he already is now. At this moment, then, that scientist approaches our hero and wonders if he really wanted to be selling it. If he sold it, he would sell it for a pretty high price. He even states that he wanted to sell it, but, however, he can't, as a sum of money wouldn't pay for it. But in exchange, someone could be offering in return a powder blood of GI of equivalent value to a high price in the world. And for now, since he is now a roommate of S.H. Hang, he will basically have an idea in mind. This idea in mind is basically to take the rare drops of blood that our hero has. As soon as he gets that bottle, he will in return be giving our hero some refinement powder blood, which for him he wonders if it was good. However, there's still one more thing he wanted there, that our hero was also part of it. That thing was there if, by chance, he was willing to join Juan's family, and of course by joining his family in the future, he would be able to get quite a lot of good things, like good equipment, good armor, and all of that. Furthermore, however, he thanks our Uncle Han, and he still approaches our hero and asks him to basically think about the proposal that was given to him at that moment. If he wasn't interested, then someone enters that room and says that our hero will not be joining anyone else's family because no one can force Asura to join anyone's family. And at this moment, they recognize her there as Yahan, the girl who appeared there before at school. However, he wonders why she was here. She then ends up saying that she had to do some things, important things here in the city, and for some reason, she managed to pass by this 5-star restaurant, and for some reason, found our hero here out of nowhere. At this moment, this high-quality gentleman then turns to that guy who was checking that thing of our hero, that portion. He wonders who this girl was, and so, after introducing her, he then, in a more gentle way, starts to say that he's just a guy there who was a classmate of our hero, and he asks for her not to misunderstand things a bit. However, now that he's finished his important things here, she then invites our protagonist to go back with her to the school. Now he ends up saying goodbye to this wealthy family and thanks them for having purchased his resources. Just as he was about to leave, our gang calls out to our hero and asks him to wait since Kriya is going along until his father stops him, as he asks him to wait. Moreover, he asks him to make a rather good friendship with his father, as in the future, their family will depend a lot on him. Additionally, he asks one more thing, that he starts to do something a little more politely around that girl named Yahan. Now, because he said this, he becomes more than surprised to see that those two guys there are quite interesting allies to have. But here, the scene cuts to 2 days later, in a courtyard where we observe the whole group there, all prepared, because today they will be receiving special training. Since the place where the event will be taking place is the battlefield that has many races, when he says this, the students become a bit concerned because they will basically be going through dangerous situations there, until the principal asks them to relax, even the instructor asking them to relax, as they don't need to worry too much, since their safety is something they value most. So they ended up sending strong people over there to be killing the monsters that were in that region. He only asks one thing of the students, to come back alive. Now that he talked about it, we observe that goddess approaching our hero. She is happy to be in our protagonist's group. He even wonders if all of this wasn't planned, but they don't have much time to talk, as at that moment, a structure known as Lion Yan appears. At this moment, the guys kind of understand that this teacher will be an excellent teacher, if you know what I mean. At this moment, she will be giving these new students their first mission. Their first mission was simple. This first task was to be writing a will. Now, at that moment, they will only have 8 hours to hand it to her. Some didn't even want to deliver it, as if they handed it in, they would most likely lose the first name of their family. However, our girl approaches Chai and wonders if he had any plans. He doesn't have much to do, so he just says one thing to her, that he will basically be meeting her the next day. So then, everyone ends up returning to their dormitory. At this moment, in the dormitory, his roommates invite our protagonist to go out a bit, as tonight would be a fun night. However, he has some important things to do, so he declines their proposal. And if he needs anything, it's just to call his brothers, as they would be coming back here. However, he approaches our turtle, and as he approaches, he sees that this turtle had a rather hard shell. However, after everyone leaves the dormitory, he turns to our turtle and sees that she was eating, which was good. However, he asks that, at least afterward, she thanks him in a better way. This way is just on the battlefield, where this turtle could demonstrate her real strength to help him a bit. At the moment, he also had some potions in hand, which means he could use this. However, the system appears congratulating our protagonist for seeing that now our turtle has become a common rank turtle. Now that our hero has used some refining blood powders, he noticed that Chawa's levels increased quite a lot, as the turtle's attribute increased considerably. This was interesting, so in the battlefield, Subai will have no difficulty in defending himself from monsters. Or, who knows, beasts. Now that our turtle got that extra boost, he wonders if our turtle was already ready to be fighting against powerful monsters. The next day, then, everyone gets ready, because now they were ready to be entering inside the portal. Now, at this moment, 2 gigantic portals appear in front of them, where they could be entering. At this moment, she approaches Subai and asks him to at least be a bit careful in the fight against the monsters, and already he asks to relax because he wouldn't get hurt, and then his teacher asks them to relax and just cross her portal. They end up entering, and as they enter, some are happy to already be in another dimension, while others are sad. But looking at the size of this territory, they are suddenly interrupted by our redhead, who asks everyone to shut up. Now she introduces these new students to the new commander standing in front, saying that new people have arrived for him to start training. Then he asks them to call him Deputy Commander, or just Sir. At this moment, his roommate approaches our hero and wonders what was so special about this Deputy Commander. Looking at him, he sees that he has a lot of grit on his face, meaning he has a lot of combat experience. However, the commander now asks them to start their first task, which is to clean up the battlefield. However, they only need to kill a few shadow cats that appeared there. By killing a shadow cat, they will be able to earn some points. With the points they gain from killing these types of cats, they can exchange them for a basic blood refinement powder. Now, having heard this, they are happy, understanding why people risk their lives in this battlefield to kill monsters because they gain many good things. However, the commander notices that his group here is happy now, so he asks them to follow him. Now that they have advanced, they realize that she will not only protect our hero, but also protect herself. However, at that moment, a guy ends up shouting, asking if he could get confirmation to open a gate so that the rookies could see the monsters and possibly fight against them, or see the damage that people had inflicted on the monsters. Now, after opening the gate, they pass through it. But upon passing through, our little redhead then asks her students to look at their deputy commander and act in the same way as he does and fight the monsters the same way as well, so they could at least gain points and good visibility in their eyes. At this moment, those who can't act and survive on this battlefield will be considered garbage and will be basically expelled from this best university in the world, and being expelled was not a good idea. Chapter 5 begins frenetically. A true battlefield between artillery and monsters. In the background, we see someone surprised to see that the battle is far from over. One of the recruits stands up and asks why the commander personally came to the battlefield. Soon, the vice commander cuts the soldier off and orders the quick assembly of a squad for a specific mission, and so it is done. The redhead, who I assume is the vice commander's assistant, informs everyone present about the mission. Basically, everyone will go to the military zone F269, a jungle where all beasts have already been eliminated. The mission for the squad is to go to the battlefield to extract the core of the shadow cat beast. The vice commander then finishes by asking if all recruits are prepared, to which they all respond vibrantly, yes. Next, we see one of the soldiers giving the starting command, instructing the assault squad to provide protection. The scene then shifts back to the vice commander and Professor Liao. One of the soldiers tells the professor not to worry, as it will be easy and quick to clear the battlefield. But sending new recruits to the battlefield is like bringing walking meals to the enemy. The soldier does not want that to happen. He then finishes by asking the vice commander why he personally came to command the protection team. Not satisfied with the question and the idle chatter, the commander silences the soldier, saying he talks too much and should not ask unnecessary questions. In the background, he merely obeys. On the other hand, the redhead thanks the battalion commander, Li Dao, for the work and problems he has been facing. Lai responds by saying it is not a problem, but a duty to protect the new recruits at all costs, as they will be the future soldiers on the battlefield. Returning to the imperial capital, more specifically to the highest military command center of the Dragon Nation. In the background, we see that someone has something important to report to the team leader. The scene then cuts to one of the command center team members reporting that the intelligence team on the battlefield detected a large number of beasts breaking the defense line, and up to the present moment, 12 members of the Shadow Cat clan, being gold level, have joined the attack targeting the 12 military bases on the southwestern border, namely D-128, and D-140. The leader then instructs to immediately detect the movements of the beasts and instruct all military bases to increase their defenses. He then finishes by saying that the first-year students from various universities are currently training on the battlefield. The new students are the nation's future, and under no circumstances should they suffer losses, and thus the dialogue for a quick and drastic measure against the beasts at the command base of the Dragon Nation comes to an end. The scene then returns to the military zone, F269. In the background, we see several soldiers and monsters scattered on the ground. The vice commander then reiterates that everyone needs to clean the battlefield as quickly as possible, as every extra minute in the area can bring enormous danger to everyone. The scene shifts back to Lin, who tells the protagonist that the meat and claws of shadow cats can be used as materials to make weapons and medicines. Subai, on the other hand, wasn't even surprised, as many risk themselves on the battlefield to acquire rare materials. He concludes by saying that Xiaoba will have a feast today, meaning there will be enough food for the rest of the day. In the background, we see an extra celebrating for finding a beast core, exclaiming that he will become rich with the discovery. The scene then returns to the protagonist, who has the system screen open, and in the inventory, we can see some basic materials he collected on the battlefield. Subai says he needs to collect more Coresto from some beasts and exchange it for QI blood powder when he returns so that Xiaoba can level up. Suddenly, the protagonist's system emits an alert. Extreme danger. 164 shadow cats are rapidly approaching with clear hostility. Threat detected 3 kilometers to the southwest in the forest. Host, stay alert. Threat level high. 5 stars, extreme danger. Lethal threat level. 4 stars, extreme danger. Subai then stands up surprised to see the system's message and says that the same thing happened last time, but with a random warrior. However, now the situation involves monsters with a 5-star threat level. Lin, still seated, doesn't understand the protagonist's surprise and asks what is happening. Subai quickly informs Liao about the critical situation, stating that he sensed a threat from a group of beasts approaching them from the southwest. Since Liao is on top of a tree, he has a better panoramic view of the situation, but all he observes is absolute silence. Liao then descends from the tree and warns the protagonist, saying that in a battlefield full of dangers, there is no time for jokes. He concludes by saying that this entire situation could cause all the students to panic. But Subai continues to reiterate that he is not joking and that a dangerous group of beasts is approaching ahead. The vice commander, hearing the conversation, approaches the protagonist and says that even if he felt some danger approaching, he guarantees there are no beasts within a 2-kilometer radius. Subai, seeing the presence of the battalion commander, says that the joke will soon become reality. For within a radius of 3 kilometers, more than 100 shadow cats are coming towards the team. The commander, misunderstanding the situation, tells Subai that his sensory abilities are better than those of the leader. In the background, we see the redhead, who is not much help either, joining in the joke by telling the commander not to take it personally. She says the protagonist must be nervous, and as it's his first time on the battlefield, he is imagining things. In the background, we see Subai's not-so-friendly face. And thanks to Lin, who arrives to lend a hand, she tells the commander not to jump to conclusions and that any analysis on the battlefield is necessary. She then concludes by saying that she believes in the protagonist. Without further ado, Subai informs the entire team that beasts are approaching the area, adding that they should believe him because he is a beast tamer with a special sense. On the other hand, we see the redhead surprised to discover that the protagonist has abilities and asks how the school didn't register him earlier. Subai then responds that he received a recommendation from the Martial University, but the school ended up not registering his abilities. In the background, we see some team members surprised to hear from Subai himself that he has abilities. Others wonder, since he has abilities, why they have never seen his familiar. In the blink of an eye, everyone panics upon hearing sounds coming from their direction. Some scream that there really are shadow cats approaching. Others say the protagonist was right to report the beasts. Without wasting time, someone tells everyone not to panic and to establish the standard formation. And so it is done. Everyone quickly groups up. In the background, we see someone asking the communication officer to contact the military base to request support. In a few seconds, they receive rather unpleasant responses. The communication officer reports that they have also detected numerous beast signals around the base, and thus they won't be able to send support. In the background, we see the redhead panicking, asking Li Dao if there really are dangers lurking in the area. She adds that without reinforcements, it will be impossible to keep the students safe from any danger, as they still lack skills in real combat. The commander finally confirms that the protagonist was correct, and states that he can now detect a group of beasts approaching. The commander wastes no time and gives an order to the squad's vice leader. Send 4 soldiers to protect the protagonist and Lin, as they are 2 of the most important students. The vice leader obeys. However, in the background, Subai shouts, saying he doesn't need any protection and that he can fight. And so, In the blink of an eye, the shadow cats emerge, revealing themselves to be bronze class level 1. They are enormous beasts of various colors that attack without hesitation, and in a matter of seconds, thousands of shadow cats advance, attacking the soldiers. On the other hand, they all resist, fighting back with full force. The commander reiterates that the protection of the students is the priority. In one scene, we see the soldiers prevailing. In another, we see them falling one by one. Some scream, saying that these beasts seem more like ferocious tigers. The commander insists on maintaining the defense line. The redhead compliments, saying that if they manage to hold off the first wave of shadow cats, they can easily win. At a certain moment, we see several beasts escaping and heading toward the group of Marshall University students. The commander asks if they remember their oath and concludes by telling them to be careful. On the other side, we see the protagonist and Lin taking the front line as defenders, holding shields in their hands to protect the Dragon Nation's wall. And with this great opening, it was enough for some mages in the back to counterattack the beasts, casting spells and gradually taking down each of the remaining shadow cats on the battlefield. Soon, we see the bronze level 1 archer, Jiang Mani, taking down some of the shadow cats. By her side, the bronze level 1 tank, Luo Yongqiang, pierces the beasts with his sword. These beasts are nothing more than frightened kittens, and that there is nothing to fear, and that now he will crush them all. The redhead encourages the team, saying that the new university students are formidable. Among them are archer Jiang Mani and the great Luo Yongqiang. On the other hand, the protagonist feels somewhat inferior, realizing that there are so many strong students on the team while his weapon is just a turtle. And in a few seconds, the battle seems to come to an end, and all the beasts are eliminated. Thus, all the new students and soldiers celebrate the great victory, exalting one another. And as in any battlefield, no soldier can lower their guard. Soon, a thundering sound echoes through the forest toward the students. One of the students shouts, telling everyone to cover their ears. And looking into the forest, we see a massive silhouette slowly walking toward the squad. But the monster is soon identified as none other than the king of the shadow cats. And while the others are mere bronze levels, the king is silver, and its stats are superior in every aspect. We see its stats are species, king of the shadow cats level, intermediate silver, physical, 45, agility, 88, mental strength, 43. The squad commander, upon seeing a high-level beast appear, goes into despair and, holding another beast by the neck, screams, asking how this is possible. Right after, he informs someone to contact the main base to request reinforcements immediately. Two other squad members waste no time and charge at the Shadow Cat King without hesitation. On the contrary, they want to prove that it is possible to defeat a beast even at a high level. Right behind them, another figure announces that they will distract the beast and provide support. The scene is incredible. The redhead in the background instructs both to retreat as quickly as possible, as it is impossible for them to defeat a silver-level beast. But it's too late. In just seconds, after a mere attack from the beast, both are defeated and thrown far away. With the fall of one of the squad's best members, the other's morale drops significantly. However, some still maintain high spirits. On the other hand, the redhead keeps ordering everyone to retreat. Meanwhile, the squad leader states that there's no time to think. Thus, all those armed with firearms open fire on the beast. Obviously, this does not work. On the contrary, it makes the beast even more bloodthirsty. In the blink of an eye, the Shadow Cat King fiercely charges at the students. In the background, only screams and cries for help can be heard, which for now will remain unanswered. Chapter 6. Chapter 6 begins in a completely expected and frantic manner. The Shadow Cat King decided to attack a seemingly defenseless and weak squad, full of morale, but forgot that the protagonist was among them. Just as the beast was about to attack the squad, the students sitting on the ground are caught by surprise as they see the beast suddenly struck. Immediately after, we are shown the one responsible for the attack, a small turtle. Some of the other students question what this small but extremely powerful being is. The redhead is also confused, but the student in the background notes that it closely resembles Subai's beast, Xiaoba. And so it is. The protagonist appears in the background, saying he enjoyed Xiaoba's glorious entrance, but adds that there's still room for improvement. as it was a bit strange. And both with a pose of warriors ready for battle, the protagonist says he is the beast tamer, Subai, and Xiaoba is his familiar. He then tells the students to take care of the smaller monsters because Subai and his familiar will put the king to sleep. Knocking down the king of cats with the turtle, that was impossible, but it became possible to bring down the king of cats. However, Suba doesn't have much time to stay here talking with this group. So he asks Sha to advance, and then descends with full force on this king of cats. Nevertheless, no one is surprised as our protagonist has a turtle, and on top of that, the turtle is very fast. Meanwhile, the commander is surprised to see that our hero's turtle is facing a beast like that head-on. Suba's display of animals was indeed a bit different, so the commander turns to his group and asks everyone to attack the Cat King, since Suba had done the main job of distracting the Cat King. Thus, the group ends up obeying the order, attacking all the monsters around them. But at that moment, the King of Cats ends up grabbing our turtle. By capturing the turtle, he then comes up with the brilliant idea of scratching, destroying, and tearing apart Suba. However, when the Cat King thinks about doing this, his claws end up completely breaking. Shawa, on the ground, feels delighted and starts laughing at the Cat King's face. Meanwhile, the commander from afar widens his eyes in surprise, seeing that a creature of such an abnormal level managed to defend against one of the most powerful attacks of this Cat King. But the commander doesn't have time to stay shocked. He asks his group to protect him while he also deals with that Cat King. With that said, he advances toward the Cat King with the sword in his hand, heading directly for the Cat King's abdomen, as he knew that this might be its weak spot. Thus he prepares and asks for the Cat King to fall from the strike, hitting its back squarely. But even that wasn't enough to destroy or even injure the Cat King. As a result, the Cat King counterattacks the commander, throwing him backward. But even that wasn't enough to defeat him. He gets up and attempts another attack. At this moment, the commander is about to make his final strike, but already our hero asks Suba to use his ultimate move, the last and fastest attack he has. The group looks at Shawa and doesn't quite understand what he is trying to say. Looking closely, they notice that Suba's turtle was spinning steadily in one spot. After spinning a bit, we observe Suba preparing a kick and then hitting Shawa squarely. After this kick, we observe the turtle flying in a direction, towards the Cat King. But the Cat King was about to counter the commander. However, before the Cat King could do anything, the turtle hits the Cat King squarely, delivering a great blow, breaking half of its face, and sending it flying backward. Now that this happened, the commander says that he struck the weak point of this Cat King. They ask if the Cat King will still survive. Survive? I don't even know, as the Cat King spits out some blood, unable to even move properly on the ground. Then the rest of the students and the turtle advance a little further. At that moment, we observe that the turtle managed to defeat the Cat King. Everyone in the group finally jumps with joy now that they've killed it. Finally, everyone could be happy. Then we observe our hero's friend, who jumps into his arms, delighted to see he had enough strength to defeat a Cat King. Now that it's over, everyone approaches our hero and asks where he got a turtle like that, and if he knows where they can find one, as they want one too. However, our hero ends up remembering that he must not forget to remove the... Suba once again looks at Shawa and grabs a crystal, but he was about to devour it when... So he asks that Chawar would not devour that and return to him and deliver that to him at the moment he would think about it. The commander looks up, where suddenly he notices that it started to rain. On the other side, our Chawa decided to want to devour that magical stone. However, the cat, before dying, ended up roaring upwards, which means it was calling a monster much more dangerous than him. So, his group can no longer stay around here. Thus, the scene is already cut to the basic operations center, where they managed to detect that on the front line there were many dangerous beasts. But on the front line, there was basically Roland's daughter. So he asks to protect at least his daughter. He said he would do this. However, to have more precise help, he would basically call for more support. He said it was unnecessary since he alone could handle any monster in this universe by himself. But there are those weak beasts. So he asks for 20 minutes. 20 minutes for his men to go there and deal with the rest of the weak beasts. Then he ends up choking and feeling nervous, thinking this was terrible. If Roland went mad, yangs of the dangerous monsters, he wouldn't even be able to handle it or find anyone in the world who could face a monster like that. On the battlefield, we then observe a dark cloud. Within that cloud, we then observe the monster saying that they were very stupid. Some do not understand why a beast like this had the possibility to speak like a human. So, this group asks their entire group to form protection and thus protect themselves from such danger that is advancing. Now that this monster has appeared, it approaches the creek. At this moment, it gets irritated to see that an inferior species was devouring and destroying this superior species. Out of nowhere, we then observe that this monster was actually devouring that king of cats. However, this beast that just appeared ends up being dangerous because even the system appeared, saying that this beast is another 5-star beast, so he must be careful. But now he discovers what beast this was. This was a golden-level beast. Being an extremely powerful beast, it possesses a specific ability called Baker, which, when injured, enters this mode. Then it uses all its power and attacks anyone and anything in its path. The students now give up on life. They see that not even the most powerful teacher in their classroom could stand against this monster. But at this moment, the commander asks them to run and seek help as quickly as possible and take the wounded along with them, as he will deal with this beast from here. However, he didn't have much time with it, as we observe that the golden-level beast quickly destroyed and knocked down that commander. Thus, we observe there that the beast was attacking the commander again. Sua, seeing this, asks Shupa to take care of protection. Then the turtle goes there, and at the moment that golden-level monster attacks the commander, the turtle steps in to protect the commander. However, it ended up pulling its paw back. Yet this time, the turtle could not defend itself so well since the claws of this monster were not broken like those of the Cat King. However, the turtle's defense was extremely high, but not enough to defend against this monster's claw, as minutes later, we observed that the turtle ended up being cut by the claw of this golden-level monster. The fallen commander shouts for Shalar to hold on a bit longer and wonders if he was really okay now, if he was really going to be okay. As soon as the turtle was wounded, at that moment, our hero also ends up being injured. Subai, hurt. We can only see her reaction to the injury. Our hero, the other one, the teacher, wonders how he managed to get hurt. For that, the commander ends up answering that he is a tamer, and it is very likely that he made a direct connection with the turtle. But now that she approached, the teacher did not see any deep wounds or anything of the sort, but the system screen appeared to us, saying that our pet's current condition was critical, and for that, he needed to activate the tamer's talent. At that moment, he also informs his group that he was fine. As soon as he said he was fine, the teacher stands up since Supai was suffering at the hands of that supreme cat in front of her. So, for this, he asks everyone to help, to provide support. The other one said yes. Since Suai was giving her best, he also had to give his best. But it was a mistake to do this, as the cat even asks them to come forward. The request was made. They advance, the whole group. But at the moment, some shadows cross and run toward our hero's group. So Supai wouldn't be hurt even more. She jumps in front of the attack. With this, she wanted to take the entire attack. At that moment, something strange was about to happen. An odd aura appears. She is even surprised. The damage that our turtle had received just now had already been healed. At this moment, the turtle not only recovered from that damage, but also managed to reach bronze level. From this, the turtle gains new abilities. One of these is the turtle barrier, which can gather a good amount of aura for defense. Another is H, which can cover her entire body, increasing her attack by 100%, and both defense and damage increase by 200%. At this moment, a giant H emerges from our turtle. That aura was so immense it left everyone at the sight stunned. Even the teacher could not believe that his beast ended up making those super upgrades. The other one, the commander, only sees now that our Subai has an epic level beast. Subai at the moment then stands up, but she asks him to rest a little longer since his previous wounds had not even recovered yet. However, Subai was fine. Then he points toward the monsters and asks Subai to do a great job. At this moment, the turtle advances, rushing forward, pushing that somewhat fierce kitten aside with small attacks. Like this, our Subar with Suba beast managed to expel such a powerful beast with such ease. But not only did they do this, but now they also obtained an extremely good lineage for Suba's turtle. In addition to having the bronze level in their beast, Suba also managed to defeat the Regato. This was surprising, but that little shove our turtle gave was not enough, as she stopped with her sharp claws on the ground. At the moment, while she was about to do something, we observed that the monster started to become somewhat enraged. It only wanted everyone here to die. Everyone asks them to gather in one corner only, as the beast now became dangerous. The groups only thought of escaping, but the beast would not allow this. For this, it ends up multiplying. Several different kittens then head in all directions. However, the group asks each of them to stop these monsters, but nothing happens. So for this, Suba asks XAOBA to take care of these monsters. Said this, then the turtle ends up activating a gloomy aura. At this moment, this aura ends up echoing in all directions. The beasts that were about to catch one of the extras quickly stop. They cannot move for even a single minute so as not to be pulled toward our turtle's mouth. They start clinging to everything in front of them. But the strength of our XAOBA was very powerful. Those monsters that were about to attack, extras were all sucked into his mouth, and with the bite, only Chawa began to swallow and chew all of that. But for having consumed so much power, this was dangerous. Suba then asks Zhaoba to release all that power concentrated there after devouring those small beasts. But at that moment, Suba then uses that breath of his and heads toward the Regato, which was trying to torment their lives. That energy was extremely powerful, so powerful that it was enough to completely destroy that king of the cats. After the destruction of that cat king, we then observe, in the middle of the forest, an unknown person jumping between the trees, but this person ended up arriving a little late. This is the same guard who was hired to protect that future wife, or rather girlfriend, of our protagonist. While staying in the background, just observing, they only watch the extras below pointing directions, asking to take care of the wounded, and also clean up the entire area to remove all the dangerous monsters that were around. At this moment, he advances and gets closer to the lady he was supposed to protect and asks if she is okay. She, completely safe and well, says she is fine. The guard is even curious about why she is here, but at the moment, the commander appears and ends up saying that his group had a tough battle against some monsters, and his squad cooperated only to make sure that the cats heading their way were defeated. But they managed to kill 800 cats from Nior, including several bronze-level monsters, one silver level, and another one of gold level. At the moment, some of the wounded were basically in danger, and now that it was all over, they were just taking care of the injured. This man ends up being a bit surprised to see that a gold-level creature appeared. He is happy to see that the commander's strength was indeed surprising, but he ends up telling him not to be so pleased with his victory, because if it was truly that gold-level beast, it wasn't him. Instead, it was Sa. He turns and asks if it was Sa who killed the king of the cats. He says it was yes. With his effort alongside Suba, they managed to defeat that gold-level beast. The man who saw Suba's potential wastes no time and wonders that upon finishing his time studying at this school, if Suba continues, it's very likely that he will become a very powerful and important person in this university. However, Suba still does not know what his decision will be. At this moment, the commander appears, telling this man that the entire area here has been cleaned up. Then he asks for instructions, and he only asks everyone to return to the base. Agreeing, they return to the base. Some portals then appear, but outside, there were many people interested in knowing what happened to the heroes. While everyone was leaving in the background, we observed the commander and the teachers happy with the new students who accomplished this feat. One of these students was Sa, who, with the training he has in mind, could make Suba one of the most powerful people in this university, but also with training, he could make him the most powerful in the world. Now that everyone returned, Sa is overjoyed along with his future girlfriend. But at this moment, looking ahead, everyone then ends up sort of showing their faces, saying that now that the heroes have returned, they welcome them for coming back healthy and alive for everyone to see. However, the one who ended up considering himself the hero ends up placing his hand on his head and says, "Hero? Me? Not no. Who is a true hero was Suba, because without Suba in this fight, it is very likely that they would not have returned alive. Some are even happy to see that they still returned, but returned alive. Now that they are back, one of the teachers approaches our hero and sees that he was literally a hero and perhaps will become the most powerful hero of this university. And besides that, he may not only become the strongest, but also might be entering history. However, our protagonist is not interested in that. He is interested in going back home, taking that cold shower and sleeping a little. So, we return to the dormitory, where we see his colleagues chatting, saying that today the bed feels a bit softer, as if it were giving them VIP treatment. They even think it might be because of his hard-working day, but another says no, as his small tasks wouldn't be exchanged for something as valuable as what they are experiencing here now. Then he gets up and asks Suba if, by any chance, he knows where he bought a turtle like that. He might be interested in buying one, seeing as our Suba was so solitary. It was also cute to see a little creature like him. However, Suba, on the other hand, only saw this new thing he was about to buy as an achievement. Perhaps this would be like conquering a 10 out of 10. But at this moment, while sleeping, they end up hearing someone knocking on the door. Our little red one then gets up and wonders who was knocking on the door at this hour. Opening the door, he is surprised. They had only come here to deliver some important things for a certain person, as this was made specifically for a special person. This was our Sunday. They had just come to deliver some impressive things for him. Opening the door, they enter. As they enter, the interested parties, I mean the girls, end up wondering who Suba was. But at this moment, looking fixedly at a bed, another from the back explains that this was Suba's bed, but he wasn't here at the moment. Now that Suba wasn't here anymore, they get irritated and then say that he took so long. He could have just said that Suba wasn't in the room, and since Suba was no longer here, they were going to take away their breakfast. Besides, now Suba has become a very famous person in this school. It was a pity that he didn't know her. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to our hero, who was running here. While running, he saw the news on the screen saying that in recent days, very powerful monsters appeared and invaded their military base, and thus ended up destroying a good part of Suba's military base. But for some reason, they found someone on their base who managed to defeat one of these powerful beasts that were attacking. In this fight against these monsters, several students from Suba's school ended up being defeated by these monsters. But even so, this Jew university fought fiercely against the monsters. And yet, one of these bronze-level monsters and one gold-level one, among other powerful beasts, were defeated by a single person. This person was Soar. He quickly managed to clear the front line of the monsters, and by achieving such a feat, he ended up being noticed by several important people in this world. And not only that, but the Zenzu school also gained a bit more recognition than it already had, and now, some of the commanders finally decided they want to be delivering to these students who fought against the monsters some gold medals, but this commander will be delivering to a certain person first. This certain person was Suba. At this moment, it is revealed that Su managed to defeat some quite powerful beasts. Everyone who was at the place where our hero was became surprised, and then they saw our hero. Since also at this moment these guys who are here will be receiving a gold medal, and all this now was thanks to him. Some were happy about the medals, but the girls were happy about something else, wanting to make our protagonist their boyfriend. But well, if he stays around here, he will attract a lot of attention, so he hides behind a wall until he receives a call from his sister, who is happy to see him on TV. Meanwhile, his parents and his mother just want him to return so he can arrive and receive congratulations firsthand, but he said he wasn't in the mood at the moment. However, his parents and his mother somehow even managed to arrange a relationship for our hero, but he ignores this since, at the moment, his sister says that because he gained good fame, people are eager to recognize our hero and also his family. Knowing that it was dangerous to be alone now, our hero ends up saying that in a few days, he will be leaving this place where he is just to visit his family again. Then, 2 days pass. Arriving home, he is somewhat surprised to see that everyone was there waiting for his return. Now everyone is happy and content that Su has finally come back. Some just chat with Suba, but another appears in the background. It was his sister, who shows up just to give that posted thanks for the new life they have. But at the moment, some there then end up inviting Su to come to their house to eat some things. One from over there even invites our Suba to come to their house to eat a grilled turtle. But to dismiss everyone, the protagonist's father shows up and says that later he will be visiting their homes. At the moment then, some stop with the chatting about eating at home. There they end up wanting to introduce their granddaughters or whatever children they have to our protagonist. Now that Suba entered, he feels kind of happy, but also thinks he should have come back at night, until his sister says that it wouldn't have helped since their aunt had set up some cameras to watch over our hero. Well, now that he has arrived, he can finally rest. The father of our MC will make a good meal, and while this happens, he sits on the couch at his house. But just as he wanted to rest, the system screen appears, saying that it detected a quite powerful creature. Now the system gives him the option to tame that creature to be his own. Looking closely, he realizes that this creature was a kitten. While looking at the system, his sister shows up, so he asks his sister if by chance there was a cat in their house. She points in another direction and says yes. There in front, a kitten. She ended up finding the kitten abandoned, and so in the end, she decided to take the kitten to be hers and is now taking care of it. So since his sister liked the kitten, there's nothing else to do, until he approaches again and sees the kitten's statistics. This kitten had a quite peculiar talent, as its talent gives 100% attack speed to its host, and also increases its attack power by 100%. Knowing that this beast staying with him would allow him to defeat many powerful monsters, he ends up approaching his sister and but Light interrupted his words, ending up saying that if this was widely used, all its advantages could be improved. Angelo then placed his hand on his tank and asked not to worry about it, as it wasn't something that could be mass-produced. That tank was the only one he had to carry, and the fact that it was heavy or even bulky was a disadvantage. But Angelos was confident that with it, he could go as far as possible. SL, not understanding what all of this meant, asked Angelo if he could go, and then he raised his head and explained how he could reach incredible power heights. And with that, his eyes opened with such happiness. He didn't know how to respond. He didn't know what more a young man with the title of a great sage could do. But one thing was certain. If our dear protagonist would really reach the peak of his power by the end of this story, we will unfortunately have to find out. Continuation time for you all. Our story now unfolds inside the principal's office. The principal congratulates our protagonist for the honor of having defeated those powerful monsters, and as a result, they managed to achieve a much higher rank in their military base. Because of this, the school decided to reward our hero. The principal then asks Subar to choose whatever he wants. Subar thanks the principal for his kindness, and he even heard rumors that the principal was a genuinely nice person. However, Subar also knew that the principal had a reputation for making things harder for others. Knowing that asking for food for his team would be difficult, Subar says he doesn't want to cause too much trouble for the school or drive it into bankruptcy. But since the principal insists, our protagonist doesn't refuse. He boldly requests 100 gold-level beast cores. At that moment, the principal's jaw drops, and sweat appears on his face. 100 gold-level beast cores? That was impossible. The principal explains that even if he broke countless bones trying, he could never manage to get those 100 gold cores. He even suggests that Subar choose the position of principal as a reward instead. Subar, realizing the principal's struggle, decides to lower his request to 50 silver-level beast cores. The principal, now understanding the situation he's in, remarks that Subar did something that a human normally wouldn't do, something as powerful as protecting the weak. Indeed, what Subar had done most was to protect the weaker students so they wouldn't perish on the battlefield. The principal, however, reiterates that even 50 silver-level beast cores are far too much and urges Subar to choose something else, pointing out that the level Subar had just reached by defeating those beasts wasn't enough to warrant such a reward. Nevertheless, the principal assures Subar that he could achieve such things in the future. Our protagonist, however, knows the principal is hard to convince, so he reduces his request to 50 silver-level beast cores. The principal, sensing the difficulty, praises Subar's humanity, but insists on lowering the reward. Finally, after a long negotiation, the principal offers Subar 15 bronze-level beast cores, stating that this is the highest number he's willing to provide. It's a take-it-or-leave-it deal. After a tense back and forth, Subar reluctantly accepts, realizing the principal is far from foolish. Though Subar didn't get exactly what he wanted, he sees that the principal knows how to play his cards. After handing over the agreed-upon reward, the principal reveals something important. Subar has been selected by the school to represent the first-year students in the 100 Schools event. Subar is confused as to why he, of all people, was chosen for this prestigious competition. It then dawns on him why the principal had been acting so amicably earlier. However, the principal quickly denies being nice, explaining that Subar's role as a student is to participate in events like these to bring more credibility to their school. Additionally, the school would gain valuable resources from the event, which could benefit Subar as well. The principal warns that many people will be competing in the 100 Schools event, and the odds of someone like Subar making it to the final stage are slim. However, the director, the cowardly student then, will be participating in the event the next day. He will basically be in his room the day before, so he asks him to go to his room to rest, since nowadays it was basically difficult. They brought experienced students and many geniuses to their school. But at this moment, he realizes that the principal was, as the rumors said, literally an old fox that hunts its prey until it can no longer escape. The next day, in the courtyard, he ends up affirming that the school event happens only once a year, although a certain principal hadn't invested more in it. They end up putting their trust in the idea that if he went to this event and gave it greater credibility, more good investments would come to the school and the students. Meanwhile, they make a roll call, but we don't care much about the roll call. After that, someone comments that they are basically being wronged because we notice that they were one of the first schools. However, even being one of the first, they don't receive the rightful credit. The girl even said she heard rumors that their school has a very low ranking. But then they continue to call the students, calling Subar. After everyone was called, the principal ends up affirming that everyone is here. Then he ends up saying that he will now present the students who will be representatives. So he asks the representatives to come forward, but this year, there will be something different. There won't just be 2 representatives. There will now be a leader, and this leader will be Subar. As soon as he says this name, the 2 guys look at our protagonist and can't believe it. Then one of them goes to confront the chubby one, saying that a certain guy there and another one were more experienced in this group, and there's no way to make our protagonist the leader of this group. They basically can't do anything anymore because the principal even affirmed there that Subar was chosen by the higher-ups, and it couldn't be changed anymore. Also, because it is exactly Subar, he will basically lead his class to victory in this school event. Since this one, whom he is pointing at, ends up being the oldest and most experienced student, the principal, fed up, ends up affirming that Subar killed a gold-level beast. And if by chance they wanted to change the leader, it would basically mean someone there had to kill a gold-level beast. Even so, after hearing this, someone says, "I don't believe it. How did Subar kill a gold-level beast? This could be a trap he set up." Another one who ends up overhearing the conversation steps in, saying that it's true, there's no way Subar could have defeated such a powerful beast. Then he challenges our protagonist to a fight. But to satisfy these guys' thirst for a fight, he ends up affirming that they were right. Maybe the old man up front is crazy for having chosen him as the team leader. Meanwhile, the old man kept moving forward, while Subar wondered if the old man was trying to make him the target of the entire school. In the meantime, he affirms that 20 days will be enough for him to rest and prepare. While Subar was running, seeing that he couldn't stay there, the guys were surprised by his speed. After escaping completely and successfully, they couldn't believe how Subar managed to defeat a gold-level beast. "You're such a coward!" But the one who saw all this ends up affirming that sooner or later he will be calling him for a fight. Meanwhile, elsewhere, already at the university, he ends up taking those 15 bronze-level beast cores out of his bag. He saw that the old man kept his word, and now this is for our Shar reached the next level. And as he placed food in the bowl at the moment he was about to eat, the white kitten ended up getting in the way to eat as well. However, Shar asked him to wait, and while waiting, he placed another bowl beside it with his meal. At that moment, he noticed that the little white kitten had a very low level, so he gave the kitten a purified blood essence. However, This left the turtle a little disappointed since she wanted some as well. But by giving this to the turtle too, Char would be helping her significantly. Yet, he felt sad, seeing that a single bite the turtle took cost him a few million coins from his account. So he ended up placing silver-level beast cores in the bowls for both the kitten and the turtle. At that moment, the turtle and the white kitten seemed to approve of the meal, saying it was marvelous. However, it was the turtle who started eating first, and upon doing so, she began evolving. A bright, intense light emerged, but something else happened. Tremors spread everywhere, startling the students at the school, who asked what had just happened. At that moment, after giving those pills, the system appeared, announcing that the turtle had leveled up. She gained a new talent. The first was the Mystic Barrier, which creates a defensive shield with the power of Xuan, increasing defense by 500%. The second talent, Spirit Pressure, consumes a bit of energy to enhance Xuan's energy, increasing attack power by 200% and defense by 300%. Our Char didn't gain many stats or abilities, but this was already enough for him. Looking at the little white kitten, however, Char saw that it had gained some new abilities. One of these was Claw Strike, which when activated consumes a bit of energy to increase attack speed by 100%. The second ability, Bloodlust, is activated by consumption, increasing resistance, and boosting attack power by 100%. It also amplifies critical hits by 500%, causing much more severe injuries to opponents. At this point, Char crouched down, saying that both had leveled up, and beyond that, the white kitten now had exceptional speed, granting it considerable advantages in certain events. At that moment, the protagonist looked at the system screen, showing the excellent talents these little creatures had acquired. He realized now that he should showcase these new, amazing companions. A new event was approaching, a competition involving 100 schools. Our story then continues with our protagonist the next day in the library. As soon as he arrives, he is amazed by its size. The owner of the place, overhearing this, mentions that this is indeed the oldest library in the school, meaning that everything within it is first-hand knowledge. At the moment, our hero was searching for books on tamers. The owner pointed him in the direction where such books were located, and he advanced, finding a section filled with them. He had initially thought there was only one book on tamers, but realizing there were many, he assumed it would take him a long time to go through them. However, he found one titled Lo Fan. He even thought he had heard that name somewhere before. As he began reading, he discovered that heaven and earth had essentially merged into one, transforming half of it into a soul, enabling beasts to rise above the rest. He continued reading this fascinating story, but then started walking in another direction, eventually coming across the same group that had previously disagreed with the protagonist about their leader. Recognizing our hero, but another says there that they shouldn't be paying attention to this loser because being a tamer in this world wasn't such a good thing. Well, they are here in front, while he stands with his mouth open at this Lo Fan for having created several new abilities. For instance, he created 3 abilities from legendary beasts, and these abilities ended up turning weak beasts into legendary ones. But at that moment, he realized he was stronger and even fought against some beasts at the beginning of an invasion. However, in the end, he was overwhelmed by the number of beasts that came, and eventually, he ended up dying. Still, he needed to see what was happening in this book. Suddenly, the book began to float, and a light emanated from it. At that moment, he wondered what was happening or why the book's energy was flowing into his body. After some time, he went to the library, where he asked this woman here to lend some books to our protagonist. But as soon as she saw this book, she was surprised to see that it basically didn't have a label. She then thought about destroying the book because, to her, books that served no purpose were worthless. She started trying to tear the book apart to end it, but after exhausting her attempts, she tried to open it, yet it wouldn't open. This was surprising, as just a moment ago he had been reading the book. Then, as it was placed in his hands, he opened it effortlessly. She even thought that this book might be damaged. She eventually decided to lend him the book without any issues. After taking the book, he simply thanked her and left. However, after some time, she ended up calling a certain person and mentioned that the book left on the shelf had somehow been opened by him. She even affirmed that yes, she had seen it with her own eyes. Then the director didn't need to worry anymore, which was a very good thing. Meanwhile, after some time, he felt happy because the person Lo Fan had been waiting for finally appeared after 100 years. And if, by chance, he was still in the underworld, perhaps he would be happy to know that now a new guy had appeared to replace him. 2 weeks later, we observe the event happening, and today, an inter-school event will take place where participants will have to participate in a battle royale. As schools begin to arrive, students and other influencers begin to appear to give their greetings. Meanwhile, the students start ignoring those people who were trying to get their attention. Even though they were trying to attract attention, it didn't work. They simply ignored them. After that, in good time, we observe the scene cutting to another location, already at the main event, where many people were basically looking at an empty field. Then we cut to another scene, where we find the group of our hero. They were worried because Subar hadn't appeared. Some even said he had given up, but not really, as he appeared at the last minute. Right then, the teacher, looking at him, already noticed that something had changed in our protagonist, even in such a short time. So the teacher approached him and said she would start organizing some things, otherwise the event would happen, and they would be unprepared. But he told her not to worry so much about it. Meanwhile, on the screen, a guy commented that these days, some powerful beasts appeared which took several students from his school or nearby universities, either drying up or even dying. Thus, in the end, they gathered the best school to try and discover which school was the strongest, designed so that later they can be putting these better guys out on the battlefield to get revenge on those beasts, as soon as the entire population watching gives up. It's madness. But today, a different event will be happening compared to the others. Today, there will be a team event where 5 people from your team can be chosen. There will be fights in rounds, the loser is eliminated, and the winner will continue in the event. Now that the basic information has been given to start participating in the events, they just ask for everyone to show up. Meanwhile, the director approaches the group of our hero, asking if he has already planned his strategy. He says yes, he will be the first to participate, while the rest will join on their own. However, his group disagrees, saying they basically needed to organize a better strategy because if he goes first and loses, it will be a huge embarrassment for their university. He says he won't disappoint them, while the director notices his level has increased significantly. Still, he approaches our hero, asking him to at least be a little smarter and not act the way he is, or it's very likely this group in front of him will start to resent him even more. But here the scene cuts to a university where a guy kicked another out of the ring. Meanwhile, the teacher warns our hero that the Shinin University is quite strong, so they need to defeat Elgin University first, which will give them a significant advantage. Our hero tells them not to worry again, and so he moves forward. His girlfriend, our redhead, ends up giving him extra motivation in the ring. Now he ends up kind of recognizing our protagonist. He was the guy who killed some gold-level beasts. He then says he admires him, but our protagonist already knows his potential, so he says yes, it was him. And today, from here, we continue, and our story begins with this guy approaching our hero with the aim of showing the true power of a pet tamer, known more as Captain King Wan. Having the bronze class, he would try his luck. Meanwhile, on the other side, our protagonist ends up pulling out his chua from his backpack. Right after taking it out, we observe him with no reaction. Well, he said this was his pet, and seconds later, he starts laughing until he can't anymore. But our hero ends up telling the turtle to hurry up today because today our protagonist hasn't even had breakfast yet, and if our turtle also wanted to have breakfast, it had to win faster. But also, the spectators watching the fight observe that turtle and then realize that the university our hero is part of is no longer the same as it used to be. While others mocked him, our professor wondered why our protagonist had a bag of peanuts in one hand and a Coca-Cola in the other, but others were wondering what he was doing down there. Meanwhile, his opponent, now a bronze-level guy, watched our hero eating, and he kept talking about how Shar ate plenty of beast cores. So now he asks that this Shar of his not embarrass him. Then it was said and the turtle begins to emit a slightly stronger glow. The guy notices that this glow came from a dreadful aura and wonders how a human could tame something like that. However, the turtle then begins to transform into a slightly larger turtle. Now facing this giant turtle, he freezes completely. How is it possible for a weak, small turtle to transform into this primordial beast here? And those in the audience, seeing this new transformation, can't believe it. Some even stand up, others just watch as the turtle stopped playing and now wanted to fight a little more seriously. Others just see the turtle's shell, which to them looked more like a tank's armor or something like that. Now, seeing this beast, they believe that our T-Bar did indeed manage to kill a gold-level beast. Meanwhile, here, our hero's future wife just watches their strength, and his roommate ends up saying, "How did Suba get so big in minutes?" But our hero was tired of just watching, so he asks Suba to make the first move. Thus, it ends up being done. The guy then doesn't notice anything. What he does notice is the paw of our turtle hitting him. He's thrown backward, but after being thrown back and falling to the ground, he saw that the turtle was too fast. But before he was defeated, our hero asks him to hold on a bit longer because he hasn't drunk his cold Coke yet. He wants to savor it well, and then, irritated by what was just said, he gets up again. At that moment, thinking only of a strategy to catch the turtle by surprise, he realized he needed to become a bit stronger. For that, the thing he was holding in his hand begins to merge with his entire body. At that moment, now he transformed. In something extremely resistant, he wanted to find out who was more resistant, him or the turtle. But at that moment, he jumped. Minutes later, he was now more in front of the turtle. The people watching even thought it was the end of our Zhao Ba. However, what were they thinking? Because our Zhao Ba, with a simple movement, managed to throw that opponent out of the ring. At this moment, he was simply defeated with just one paw strike. Defeated. His group then remained confused. One stood with their mouth wide open, another just noticed that the fight was over. Well, it ended rather quickly. While his group praised him, the audience, on the other hand, was against our Suba. He kept saying how that guy couldn't dodge the turtle's paw strike. To him, it was simple, as from a distance, he could see that the turtle moved extremely slowly. This was quite fair to him. That guy deserved to lose. The reason he lost was due to speed against the turtle. But meanwhile, our hero's future wife tried to defend him, though it led to nothing. Soon after, we observed Karara on the big screen saying, "The first victory has arrived, but there are still more fights to come." Then, they introduced the new opponent of our hero. This new opponent was Zhang Shua, one of the best students from some university out there. At that moment, she had seen the earlier fight, so she knew what was needed to defeat that weak turtle in front of her. Her advantage was her speed. She just needed to trust it. So, as the fight began, she started hopping here and there. But our Zhao began to notice what she was doing, looking from one side to the other. Suddenly, we saw our turtle getting confused while the crowd went wild, realizing there might now be a worthy opponent for this turtle. She, however, saw that she only needed to find a way, just one way, to attack the turtle. If she managed to do that, she would easily win. For that entire time, Zhang Shua used her speed advantage to fool the turtle a bit. This made our Suba look like an idiot for underestimating his opponents. But as this was being said, we observed the face of our protagonist ignoring everything they were saying. While the turtle gave it their all, our protagonist was eating. At that moment, when the turtle saw that woman, it raised its paw and almost stomped on her. But she easily dodged that paw strike from our Zhao. Now she saw that after thinking so much, she had found the turtle's weakness. She then jumped to the side, aiming directly at our Suba. Her goal was to defeat Suba, because if he were defeated, the turtle would be defeated too. By now, it was too late. There was no way this slow turtle could make a defense to protect its tamer. At that moment, his teacher, our hero's future girlfriend or wife, was in disbelief, begging him to at least protect himself. Meanwhile, the girl only asked him to pay attention to her, but it was no use. The sword approached him, but that sword easily ended up being... Throwing himself up high, our hero finishes his cold Coke. After that, we observe what really happened. The turtle couldn't turn quickly to defend our hero, but who says you need the whole body to attack? The tail was enough. With just the tail, it managed to launch that girl backward. After that, The fury exposed our hero, leaving him only relieved. Meanwhile, his roommate realized he hadn't thought of this strategy, but the turtle had. At the same time, his group and his professor could see that he truly had potential, while those who mocked him were left in disbelief. But now, as he finished eating, there was nothing else to do. He approached the girl lying on the ground, and as he got closer, he told her to find a doctor to treat her wounds. She had no other choice but to stand up. He then ordered our Shah to finish off the rest, who obediently followed the hero's command. The doctors took her from there. Now that he had finished eating, he decided to take things a bit more seriously. He didn't want to play around anymore. His objective now was to win. So, he called out to the next fighters, who were somewhere in the audience, mocking him just moments ago, to step into the ring. Their goal, to try to defeat our hero. But neither the girl nor the guy before her had managed to win against him. Now, who would be able to send our protagonist to the stands, so he could at least rest? Minutes later, we saw the girl entering the ring. But Shah, in just a matter of minutes, or even seconds, managed to defeat her, sending her to the ground. Now that he had defeated the girl, our protagonist called for the next challenger to step into the arena. At that moment, another entered. But once again, our Shah easily managed to throw the player who had stepped into the ring backward. Meanwhile, our hero took selfies with the defeated fighters he had just vanquished. Half an hour later, we saw the guy from the big screen appear, announcing that this guy from the University of Suba had become the champion of this fight. While he explained all of this in the background, we saw our Shah claiming his final victory. He devoured an entire man in one bite without even choking. Now that the first person who won this championship had been announced, the audience was in disbelief. The very same person who had been eating peanuts and drinking Coke up until now had won this match. Another person noticed this, but our Suba was a bit arrogant, which somehow made her like our hero even more. Meanwhile, the audience was happy. Everyone was celebrating our protagonist. The scene shifts to him descending from the ring, listening to the crowd cheering. He had fought 5 people and defeated every one of them. Now that he had emerged victorious as he descended, he looked like a bastard for having won this championship without losing a single time. Now that he had finally defeated that group of people, or extras, in the background, he approached his group. The professor congratulated him. Those who, up until recently, had been restless, seemed speechless. Our protagonist left them without words. They could say nothing more. Knowing that now he was the strongest in the group, our hero, meanwhile, said that only he had been lucky. However, here the teacher then ends up saying that now they could be going back to rest. Or rather, only our hero, because now they could be going to the hotel cafeteria where they could fill their stomachs as much as they wanted, since today, basically, the rank was paid by him. His group, knowing it was free, was already happy. But at this moment, the scene cuts to University F, where at that moment their coach appears, saying that Zanzu University at this moment was more problematic for them. So they should be a little more careful, because if there is a fight, it's very likely that the other side will send Suba to join the game. Their problem wasn't even the other extras, but Suba himself, because he knew that Suba had that legendary beast, so there was no way to face Suba at the moment. Because of this, he ends up saying that to beat Zanzu University, Makai, Suba's next opponent, would basically have a bigger challenge. But at this moment, he ends up pointing in his direction and asks that when F fights, it is necessary to use some long-range defenses, but if he isn't winning, he should use a powerful poison. Meanwhile, at Shimu University, we then observe their coach there, saying for people not to get discouraged since Suba was the strongest. Meanwhile, others thought they were dealing with our hero a little later. But another one ends up appearing, saying that Zangu's objective, that girl from before, was very good. Like her speed, yes, it was great. Basically a weapon to defeat Suba's turtle. But her speed, let's say, wasn't one of the best. So someone faster is needed, and for that, he will be fighting against our Suba. His speed was very fast, so he could win like that. Then time passed a little later, and we observed that guy from before saying that the championship, a little earlier in the morning, was quite balanced. At one moment, our Lord commanded Chawa to hit, and another time he ordered them to beat the extra. And today, a slightly more random championship would be happening. But at this moment, the extras said that, well, The students from Zanzu University didn't even need to enter the ring because only Suba would be able to bring victory to this university. After a good time of conversation, we still observed on the big screen Carol choosing the schools that would be fighting against our Suba, and the first championship that would be happening would be against Zangu University and another X-Min. Well, the rest is the rest. But below, we then observed our hero in the ring. In the ring now, he begins to mock our hero's face, but also a little worried, already knowing that they sent the best from the group to fight him. He already knew he had to do his best, but on Suba's side, he just asked him not to get, I don't know, so worried about things. Oh, it could be such and such things. He asked Suba not to be thinking too much about it, but as Li Feng with the bronze rank at this moment, after warming up a little, he then starts running towards our protagonist. His speed managed to basically surpass that of the turtle. And so, after surpassing its speed, he then attacks some weak points of the turtle. His objective before was to hit its shell to see if he could break it, but nothing worked. At this moment, he knew he would be caught by the turtle's tail, so he jumps to the side. Now, to the side, the whole group starts to observe the moon. Some begin to say that Suba was no longer managing to be the strongest as before. Now, perhaps he would be defeated by this Lin Feng. And so, then thinking he had a chance to defeat Suba, the whole group of bystanders starts shouting for Lin Feng to finish Suba. At this moment, he starts running in his direction, but meanwhile, we observe the group of our hero, who merely notices that for some reason he was drawing the turtle a bit farther away. But our protagonist didn't even care about what was happening. He was looking for another cold soda. At the moment he searched and found it, he begins to drink it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we observe Lin Feng dealing with the turtle, or trying to dodge its attacks. But now that he was a bit distracted, he starts looking in the direction of our hero. Upon looking, he notices that he basically doesn't have the turtle to protect him anymore. So he starts running in his direction, saying that Subai was being too arrogant and that Lin Feng would now end his arrogance. Then Lin Feng jumps, and now he was about to land a kick to his face. But at this moment, a yellowish wave begins to move in random directions. One of those lights hits this bystander, Lin Feng, who freezes midair and doesn't understand what was happening. But now that he looks back, he notices the turtle using its ancestry or something like that to paralyze its opponent. At this moment, the turtle starts to blow a puff of air in its direction. Lin Feng ends up sort of seeing all of this and starts pleading for him to give up, but now there was nothing else to be done. The turtle hits Liang squarely, throwing him into the middle of the audience. Now, among the crowd, some end up noticing that Suba was indeed being too arrogant. Even though he beats everyone, he still thinks it wouldn't compensate for being basically a fan of our protagonist. Meanwhile, the director in charge of this guy ends up realizing he made a pretty bad choice in picking him to go against Suba. Now that, unfortunately, that guy Lin Feng was defeated by our hero, his university was almost disqualified. And so, they begin selecting the next fighters. These next fighters were from Fushan University. While they were being introduced, we then observed the professor commenting about this University of Ka, saying that maybe strength wasn't needed to beat them. But another said it was indeed needed since this university also focused on poison. And so, the second round begins, but before it starts, he asks to wait a little while, and he starts saying that Suba was strong. But Majin wonders if he accepts him as his opponent, since he was also in the bronze classification. After hearing that, Subar finishes drinking his cold soda, and then he says that, okay, maybe he accepts, but for that, he might need to defeat our Suba in a fight. Our story today continues with him already recognizing Suba as a worthy opponent due to his strength. Thus, he ends up saying that Suba still wasn't a match for our protagonist. However, he wanted to discuss some important matters regarding tamers. At this moment, Suba was merely stalling for time to use his ability. Our protagonist even noticed this and commented that if he let Suba gain time, his poison would certainly grow stronger, as poison users typically take a long time to activate their abilities. He then called for Sha, asking Sha to deal with his opponent. But by the time he realized this game, it was already too late. Suba activated his poison ability. For him, it didn't matter what type of tamer his opponent was, divine level or otherwise. Once his opponent was trapped in his poisonous mist, there was no escape. The poisonous mist completely engulfed Suba. From behind, we see our protagonist stating that it was too late, and there was no way to avoid this. Returning to his group, they commented that Suba had been reckless once again, and that now he couldn't do anything to help Xiao Ba escape the poisonous mist. On the other hand, the professor wondered what Suba was doing, but the director told her not to panic since the outcome had not yet been decided. Meanwhile, in the fight, the turtle was essentially holding its breath to avoid inhaling the poison. Nearby, the venomous tamer was running past Xiao Ba, thinking Suba couldn't see him through the mist. However, Suba could see him and wondered how long he would endure this poisonous mist. Smiling, he said that Suba had been reckless, ignoring his venomous abilities. Once he activated this venom ability, the fight would only end when he won. While this was happening, he glanced toward Suba and noticed that Suba was cultivating. He mocked him, saying that such cultivation was useless since he wasn't just facing a poisonous mist. He then demanded that Suba die already. Leaping at Suba with claws in hand, he prepared an attack. But just as he moved to strike, a shield appeared, defending Suba. The clever protagonist already knew that this guy was planning to attack him from behind, but it was all in vain. His opponent couldn't believe it. It was impossible. How could Suba defend himself so easily, even against his most powerful claw attack? At this point, he wondered how Suba managed to defend himself while in the poisonous mist. From a distance, the director explained that this was a confluence of origin. Not understanding, we watched as the director clarified. What Suba had just activated was essentially a high-level talent of an animal tamer. Only high-level tamers could do this. Suba had learned to transfer the defense of his domesticated pet to himself. Meanwhile, the protagonist was growing tired of being surrounded by the poisonous mist. It was greatly hindering his vision. At that moment, he called for Sha to appear. Looking up, he saw the mysterious shadow of Sha. Soon after, from afar, we observed someone flying. The screen showed who it was. It was the opponent of our protagonist. Seeing this, Suba's roommate realized how powerful Suba was since he managed to defeat a poison-type user of the venomous mist. Our future bride commented that Suba was incredibly strong, but to reach his level to get a little stronger. Meanwhile, we observed then the people who previously did not believe in the potential of our little protagonist are happy for the victory. Meanwhile, we see everyone shouting the turtle's name, but on the screen that presenter appears again. He ends up saying that the school university city Marcel Fuchan can no longer participate in the fight. And it is decided that they will automatically be disqualified from this championship. So then, today, he announces the winner of this championship. He from the Zhangzhou School of Martial Arts Suba, the winner of this championship. Meanwhile, everyone is happy about this, and our protagonist said it was easy. Well, winning this was easy, but as soon as he won, he gets off the stage where he meets the director. The director congratulates our protagonist, saying he will bring glory to the Zhangzhou University. But our protagonist didn't care about happiness or fame for his school. Instead, he wanted to know about some pills to help him in his cultivation, to make his pet even more overpowered and powerful. When he says this, the director realizes that the MC wanted to trick him, but he wasn't easy to deceive. So then, he points in another direction and comments that for having managed to win, and for having made the Zhangzhou Martial Arts University win this championship, the military will basically grant them some military merit points. So, pointing, he says he could go to a certain wardrobe where he will be receiving what he could have earned for winning the championship. Meanwhile, his group feels sad seeing that only Suba managed to win the championship, and only he participated. They wonder if they will gain some merit too for basically watching and giving emotional support to him. But then the director shouts that now everything is over, and in any case, in 3 days, they will head to the city of Lal to participate in the regional league. Now the director wonders if everyone is confident about their victory. The protagonist with his turtle is more than confident about this. However then, he ends up kind of saying that now he would be leaving, so he asks all the students here to rest since in 3 days, they will have to prepare for the regional league. So, as he was about to leave before he could do anything, our protagonist stops him and ends up kind of saying, "And the matter of the resources? Our protagonist didn't care about training or resting. He wanted good resources." The director already knew that the protagonist wanted to spend on him, So he ends up kind of saying that especially the protagonist needs to rest, as in 3 days he will be returning. He knows this old man was smart, but he needed it because his turtle was evolving at a slower pace. Meanwhile, outside the stadium, on the screen, we see someone announcing that the 100 Schools Provincial League has just ended and that the top 3 schools that won were our protagonists among others there, since what was important was that this championship had many geniuses appearing, but among them was a prodigy, our Suba. He alone managed to win the championship by himself, and in 3 fights, he defeated everyone without even losing once. And with that, they wish good luck to this Suba, since by becoming this strong, his country will be safer. Meanwhile, some girls passing by noticed that they should try their luck with Suba. However, after a good day of walking, he finally arrives at his training room, where he realizes that his parents are finally here. Then he takes out of his backpack our little cat, and at the same time, shbad, there he ends up saying he couldn't make the little cat climb the stick in the previous fights. But today, he will have to climb the stick. He ended up, in the end, earning some military merits, and with that, he exchanged them for some beast cores. However, he asks our little cat, he took it, where by taking it, he could evolve into a more powerful form, and at that moment, he grabs one of the pills he had in hand. As soon as he grabs that pill, he ends up placing it on the ground, where, minutes later, the little cat appears and bites it. But upon biting it, a bright and extremely strong light emerges from the little cat, startling our protagonist. A minute later, the system screen appears, saying that Hitten was a bronze-level monster, but he had evolved into a sharp golden white tiger. The bloodline of the white tiger of the sacred abyss is activated, which ends up granting a strong sacred wind. However, realizing that the evolution had occurred, he is happy to see that it also activated its sacred bloodline. Knowing that this evolution was still not its maximum, he places some of the remaining pills on the ground. As soon as the little cat sees it on the ground, it runs to eat it. He ends up asking it to eat it calmly. Now that it has eaten, he wonders if it will be able to evolve once again. But after a long time, he realized that no reaction occurred. However, something was supposed to happen since the pills were high-level silver beast core pills. At this moment, thinking that nothing was going to happen, a bright and strong light appears in front of him. He gets startled by it, but as soon as he looks ahead, he is shocked to see an extremely large beast in front of him. Realizing how incredible the beast had transformed, we see him already saying that this transformation was better than the previous one, also gaining a new title. The system appears, stating that he ended up gaining some talents. The first talent is the sharp golden claws, which consumes a certain amount of energy, delivering 100% attack on a single enemy. And if by chance the little cat attacks several opponents at once, its attacks end up increasing its strength by 2%. The second talent is basically the sharp golden spirit, which consumes a certain amount of energy. However, now each attack carries a 200% tier effect, which can be enhanced with the sharp golden claws to significantly increase the damage inflicted on its opponent. Finally, the third talent is the golden phantom shadow, which drastically increases movement and attack speed by 300%. It can be used in combination with the sharp golden claws. Looking at the little cat's system now, he realized it was worth giving it those pills. At this moment, he approaches Zai and says that he is a good boy. The league will now depend on our little cat's performance. Meanwhile, the scene is cut to the imperial capital, where we see that Suba was basically drawing the attention of other people. And then he asks his servant to investigate this. He realizes that it is possible that this turtle of Suba was likely stronger and more scandalous than a certain Fandaloo from a certain time. After hearing this from his boss, he ended up obeying. But here, 3 days later, we see them participating in the regional league. This time, a certain university more powerful than the others will pose a slightly greater challenge this month, as a certain prodigy student appeared this year. Meanwhile, Subar looked around and noticed the championship was too big. Meanwhile, we observe our director saying they were trying to intimidate Lu, but our protagonist didn't care about that. He looked to a corner and noticed that a certain part of the stadium was empty. The director ends up saying that that certain area of the stands was reserved for some of the students from a certain university who decided to attend only as spectators. Since they also won this championship through brute strength, the director said they would be losing some military points. Our hero ends up saying he will not win through brute force since he doesn't want to lose some military points. With military points, he can buy beast cores. While that was happening, we observed one of his colleagues not really believing that Su-BA was basically focusing on that, since this time everyone here participating in this field would basically have the opportunity to take part in the championship. Unlike last time, now they will have to wait a little, because they will need to wait for a draw. The boy ends up saying that they will draw lots for the universities that will be participating. Thus, the first draw revealed that it would be Low Marshall against University Versus and Futian Marshall against University Lin Vers. And so, the participants could start climbing into the ring, as the winners would have to fight against the University of Zhangzhou. Our protagonist would have to fight in the second round, which ends up catching his attention, knowing that he would have to wait a certain amount of time to finally participate in the championship. He feels sad about it, while the teachers tease him. However, they continue the test where the first university, Fukchan, is the first participant, defeating the other university, Lua Martial. The fight begins and takes several hours. 3 hours later, we then observe a girl announcing that the quarterfinals of the first round were completed, and now they were going to announce the results of the second round draw. The University of Zhangzhou was once again left out. Hearing this, everyone watching the championship became basically frustrated to see that the University of Zhangzhou had been left out of 2 fights, and they came here just to watch this fight. Some ended up pointing out that our protagonist wasn't doing anything, just sitting in the corner while eating peanuts and drinking that cold Coca-Cola. Then someone appears saying that perhaps the Lu University is afraid of facing our protagonist's university. It was very likely since everyone was avoiding him. At this moment, one of the directors appears, commenting that the University of Zhangzhou wasn't being completely excluded and that they would participate in the championships at some point. He asks them to continue. Meanwhile, the director and teacher were already happy because if this continued, they would reach the third world, the final stage. If they got there, it would be easier than ever to win. While they were happy, the protagonist was sad because he saw the fights that would bring him many military merits passing by, and he hadn't participated in any so far. After an hour, we see everyone happy, saying that now the final match of the competition zone was about to begin. The next participants would now be from the University of Zhangzhou, our hero's team. Finally, it was their turn. Now it was time to use everything they had to win these championships. Although they were lucky, they couldn't rely 100% on luck. The director ends up pointing to Lo and another to Ning. These two would be the first to participate in the final test. The director continues to choose, and lastly, Su-BA would be the final participant. With the lineup chosen, we see Su-BA extremely sad, realizing that his plans had ultimately failed, and he wouldn't be able to earn any military merits. However, the first fight begins with Lu fighting against a bronze-level opponent. After a tough fight, he almost loses. The second to climb onto the stage is Baining, who starts fighting in a brutal style, causing his opponent to retreat significantly. Next is Huang Qing, one of the school's beauties, who demonstrates her skills in combat. Summing up, she uses a whip to lash her opponents. After a long fight, their university wins. With victory in sight, we see the happiness of everyone except Su-BA, who wonders when his turn will come. However, now the second-to-last participant takes the stage, Hu Qing. He ends up asking Su-BA to hurry and get on stage because they were basically wasting time with this useless fight he was about to have. Saying this, the two climb onto the stage. At this moment, a girl announces that this championship allows 2 opponents to step onto the stage simultaneously, provided the opposing side agrees. With that, they could finally begin the fight. Meanwhile, in the background, we see Su-BA wondering if his opponent would really give him a chance. Returning to the protagonist, he apologizes for taking so long. Then he activates his cultivation, showcasing his ability. His ability is a supernatural type, wood type. As he explains this, he begins moving his forces toward his opponents. He mentions that this type of ability won't last long, so he only needs to endure. Meanwhile, in the background, we see that the wood-type user's ability was something even he hadn't seen before. However, his ability allows him to defeat his opponents without much effort. The director in the background notices that his power had increased significantly. Meanwhile, the spectators also realize that he was a very promising individual from the University of Zhangzhou. However, they still believe that Su Bie was stronger than this guy, but that wasn't the focus. Returning to the fight, we find the two cornered. They realized that after a long time they still couldn't find even a single weakness. But at this moment, he then used his leaves to put an end to this game once and for all, throwing both opponents out of the ring minutes later. Then, after winning, Robert Vamos appears on the big screen, saying that he was among the penultimate to win this championship. Then he ends up stepping out of the ring. Din congratulates him, but adds that the true hero of the group was still about to step into the ring. This was our Su Ba. He can't believe it. A hero. He became a hero. However, the director ignores this and ends up saying that thanks to our protagonist, they managed to reach the finals. Having fought, they are exhausted, so he asks his students to rest since they still have another fight ahead. Because of their participation, the military will grant him some very good rewards that will help them in their training. At this moment, Su Ba realizes that he will have to return empty-handed. He will need to find a way to obtain resources. Meanwhile, at the Lin family mansion, we see the girl training, but he ends up appearing and telling her to stop training for a bit because it was time to eat. She tells her uncle to wait a little longer. After seeing Su Ba participating in the championships, she started training a bit more herself. She didn't even take a single day off to rest. Meanwhile, there were some important things she could have been doing, but she only wanted to focus on activities that would help her training progress faster. Her uncle ends up feeling a bit sad because there were basically important matters for her to address. And for some reason, she ended up refusing specific marriage proposals with some powerful individuals who could have helped her clan evolve perfectly. However, she declined them all with a single word. He doesn't really know what Su Ba gave her to make her reach this situation. And today we bring you a new continuation of our story. So it continues the next day. Or rather, 7 days later, we see him arriving in the magical city. In this place, there were many people, including some very happy ones, surprised by the location they found themselves in. Some were even more astonished seeing this university up close than on the internet. While some found it luxurious, our protagonist, on the other hand, thought that whoever built it spent billions and billions of an. For him, it was a waste. More than just billions, the materials alone cost 1.8 billion. Not to mention the gate, which was constructed in just 1 day with the help of some gold-level specialists, a few silver-level ones, and some regular workers working together. Yet, the director commented that what they did was just a simple thing. He recalled that Magic CS built this school gate to show everyone the spirit that only the strongest trainers could be here to protect the weaker ones. As he was walking, someone appeared at the gate and thanked him for coming to their university. He then introduced himself as Zhang Ming, the vice president of the student council, and welcomed them to the martial arts university. After giving his welcome, he asked them to follow him. That said, we then returned to those two at the back, who commented that this university was mocking them for only sending a vice president to invite their school director to come and visit Magic Soar's university. This left him irritated since he bet that if it were someone from the Imperial Martial University, the director of that university would likely come personally to invite him. Ignoring these two completely, they entered, where we see our heroes surprised by the size of the construction. The director commented that this was the training field of this university. Soon, our protagonist pointed out that if their university had this training field, they could train people to reach silver level in just 1 year. This comment irritated the director, but he said nothing because the vice president interrupted him, saying that this was the hotel where they would be staying. On the first floor, they could eat as much as they wanted. Just go there. Entering the cafeteria, they could eat wild monster meat prepared by the best chefs. Whoever ate it would experience a massive evolution in their training, significantly accelerating their growth. And the best part was, there was no limit. You could eat as much as you wanted. This made our protagonist even more interested in the school. But now he asked the vice president if everything was truly unlimited. The vice president, responding, said that he had come from afar, and people who come from afar couldn't simply stay in a fancy place like this and go hungry. In summary, he could go inside and eat to his heart's content. Then, he left, saying that Char and X-Pie were basically a good meal a little while ago, leaving the director and vice president baffled as to why he went in that direction. Ignoring this, they wondered if this junior was starving for some reason. Another person revealed that he wasn't, but their turtle was the one who decided to eat and just wouldn't stop. In the end, seeing that Suba was indeed heading toward the food, they became interested too, deciding to make the most of it. Everyone rushed because they didn't want to go hungry that night, so they went there. But now the scene cuts to another day. We then find our protagonist entering the stadium. Looking around, he noticed the stadium was full. Personally, he never thought this would happen, as he had only ever seen this scene on television. But the director asked them to pay more attention, since they were about to witness something never seen before. The director began explaining the rules, as this competition would be the final one, where the best schools would compete. However, there was a certain university that received a free pass, which left everyone upset since they didn't even participate in any events. But the answer was simple. They were allied with important military figures, meaning there was something behind the scenes. This left the students suspicious. But the director explained that this academy was one where all students went to the front lines of combat to face monsters, since they also couldn't know one thing. This is the only university capable of fighting monsters. And since they stay on the front lines fighting monsters, this is nothing to them, as fighting powerful monsters was something they did as a warm-up in the morning. Hearing this, those two couldn't believe it. They stay on the front lines of combat, leaving everyone surprised and happy to know that a university of geniuses existed. Thus, the director concluded by saying that now they couldn't back down, as this championship was filled with talent. He especially warned them not to underestimate anyone, and especially Suba. Now, Suba will be taking the lead, and the one who was supposed to be considered the leader before will now be the anchor of the team. After all, with these two leading the team, the Zhangzhou Martial University will win this competition more easily than they had imagined. However, a girl appears on the big screen, telling everyone to calm down because the finals of the 100 schools tournament are about to begin. She asks all event participants to appear, as the draw event is starting. Once the school is drawn, they will be able to participate in 3 universities simultaneously. After the draw ends, the director is happy to see that, in the first round, they somehow did not face any schools yet, but they ended up against a university called Okama, which for some reason is on the same level as them. Then he asks the director to let him fight first, but our protagonist interrupts, saying he wants to be the first. At this moment, he wants to show everyone the power of Zhangzhou University. Everyone agrees, and the first match is about to begin. Suba steps onto the stage, and then a side character appears, saying he wanted to meet Suba, but it's no use. This university only managed to get here, but it will only go this far. Now, the strongest will defeat our protagonist. At the end, the opponent asks our hero to make the first move. Suba calls for Sha to appear and end it quickly. Taking out the Pokeball, Sha emerges, letting out a loud roar. When the turtle is revealed, the audience goes wild, seeing that Zhangzhou University sent a beast tamer to fight in this championship. Moreover, seeing that turtle up close, it looks slightly larger than they had seen before. While some find the creature cute, they wish Suba good luck. The opponent, who had been a bit arrogant until then, is left in disbelief. Now he realizes this monster is much bigger than he thought. Before, he thought it was small. Looking closer, it's a titan. But before the fight starts, our protagonist just wants to enjoy his peanuts and Coke. However, he doesn't get the chance. Sha throws the opponent out, and he screams that it was unfair. Meanwhile, our protagonist didn't even get to drink his Coke or eat his peanuts. Seeing his opponent defeated on the ground, the side character, who thought fighting a beast tamer would be easy, realizes it's not. The audience comments that Zhangzhou University brought a very interesting competitor this time. Maybe the championship won't be as boring as in previous years. Now looking at the turtle, they notice how massive it is. Its defense is probably enormous. Someone even remarks that having such a beast would likely crush bronze-level adventurers easily. Now, the next fight is about to begin. Upon entering the ring, the opponent comments that Zhangzhou University is humiliating them, but says they won't let it happen and will make them pay. However, the protagonist simply continues eating his peanuts and Coke while reading some new chapters of interesting mangas. Even so, there isn't time for much else. Shaw breathes in the opponent's direction, easily defeating them. This time, the audience notices that not only did the protagonist bring peanuts and Coke, but also a stool. Perhaps Suba has reached another level, a level where he just watches the fights while humiliating his opponents. While the spectators find this a bit unfair, they let it slide. Meanwhile, the director is happy, but wonders how he will face the director of Yokohama Martial Arts University. Suddenly, the latter appears behind him and tells him not to celebrate too early. Looking toward another area where a fight is happening, we discover that Yokohama University also has a captain. This captain, however, is no ordinary weakling. In this fight, the man in red easily defeats his opponent without any difficulty. Afterward, he apologizes for taking so long to defeat him. The director immediately recognizes him as someone with a fire ranked as a silver level. Wondering how they will defeat him, someone in the audience comments that, without interference from the Great Wall Guardians, only the Magic CS Martial Arts University could possibly compete against these people from Yokohama. While they marvel at the side character, the scene returns to our hero, who once again defeats another person from a rival university. Then another one appears, asking their director for permission to fight and see if they can deal with Suba quickly. It is possible then that the director Concord asks him to use his speed. At the same time, he comments that this guy from the University of Su will be experiencing for the first time someone who fought against such powerful monsters. Then he steps onto the stage where now the new opponent Su B faces Minku. As the match is about to start, Minku begins by saying that he was very lucky to fight against weak people. But now the story will change from here on out, as this Zhangzhou University will not have luck anymore either. However, our protagonist grabs another cold soda, looks at his classification, and realizes he was a wind attribute user. His ranking was silver, but that's not much, right? He heads to the bar as quickly as possible and messes around with that guy over there so that the fight would end as quickly as possible, leaving this guy completely irritated. After getting irritated, the guy demands that at least this turtle and Suba feel the power of the wind. At that moment, someone who was at the silver level was about to put on quite a show for a certain guy who so far had considered himself the strongest and most arrogant. At that moment, he launches that wind in Subi's direction, but Cha interferes and steps in. However, this guy knew that this mere wind would not take down that turtle. So he moves in his direction and starts using wind cuts to take down our Suba once and for all, as his speed couldn't compare to the other extras he had fought before. Then he wishes for Suba to go to another world. He now launches a cut in our protagonist's direction. That wind will make him feel the full force of it, as if placing him where he always belonged, in the trash. Thus, the cutting wind heads in his direction and hits him completely. At that moment, smoke begins to rise, obscuring the entire scene. After those wind cuts, he apologizes, saying he went a little overboard with the cuts, and apologizes for that. He adds that once he returns and rests, it's likely he'll have a rematch with this guy in the future. But as the smoke clears, our protagonist is seen standing completely fine, leaving him puzzled. Looking at him, he realizes he used skill synchronization. How is that possible? He essentially learned the ability of the Tamer Lao, one of the strongest tamers in the world. The wind ability user finds it interesting to see that he was overly confident in his own abilities. So, since he really wants to play with speed, he calls out to our Shay and asks him to enter. He then pulls out a little kitten, as he also wants to play along with speed. Finally, he says Shay can finally come out of the bag to fight. As soon as he reveals the kitten, everyone clearly goes wild, including that guy mocking Suba for bringing a kitten to the fight. He even asks if he's joking with him. Soon, the audience watching is also surprised to see that Suba is bringing Shay to a fight. Perhaps it's some joke he's playing on his opponent. Taking the joke aside, they start finding the kitten a bit cuter than normal, with some even wishing they had one like that. Meanwhile, his group begins to wonder what Suba was doing there. After previously mocking his opponent, he now brought in a pet. This suggests his mockery has reached a new level, as he even brought a pet to the fight. Then, Someone turns to the director and asks if that kitten could do anything since the opponent was a wind tamer. The director just asks them to relax, saying the cat there isn't an ordinary cat. Having removed the turtle from the fight, he wonders what he'll do now. But now in the ring, Suba asks Shay to fight but not to hit too hard, as he cannot kill. As soon as he says this, we observe an enormous shadow appearing in front of the kitten, which frightens the opponent a bit. He begins thinking that just now he imagined a giant tiger in front of him. But no, he assumes it was all part of his imagination. However, he continues to hear the roaring until he looks ahead, where he sees a tiger in front of him. He is startled by this and shouts that there is a tiger in the ring. As the tiger faces this guy, they start to fight. In the background, we just see people watching the fight. Some realize that it's a white tiger, while others comment that they've only seen such a tiger at the zoo, but never one of this size. We then return to his group, where one of them can't believe it, a kitten turning into a tiger. What did Suba do to make that happen? Soon, one of the smarter ones comments that Suba must also have a second pet. He is surprised, and his group is even more so, as it's difficult for a silver-level tamer to tame such an animal. How could he tame an animal if he isn't even at the silver level? The director simply comments that it seems Suba has some secrets that haven't been revealed to the public. At that moment, Suba's opponent attacks, sending that attack toward the tiger, slicing it completely. At this point, thinking he finally defeated the tiger, he realizes he didn't succeed because what he cut was just a hologram of the tiger. Only later do they question how a tiger can be so fast and how it can also surpass the wind ability. He can't believe such a thing while watching the tiger circling beside him. But then, he looks to the other side, where he sees our protagonist sipping his Coca-Cola while simultaneously eating his ham sandwich. Now that he found him, and the tiger was distracted using its maximum speed, he could take the opportunity to defeat him. So he heads toward him as quickly as possible to try to catch him. But at that moment, the tiger appears in front of him, with its paw raised, lifting it high. In disbelief, he can only say it's impossible before receiving a single swipe from the tiger, which moments later sends him flying out of the ring. He lands near the ring, causing a massive explosion outside. Now, everyone celebrates and comments that Subar has once again defeated a new opponent. The crowd is left speechless, seeing how a bronze-level fighter defeated a silver-level one. They also fail to notice, as does Subar, the near-complete mastery he has over his animal. One of the girls in the audience notices that the tiger cat, for some reason, seemed a bit stronger than that turtle. But at this moment, no one wanted to comment on it, as no one dared to test the strength of the two animals. So, they simply end up shouting Subar's name. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the judges, where some of them ask who this Subar is. Some comment that Subar is from JZU University, a name they had never heard of before. They also note that the fight they witnessed was incredible, saying even the best students from the strongest university couldn't compare in strength to him. Now it becomes clear that this year, ZZU Martial Arts University has created a monster, and it's highly likely he will reach the Pleta mark, a level no adventurer has ever reached in this world. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to a resting area, where we find two people talking about that guy, the country bumpkin who keeps defeating everyone with his two pets. This bumpkin supposedly only entered to get access to the buffets and fancy places, yet no one like him has ever been seen before. At this moment, we see someone in the background saying they should let that guy enjoy himself for now. He seemed arrogant when facing weaker opponents, but once he steps into the ring for the semi-finals, it's very likely he'll end up humiliating Subar. Then Zuar comments that he'll beat him to death since at this point, they realize that aside from humiliation, this bumpkin has been stealing all the fame for himself, something they're not happy about. All continues with that extra trying to mock the protagonist, just as the protagonist of Zangu University managed to defeat another opponent, like Tigran. Shortly after, he easily knocks down another opponent, throwing her out of the ring. Then, Zangu University secures yet another victory without suffering a single defeat. Meanwhile, the audience keeps chanting for Subai, and throughout all of this, the director watches with a more than perfect reaction. Everything he had wished for was happening, thanks to Subai. It was also thanks to Subai that their university had reached the top. Eventually, a group approaches Subai, thanking him, Some of them even start wondering which university would be crazy enough to want to face Zangu University now. After the students' praises, we see the director approaching Subai. He seems somewhat pleased because the boy did not disappoint him. After a while, he pulls the protagonist aside to a bench and thanks him again, as they had now managed to place their university at the top. Thanks to this, they could now repay the protagonist, not just him, but everyone in the university as well. At that moment, the protagonist pauses and thinks. He had just mentioned that if they faced the next universities, they could earn more rewards. The protagonist saw profit in this, as he could earn some billions. Director Prado tells him to relax. They were already in the top 6, but now they had reached the top 4. At that moment, he even asks if the protagonist wanted to challenge the next universities, which were a bit stronger. Then someone considered the strongest appears, saying that if he continues, he will be facing the top 3, top 2, and top 1. The protagonist wonders, why not? After all, looking at that gate, the one that took billions to build at Zangu University, he notices that other universities don't have such an incredible gate. His goal is to reach the top one, so they can build a gate just as good. The one considered the strongest supports Subai. He wants to participate in his plans because they all want to become stronger too. The others even realize that the protagonist has truly become the captain, and they like that. Now, understanding that reaching the top one is necessary, the director doesn't even hesitate. He orders all the students present to return to their dorms and rest, for tomorrow would be the day Zangu University would conquer the top spot. With that said, they leave. The director is surprised. These kids have grown so much. Now they were aiming to face the top 3. However, the scene shifts to a certain location within the military command. There, they discuss various matters, one of them being the ongoing event. From this event, some incredible individuals would emerge, and by the end, they would be placed on the front lines to fight against the monsters. Stronger monsters had started appearing. To conclude, H stands up and declares that once the League of the 100 Universities ends, their counterattack against the beasts will begin at full force. Only then will the best students be able to fight the powerful monsters. Naturally, everyone present agrees with the idea. They will wait until the end of the championship. Then, they will see what happens. The scene changes to the next day at a hotel. Many people are there, but inside the hotel, we find the protagonist cultivating, while below him, his pets devour their food. After a good cultivation session, he opens his eyes and suddenly shouts to activate the sacred beast armament. Upon activating it, he ends up falling, face first into a plate where Xiaobai was eating his meal. After waking up in such a way, he gets up and wonders what just happened. He then looks at the system, where something new is displayed. He has unlocked the teleportation ability. This ability works in a simple way. He can swap places with his beast, no matter the location. Turning to the side, he notices Xiaobai on the couch. He doesn't fully understand, but he realizes that teleportation is instantaneous. However, he can't stay here any longer. This ability needs further development, as it is quite interesting. Now, he grabs his pets and leaves his room. The kid is determined to reach the top one. He won't leave this challenge until he does. After some time, the championship advances to the quarterfinals. A girl explains that, after a long wait, they will finally witness a real fight in the arena. Stepping up is the university that has held the front lines against the dangerous beasts. Since 1907, they were one of the first to establish a base in the beasts' territory. Rumors say that to this day, they have never lost a single time. Moreover, they have a clear mindset: fight until death. They cannot retreat because in this academy, there is only one person in the world who has reached the Grandmaster King classification. No monster dared to remain in his territory, as all were defeated. There are also rumors that this academy only accepts top-tier heroes, meaning weak heroes never even think about enrolling. That's why their current team has only 5 members. Some wonder why there are only 5. What if one of them dies? However, someone reassures them, saying that this team is one of the strongest and doesn't need substitutes. Meanwhile, Ilara is thrilled to see that they are considering fighting against someone ranked as a king. The protagonist, on the other hand, starts to wonder, Could he someday reach that classification as well? But the girl up there ends up kind of announcing in the draw the schools that will be Lutran against Trisha. The first one is stronger. The second will be another one fighting against the University of Zhangzhou. This university is the same as that annoying guy, Rini. He feels sad to see that he will be fighting against a very weak university. The girls around start mocking. The fact that the Zhangzhou University will fight against them might even be a regret or an insult, because fighting against them would be way too easy. While they keep talking and mocking, the scene shifts to the fight, where the first opponent is the one wearing purple armor. Everyone says he is very strong, and as soon as he steps onto the stage, he asks not to waste time since Huang didn't want to waste time there either. Here, he is introduced. He is the captain of the Grand Moralia Military Academy, and now he is facing the great Ruang University. Those watching all of this were excited because the fight would be worthy. As soon as he said that, one of his opponents stepped onto the stage, and here he is introduced as the captain of the Martial University, Hang. He even comments that it has been a while since he last fought. When he says that, the girls on stage become completely infatuated with him, but this doesn't last long because the protagonist interrupts everything. He wonders why the girls are looking at this guy, but the director is thinking about how incredible this fight will be. To start, he points at someone and tells him to enter the ring and be the first to step up. Being weak, he ends up refusing, but the fight begins. We then see him preparing. He asks that this guy from the other university, Huang, make the first move against him, and there, the first fight begins. We see that this guy advances with his spear in hand. His goal is to take down his opponent with that armor. As soon as he moves forward, several clones of him appear, forming a type of spear that targets the opponent. However, that doesn't work at all because he manages to dodge and defend himself from every move. Now, looking at them, they realize that Huang used extreme speed to try to defeat his opponent, but it seems that even that was not enough. Observing from the background, the protagonist notices that their strength is at mid-level silver, while his own strength is at mid-level bronze. But ignoring that, we see the fight unfolding. Noticing that the fight was getting somewhat dull and slow, he decides to grab his spear. The moment he grips the spear, that sword kind of freezes everyone in the middle of that arena. Only afterward does he step back, knowing he couldn't do anything else standing still. Now, we see the director saying that this power used is one of his strongest. After all, he even used this power to kill a diamond-level monster, and it also forced Wang to stop fighting against him. While others comment that his ability is one of the best, we then see that guy down there getting more and more irritated. To end the fight, he will use his ability. Using this ability, he charges toward his opponent. But at that moment, when he does this, he prepares his spear. Now, up close, he realizes that his opponent wanted to have a direct confrontation. He now considers it certain that he will lose this fight. Then both of them seemingly agree. An explosion happens. What we see next is Wang being thrown into the air. He was easily knocked down. Looking at the scene, they now realize that the guy used the blade on the back of his sword. If he had used that other blade, most likely, Wang would now just be a corpse. As everyone comments that he just lost, we see him in the arena with his weapon all bent. Then, he stands up and admits that he really lost and cannot fight anymore. Thus, it is announced that the first fight had its first winner, and the winner was from the Martial Military School. But looking at him, it is clear that Huang's attack was not weak. He even trembled a little. Now that the fight is over, we see them commenting that the first battle has ended. However, the director interrupts them, saying that they will be next. He then asks Lu Hong to get ready because they are the next ones stepping onto the stage. As they step onto the stage, Rod comments that if he happens not to be able to defeat his opponent, it would be simple, just give up. After all, within the group, there were people eager to fight in this tournament. He then advances confidently. The second fight is about to begin. Looks at him, he knows this fight will be interesting. He even thinks about playing around with this guy a little. However, before he can say anything, the opponent states that this will be his end. He is going to lose right now. Then he charges forward with his sword. But before he could grab him, he dodged to the side, and as soon as he dodged, he managed to make several cuts. Only after making the cuts did he comment that he needed to endure a little longer because he hadn't finished playing yet. The guy got up and went toward him again, but he dodged the attack and made some more cuts on him. At that moment, the director appeared, thinking of throwing something there to make him give up. But the protagonist interrupted, saying to wait a little since he was putting his dignity on the line to defend Zanzu University. After saying that, we see him on the stage, practically defeated. He only asked him to admit defeat, but he said that Zoo University would never stoop to that point. Since he refused to admit defeat, the protagonist took his sword and stabbed him a little. However, he would never take a step back. If that was the case, he wanted to see how far this guy could go. But after several blows, he could no longer hold on. He didn't want to give up, but his body gave up on its own. He blacked out and then fell to the ground. After the fight ended, the woman announced that the first opponent to be defeated was from Zangu University. Meanwhile, people on the stage commented that there was no need for such torture. But ignoring that, the protagonist started preparing since the next fight was about to begin. The one stepping onto the stage now was Bain Ning. He wanted to avenge his companion, who had been humiliated in front of everyone. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, that guy started mocking him, saying he had found his next toy to play with, and so the second round began. The moment it started, he charged toward his opponent with his sword. He tried something, but once again his opponent dodged his attack with ease. Dodging the blow, he quickly stood up in a swift motion that almost got him, but he managed to defend himself for a few minutes. In the background, we see the fight unfolding. Both were practically on the same level, but from a distance it seemed like it would end in a draw. Meanwhile, some people commented that they smelled a strong scent of blood. The reason was simple. In the fight, both were cutting themselves to win. He started messing with his opponent's head, but it didn't do much. So Ray launched a strike that almost hit him, but he managed to dodge, disappearing. He wondered where he had gone until, a moment later, he appeared behind him. He was about to be caught, but he used his sword to defend himself. At this point, looking at him, he asked him to give up. His level was bronze. What was a guy like that doing in the ring? To be specific, he had already played around with him enough, but now it was time to end. He grabbed his sword for a powerful finishing strike. He told Zangu University to go back to where they came from. But to win, we see him taking his sword and moving slowly until he managed to pierce him. He had pierced him and also himself. His opponent, now in this situation, was surprised and wondered if he was trying to kill himself. On the other hand, he started laughing and then said that if he were really going to die, he wanted to take him down with him. After all, he was intimidating the weak. If he was really so afraid of the weak, then why now was he begging him not to do this? He then started shouting for someone to come and save him. At that moment, someone appeared from the background and interrupted the attack. He placed his hand there, signaling that the fight had been interrupted. After it was interrupted, Zangu Martial University admitted defeat. On the big screen, they couldn't believe it. Seeing this, the director ran onto the stage and went toward Niang. After that, the director of Zangu University commented that the other university's director had made a stupid decision by allowing his fighter to risk his life like that. But as he was saying that, we see the director commenting that he had made it to the top 4. However, reaching the top 4 meant nothing. It wasn't a joke. After all, the top 3 and top 2 already belonged to specific universities. As they left, they commented that everyone inside Mamoru University was completely insane. Instead of resolving this fight here, he ends up commenting that it would be better to settle this fight in the arena. Knowing that none of his students are strong enough, he shouts for Subar. He asks for Subar to step onto the stage and only then wreak havoc on this university. He can hit as much as he wants. If that's really what they want, then so be it. The protagonist claps his hands and says that, yes, he is doing them a favor by causing destruction in this other university. He is taken away to another location. Meanwhile, we see the directors commenting that he was a hero. He put his honor first, which means that everything was worth it. Elsewhere, he asks the director to let him step onto the stage because he wanted to take down those trash from that university. Zangu tells him to relax because his opponent is a little stronger. In the ring now, the protagonist shouts that Subai will win against that university. In the end, a very formal apology needed to be made to Zhangzhou University for what had been done to him. At the moment he says this, We see the people on the stage happy to know that now there was someone at the same level to face these kinds of people. Knowing that he was going to put him in his place, we see people commenting. Then suddenly, a guy appears saying that he could step onto the stage, that he could finish off that guy from Zhangzhou University. The director agrees, and so he steps onto the stage. On the stage, the protagonist asks if by any chance he came here to apologize, but he says no. The real apology he wants to make is with his fist in his face. However, the protagonist, on the other hand, ends up asking for someone stronger to be sent in. This guy isn't even worth the trouble. He wanted to play around a little more with his opponents, and he doesn't even know if this guy will last 2 seconds in the ring. The people watching all of this thought Subar was being a little arrogant for asking for a stronger opponent to enter the ring. After all, Madu University was one of the strongest, and there was no need to insist that stronger opponents should step in. However now, with the protagonist proving everyone wrong, we see the director feeling firsthand what it's like to be humiliated. He then points toward this guy and asks him to step into the ring and show his full power, the power of this university. Now, 2 from Madu University are facing him. After all, he had requested that Madu University send 2 of their own to fight the protagonist. Now, his end is near. He won't even be able to move after this fight. After saying this, he summons an aura so intense that we later discover it comes from his sword. This sword was built with some extremely rare equipment, making it incredibly powerful. Moreover, these weapons were among the most expensive. However, interrupting all of this, we see him asking the protagonist to prepare himself. He will give the protagonist time to bring out his beasts, otherwise he won't be able to do anything. But the protagonist thanks him and says no, he won't do that. After all, he won't need his pets to deal with these 2 weaklings. At this point, he starts mocking this weak tamer. However, in the background, the director notices that he has managed to activate origin synchronization. A companion of his even wonders what Subai was planning. But returning to the fight, we see him advancing toward the protagonist. Because he was too arrogant, he will meet his end as quickly as possible. But the protagonist tells them not to be so impatient. Then, before the fight can even begin, he activates the sharp metal spirit and also activates the sharp metal phantom, making himself a little stronger. Now that everything is ready, he can finally settle the score with these guys. At the moment he says this, he disappears, only to reappear in front of the weaker one. He prepares a powerful kick, and with just that one kick, he manages to launch the guy backward. At that moment, the other one, who thought he was the strong one, cannot believe it. This was impossible. Even the audience doesn't believe it. How could Subai be able to match the strength of those 2? He even asks if he can surpass the strength of Lo Fan. In doubt, I admit that yes. But back to the fight. He makes a comment to his opponent. He asks if he has ever felt powerless. His question isn't even answered. He simply says that he has completely lost all respect for him. Now, he activates his sword and then directs an attack at the protagonist. The fire rises toward him and strikes the hero. But nothing happens. And if that was all he had, if he was that slow, the opponent was in the ring behind him. Now we see that bald guy who appeared from behind trying to do something, but before he could do anything, the protagonist quickly turns around. Turning, he manages to land a hit, not just one as it wasn't enough, so he delivers a TR move and ends up attacking 5. But to stop him for good, he performs a combo of 7 blows. These hits were enough to break one of his teeth. Not only that, but they were also enough to knock him out of the arena. Now that he has taken one down, maybe this will be enough for the revenge of one of his companions. But it's not over yet because from behind he appears, angry at the protagonist. But now he was the next one after all. The protagonist wasn't done playing his games yet. But our fight is not over yet. He then grabs his 2 swords, which are among the most powerful, and prepares himself. But as he does, he makes 2 slashes toward our protagonist. However, he wasn't foolish enough to be caught by them, so he simply dodges both attacks. The moment he evades them, he suddenly appears behind the extra. Now standing behind him, the extra is surprised, wondering if this was his full strength. Perhaps this was the power of the prodigy from the Martial University. And if this was his maximum strength, what a shame. for the protagonist had effortlessly lifted this extra slightly into the air. Only then does he reveal that the prodigies of this university are incredibly weak. Martial University prodigies should be a bit stronger. Because of this, he should have been retaliating by now. With his aura now activated, he simply decides to leap upward. As soon as he jumps, he prepares a punch to strike down. He descends as fast as possible, closing in on his opponent. Now he begins to speak, saying that until now, he has only taken blows and hasn't even landed a single hit. For our protagonist, this was beyond frustrating. His punch finally lands, but the opponent uses his two swords to defend himself, though ultimately it does no good. In the end, the protagonist hurls him with all his strength across the arena. To him, a so-called prodigy is nothing, but he enjoys defeating people who proclaim themselves prodigies. Now, with his foot pressed against the extra's face, he continues speaking, declaring that he will kill him. However, at that moment, he notices something happening. The opponent is using a slightly stronger aura. To avoid being caught off guard, the protagonist jumps off of him. After leaping away, he realizes that his opponent has many skills, but his temperament seems off. Then we notice something: the fire in his aura. His aura now seems, strangely enough, a bit larger, and after all the suffering and struggles he has endured, he finally decides that he will kill our protagonist. It seems that Xin Huan has finally chosen to use a killing move. Perhaps Subai went too far with his provocations. This looked dangerous, so much so that even the director realized that Xin Huan had lost control and was using everything he had to win. At that moment, Xin Huan charges at him with full force, declaring that he now wants our protagonist's life. Finally, the protagonist thinks things are about to get interesting. After Xin Huan jumps, he closes in on our protagonist. However, our hero, merely observing, doesn't even use his hands to block the attack. Instead, he stops the opponent's sword strike with his face alone. Holding the attack back, the opponent begins to scream. This was impossible. There was no way someone could stop his twin swords like that. Perhaps he even thought that in his past life, our protagonist had been some kind of powerful turtle. But our protagonist simply questions what that even has to do with anything. Right now, he just needed to land the final blow. He prepares a punch, and after gathering his strength, he delivers it with full force toward the extra. The opponent is sent flying backward, and at the same time, his swords go soaring to the ground. The swords land forward, and outside the arena, the so-called prodigy from Martial University, Xin Huan, falls. Now that the fight is over, we turn to the directors, who had been watching. They now understand that Subai is truly terrifying. He unleashed a power meant for killing, far greater than his opponents. The battle between Subai and Xin Huan has come to an end in the gold-level arena. Perhaps this is the terror of the primordial flow once again. Watching this fight, he recalls that Subai greatly resembles that one guy, L-Fan. But what's truly astonishing is that Subai is still only at the mid-bronze level, and his talent is more frightening than even those from elite families. Regardless, Subai has finished his fight. Now he intends to take the twin swords lying in the arena as compensation. However, Xin Huan demands that he put those swords down, as they belong to him. But at that moment, Subai realizes that the university, considering the way they had acted, would not be apologizing to him or compensating him in any way. So he decides to consider these two swords as compensation and an apology for what they did to his companions. However, he finds this a bit excessive. Still, he continues repeating that he will kill our protagonist. Now standing, he realizes that he still has plenty of strength to continue fighting. At first, he underestimated his opponent, but now, it was time to end the fight. Driving his knee into his opponent's face, he sends him flying backward. As his opponent is knocked back, our protagonist moves toward him. Even after everything, he still uses his words to provoke Martial University even further. At this moment, he will be giving him his punishment for everything he did to his university. And at this moment, he lands several blows on them. Blows to weak points. The people in the audience begin to feel happy because Sis Huan basically has no strength to deal with our Subai. The people are terrified by what they are witnessing, as the punishment given to him is going a bit overboard. But others watching comment that Tsubai is doing the right thing. What he is doing is simply taking revenge, as their university caused damage to Zhangju University. Only after half an hour do they finally announce the next winner, and that winner is from the Zhanzhou Martial School, our protagonist. As he claims victory, we find Cat lying on the ground, completely wrecked. But now that he has won, he realizes that Hang Zan had been watching him from the beginning. He even wonders why this guy is so interested in our hero. Half an hour later, it is revealed that this guy, Suba, is from Zhangju University. He asks them to wait, as the next fight will be coming up, and Subai will be fighting against him. At this moment, he leaves, sword in hand. He realizes that this sword will be quite useful in defeating this guy. But before he can proceed, someone appears and asks him to wait a moment. It is the director, asking for the weapons of Sis Huan to be returned. However, our protagonist firmly refuses, especially since the referee himself stated that the arena is a battlefield. Moreover, weapons dropped on the ground no longer belong to anyone, but he is not so radical. He could basically be waiting for an apology, not just from him, but from his university. If they did that, it is very likely that he would consider returning the sword to them. Then his words appear on the big screen, and he continues speaking, saying that apologies are necessary for having greatly intimidated his university. At this moment, the people do not seem to like this old man very much, but he finds it outrageous. However, this is something that his own university enforces. The strongest must always subjugate the weakest. Subai is the strongest one here now, and he only wants to treat them the same way they treat others. Our director takes the protagonist's side, as do his colleagues, who even wonder how this director will manage to get out of this situation. Today, he will be taught a lesson for basically trying to belittle him and his school. Then, the director begins to release an immense aura, but our director Prada thinks this is not good at all. So he asks Subai to move away as quickly as possible. But then, the guards appear, questioning whether he is really attacking a student like him. However, he is ignored. Perhaps now he should be removed from there, as this is the explosive power of a diamond-level warrior, and at this moment, the pressure is immense. However, a guard appears on the other side, interrupting the fight. He who has the same power asks if a director of a martial university is really trying to intimidate a student from another school with his power. They ask if he does not feel ashamed, but since he holds a certain merit in this university, he orders him to leave. However, realizing that he was trying to harm one of his students, he unleashes all his power on this director. But before anything can happen, a lightning bolt strikes between the two. The one who appeared now is Zal, a Lord-level specialist. As soon as he arrives, he looks up, surprised, wondering why the Lord is here. He simply opens his mouth and says that he has been away from this university for a long time, but upon returning, he wonders what has happened, how he managed to turn an event into chaotic disorder. He questions how he even has the audacity to attack the newcomers. They ask if he feels no shame in doing so. At that moment, he just falls to his knees. However, he had been watching our protagonists fight and realized that he was quite impressive. But in the name of the Martial University, he ends up apologizing for this warrior here. Those there did not want to apologize for this guy, but as for the other, they are surprised. However, they also comment that this was a motto of the university. The strongest remain at the top, and they are the ones who move the nation. But our protagonist has the same potential as Luo Fan, which means he is worth protecting and also possesses maximum strength. His strength is very likely capable of protecting a nation. Over the years, the Martial University has neglected its responsibility to protect the strongest, but to him, this is a grave mistake. Then, he withdraws. It ends by saying that the birthday boy, Zhang Zur, won this match, and also that those twin swords will be given to our protagonist. Our protagonist, on the other hand, ends up learning a lot from him, Guy, so he will be following his mottos from now on. He realizes that he was quite impatient to be a director, so he asks him to go to the Martial University and become an instructor for new students. But soon, the next events will take place here. A new championship will be happening, where the next universities will be stepping into the ring. The first one is Zhanggu University. The next ones are also among the best. But now that the arenas will recover, they realize that Suba was one of the most interesting guys in this championship. It is very likely that he is the most important competitor here now. Returning to his group, they thanked Suba for bringing honor back to Zanzu University. On the other hand, the protagonist did not want so many compliments. However, the director was surprised that during this event, Usal also appeared, which means that Zangu University is making a name for itself. But soon, they will be facing the Martial Military University, which will send its strongest force, as this was Ran's Ong. So the director asks Suba to go and rest for a bit since the finals are approaching. However, he refuses, especially because he has just brought glory to Zangu University. But now he kind of wonders, so where's my present? He is then told that there are only 2 silver-level beast cores to give him, and that would also be a gift for him. Knowing that he will receive a good reward, he thanks the director. The director, on the other hand, realizes that he takes great advantage of the situation. Hours later, the next participants step into the ring. It was Ran's on one side and Suba on the other. For now, the final event is happening. Some even comment that Suba will win this, but others argue that Ran's will take the championship more easily. Then, both participants from the universities step into the ring. Ran's notices that Suba had been there for a long time, waiting for this fight, so he asks him to fight at full power. Our protagonist, on the other hand, agrees. But before the fight begins, he asks the system to analyze his stats, and they appear before him. He realizes that his statistics were unexpected. That was very unsettling. However, for now, he wonders what was going on. Then he asks him to pay a little more attention to the fight, thinking he is in too much of a hurry. They start fighting, and he then calls out to Ran's After that, he asks him to show his full power because, with it, he can dodge every attack. We see this happening, but after dodging, he moves toward him, only to realize that Ranzan was hiding his true power when he fought against Huang Yang. The directors of the championship are surprised to see that he was concealing his real strength. Some people in the background even thought that, at first, his weakness was just speed, but now it is quite clear. Ranzan has no weaknesses in speed, strength, or defense. Among the younger generations, Han Nan is indeed the most relentless force. Unless someone of a higher-ranking realm appears to take him down, no one will be able to secure victory here. Now they realize that Zanzu University may have to settle for second place. Suba does not seem like he will go much further, but he asks him to withstand this punch. However, for him, it was not enough. But then again, it was expected from someone who has fought on the battlefield against countless races of more. It seems like he does not have even a single weakness. However, now he wonders if he will be dodging the next moves. This would be his most sinister attack move. At this moment, he goes in his direction, but using a slightly more surprised face, which makes our protagonist's face look a bit off. He ends up losing some concentration. The people on the stage burst out laughing at our protagonist, realizing that our hero is embarrassing himself. To achieve victory sometimes, Ran Zan, on the other hand, starts to laugh at Subai because the face he made just now was a bit funny and out of control. Now, he could basically be taking advantage of this opportunity to knock him down, and so he does. He moves toward him, but Ran Zan quickly dodges and manages to block our protagonist's strike. To avoid being caught, he jumps back, but now that he has distanced himself a little, he comments that Subai is coming at him with full force. He has already gathered more than enough information, and now he wonders if he will be able to dodge these next moves. Several slashes head toward our protagonist. At the moment when one of them was about to hit him, he grabs his twin swords. At this moment, the directors are surprised to see that he is copying the ability of a general. He had once used this ability to kill some extremely high-ranking monsters with just one strike. Now, it becomes clear that Lan is making a considerable effort. The attack heading his way. He tried to hold it off, but in the end, he couldn't. As a result, he was pushed back slightly. At first, he pretended he didn't want to use all his strength, but he realized that he had to, and asked Subai to use all his power. He is not weak. Noticing that Subai might lose, even the director feels a little sorry for him, but seeing that he wanted the fight to be taken more seriously, he comments that he will do just that. Now, he calls out to our Subai, and Subai asks for assistance. Suddenly, two large and powerful beasts appear in the arena. Now he realizes that Tsubai has revealed his two most powerful beasts, so this time he will fight seriously. He then charges toward Lan and comments that now he is a dead man. He tells him to prepare to die. At that moment he advances, but Lan manages to dodge an attack. From behind, Shellbike appears and makes a move, but Lan blocks it. However, right after that, Shellbike lands a strike on him. This blow manages to crack part of his armor. At that moment, not only does he succeed in doing this, but he also gets pushed back a little. Now, he demands that he reinforce himself significantly and asks Lan to declare his defeat right here and now. But Lan refuses because he didn't want to use that move. He can't fully control this power. But now, a choice has arisen, and he can't back down. A gigantic aura appears. He is astonished by it and even wonders if this guy is human. He questions whether this level of power is truly that of a gold-tier battle. But before he can do anything, his system appears, warning that the danger is enormous. The only thing to do is to dodge any strike that comes his way. However, he calls for Tsubai, and only then does he reveal that in this battle, his fate is simple: defeat. He will return to the top 2, rise back to the top 1, and regain all his power. And so, our story continues with the saying that anyone below the gold level is considered an ant. The gold level is the true dividing line for the strongest. That, Hanzangai is probably at the peak of gold, while on the other hand, Swai is at the peak of bronze. He's strong, but not as strong as that guy, and it's very likely that this was his final blow. And now, this move he's talking about is his final strike. He even doubts whether our protagonist could dodge it. A gigantic wave heads his way, growing significantly, and our protagonist's eyes widen in pure surprise. He knew that if he stayed there, he would either get caught or be defeated. So he shouts for Xiaoba to go forward and save him. As soon as Xiaoba is thrown forward, we see him appearing, and the blow coming his way as fast as possible ends up stopping. At the moment it stops, we can observe an explosion happening. Now, looking at Xiaoba, it's likely that after this blow, he must be exhausted, but others don't believe it. Perhaps everything he just used is a special power, and also our protagonist might be using the power of exchange. But what surprises everyone is that this ability is not unlocked at the bronze level. On the other hand, being at the bronze level, everyone starts to be surprised because this ability of his could be characterized as the ability of origin synchronization. This was impossible. The ability-switching technique is considered a celestial ability, and for him, it's very likely that Xiaoba modified it, which left him quite surprised because he has an innate talent. It's as if Luan were in that boy's body. While some stared and were happy with such power from our protagonist, others were worried about his defense. Some even began to wonder if this would destroy the martial arts magic university. Meanwhile, in the arena, a shadow appears, and at this moment, the narrator comments that perhaps the result will be decided here and now. On the other hand, he realizes that this Lohan here was extremely strong. Strong he was, but not this time, because Xiaoba managed to defeat him. Yet, no one believes it. However, he ended up being happy because now the General League champion of this year's event was from Zanzhou Martial University. When this is announced, our protagonist and his entire group call out to him. Others even say that Xiaoba made the impossible happen. On the other hand, the director kneels and even begins to cry because he realized that from the beginning, Xiaoba was different. At this moment, he is the strongest among the new generations of the youngest. While everyone was impressed by this, we can see our hero's future spouse completely happy with our protagonist because he managed to win that fight, which seemed almost impossible to her. Meanwhile, at our protagonist's family home, we can see his sister completely happy to see that her brother managed to win that championship. His parents, on the other hand, are even happier now that he has won the champion title of the 100 Schools League. The journalist begins to ask our protagonist how he feels now and if he has any words for his opponent. However, the director appears and asks for space because he is currently exhausted. At this moment, he was carrying him on his shoulders, but he also comments that he will now take our hero to the hospital. Now that he has won this national championship, he will receive practically all the military rewards available. However, at this moment, our protagonist doesn't care about that. He wonders how much that will be, and someone says it will be 60 million. But to be specific, 600 million in total for all the items he will receive. When he hears 600 million, the guy even goes crazy and asks to be let go because he wanted to fight another round. While he is completely delighted with this, the TV announces that today's Martial University has shown some new talents emerging from this event. It displays a military report from the Dragon Country. The 100 Schools League has finally ended, and the military has decided to award our hero the first-class merit medal, the Great Wall Honor, and a reward of 60,000. The journalist believes that Xiaoba has shown that his opponent is extremely strong, but he did not back down. She only thinks that new universities should consider how Xiaoba faced an extremely strong opponent without retreating. Below, a list shows the investments that the military makes in martial arts schools. The first place, Zanzo, had an investment of 50 billion, the second place, also 50 billion, and the third the same, but the fourth had 10 billion. However, a genius of wisdom and courage has just emerged, as if he were the successor of Lo Fan. She even thinks that with these beast tamers emerging within this school, Zanzo University could become the main military base, where new powerful students may appear in the future to contribute to the country's strength. May the school increase its merit more and more, becoming one of the best schools in the world. Among the newcomers, there is a rumor circulating on the internet that Suba is extremely skilled. This was proven in this championship, especially because there was even a rumor that he managed to defeat all the schools he faced on his own, without any help, leaving everyone there surprised. However, during one of the fights he had, he ended up being seriously injured and almost fainted. After a long time, we return to our hero, who was now sleeping. When he wakes up, he is surprised by Money, who just arrived, bringing him a meal. Money also informs him that everyone was waiting for him to wake up, and that once he did, he should head down to Jianghu, where a car was already waiting for him. Our hero simply agrees that he will return there, but before he does, he wants to take Xiaobai and Zubai to a cafeteria so they can eat a little since they needed some magical meals. Money understands that this time, magical cultivation will be a bit more challenging, but they end up feeling happy because now Zhang Zutu had an annual investment of 1 billion, which has increased to almost 50 billion. The moment they hear 50 billion, everyone welcomes our new hero. Looking around, everything seems a bit better now, and the students probably believe that everyone must have already heard that this year, the Schools League, on Zoo's anniversary, won the championship. A historic achievement. Now, they will be welcoming the new heroes. After introducing someone else, the hero now presents Captain Suba, who had the best performance in the League of 100 Schools. Suba gives a speech in which he states that through the League, it became clear that nothing is truly unbreakable. And no matter how powerful your opponent is, as long as you never give up, you will be able to defeat them. In this league, their school won the championship and the government funding for it. The principal then turns to Subai and asks if he has any suggestions for the school's development. Subai thinks that the main gap between them and the top-tier university lies in the cultivation resources. He suggests hiring some alchemists to refine potions, as this is the only way to bridge the gap in cultivation resources for the students. After finishing his speech, Subai goes to another corner where he meets with the principal again. The principal mentions that after the League of 100 Schools championship, he received a gold medal from the Great Wall, which means that in the future, Subai will become a very important person. However, with the medal, Subai also brought up the director's debt, 500 million. The principal is confused since Subai previously mentioned 50 million. How did it become 500 million? Moreover, the principal cannot transfer such a large amount to him directly. He can only transfer 100 million to Subai for now, along with 10,000 military credits. When Subai hears 100 million, he feels like he is being treated like a beggar. After all, he had elevated the school to another level. Despite this, the principal asks him to leave, even grabbing him by the collar and tossing him out. Subai does not understand why the principal is acting this way. but it is for his own good. The principal even suggests that he should go rest. A gentleman will have his revenge eventually, but that will take some years. For now, 100 million is enough for him to advance his level, as well as Xiaobai and Subai's. While they are heading to their room, some girls appear and ask if this is Subai's room. However, another girl stops them, saying that they cannot enter, especially because Subai is not there. Meanwhile, in the room, our protagonist is arguing with his animals because they are eating too fast. Despite this, he thanks his pets for their help, as they achieved significant growth during the championship. While eating, out of nowhere, our protagonist stands up because he suddenly sees a bright light coming toward him. Then, a system screen appears, showing that he just leveled up a bit more. He steps down from the bed and realizes that his pet has reached silver level. This time, he knows the money was not wasted in vain. He also understands that he needs to continue feeding Xiaobai and Subai. On the other hand, Han Zan, his opponent, worked hard cultivating for 20 years to finally reach the silver level. Looking at all this, our protagonist is surprised because he now has 2 silver-level pets. While he is praising his pets, someone knocks on the door, calling for our hero. At that moment, he recognizes the person as Jiangan, but Jiangan enters in a rush. Our protagonist asks him to slow down, but as Jiangan speaks, he mentions that he has just awakened. A power of his also awakened, a power as if it were his own, a powerful beast tamer. Then he lifts something and asks Subai to look at it. When he looks at it, he is surprised, but his family, the moment they found out that he had awakened the power of a beast tamer, quickly went after a specialist to find some rather strong pets. Now, in the end, after searching for a while, he ended up finding a bronze-level beast. He even asks what use that has. After all, maybe it is not as reliable as those types of animals. Perhaps the turtle is not what it seems, but he ignores that, saying that this turtle is what he wants, and he will be raising it forever. But our hero, on the other hand, ends up saying that in fact, he has to point out something. Not all turtles are the same. Curious to know what power he had, he activates the system screen. Upon activation, he realizes that his name was Hang and that he was also a beast tamer awakened by the essential blood of Xuan Huan. His tamed beasts can awaken up to 10% of the Xuan lineage. The host can control the power of life and love, and for that, he even wonders if he can help other tamers awaken their powers. Perhaps he could even become a descendant of a sacred beast. He thinks that's incredible. Sao Ba and Sha Bai may have to take on new disciples, or maybe even grandchildren. So he ends up commenting with him that, as he said before, he wanted to raise turtles forever and would not change his mind, that what he said before was entirely correct, because for him, it was actually better to do just that. Meanwhile, outside the university, we see everyone there. They only came here for the beast tamer training, and everyone ends up saying yes. Especially because now Zanju University was basically ready to begin the best training sessions. They then comment that they came here to train with our protagonist, the great Subai. She, realizing that everyone was excited, only asks him to relax because the door would be opening soon. But before it could open for them to enter, she asks them to release their pets so she could check a few things. So he takes out and shows the turtle. At that moment, she is surprised because she sees that he had a turtle. She even doubts him, wondering if he was really a pet tamer. But he ends up affirming that yes, he is a tamer, though perhaps the worst one. The turtle he was holding looked like an ordinary turtle, one sold in the market. However, she eventually realizes that he was not just a tamer, but a lightning ability user. But he says it doesn't matter because he is a tamer, and he wants to enter the animal training department and stay in the same class as our protagonist. But how would he enter? After all, suddenly their entire class would be filled with turtles. Nevertheless, they ignore that because they just wanted to stay in his department. However, meanwhile, a girl looks back. When she looks, she notices that the one standing there was Subai. She simply screams at that moment, alerting everyone. And as soon as everyone sees our protagonist, they all start running toward him, asking to be allowed into his class. But they do not get what they want. What they do get is to grab him and call out for the director. But our scene cuts to the front of the military conference room. According to the reconnaissance scout report, the side of the 10,000 races has already detected their movements and has sent the shadow cat, the six-eared wolf, and the slave bear, along with 3 other tribes, to gather at their bases. Practically speaking, the specific situation is still not entirely clear. The movements of the 10,000 races are becoming increasingly greater, but for them, it does not matter what their purpose is. They should take the initiative before they can do anything. He already issued an order there. He ended up selecting 3 soldiers from the Decent League to head to the Bishin Lake to complete a mission. Recognition, but the moment the topic of Lake Bichun is brought up, everyone is surprised, especially because that area was forbidden. To make matters worse, they sent some students who practically had no combat experience to enter that dangerous place. And as a warrior of the human races, he will undoubtedly be facing these first-rate monsters, since the 10,000 races believe he will be completing his mission by invading Earth. Moreover, just his presence in that kingdom among the 10,000 races means they are not acting rashly. They are entering his territory, and that reconnaissance was crucial for him. Meanwhile, our scene cuts to who ends up arriving in a room where several directors are present. He tells them everything that was happening, but they end up being happy to see that Suba really made it there. Now that he has arrived, they came personally to convince our protagonist to hand over the 2 weapons he took from that championship earlier. However, if it weren't for him, Zal, that great and powerful figure, wouldn't be speaking with them. As they talk and argue with our hero, we then see the president's face, who gets irritated with the situation. He slams the table because they wanted to buy that weapon from him in a rather unusual way. However, he stands up and states that Subai will sell it however he wants. If he wants to sell it, he will, since it is his right. If he is negotiating, he can rest assured because they would be accepting his conditions. At that moment, he mentions that those 2 weapons are quite useful to him, but he also comments that they will fight in the battle of the 10,000 races in the future, and it is better to have that weapon on his side than to have nothing in return. He could even offer our protagonist better cultivation equipment if he wanted, because that weapon he holds was nothing but junk to him. Since it looked like junk, our protagonist wanted to sell it, so he offered 10 billion. The moment he mentioned 10 billion, they stood up in surprise because with that money, they could build another weapon like that. Those 2 divine weapons in his hands were practically useless, but in Shazan's hands, these items were much more valuable, worth a life even. So he asks if Zangan's life would not be worth 10 billion. When he says this, we then see someone in the background who comments that he will make the transfer of 10 billion. Others did not want to, but he approaches, suggesting that he might be the head of their family. Money made no difference to him. If they gave him the money, he would deliver the weapon he wanted so badly. Noticing all this, the director also stands up and realizes that the family was in turmoil because they were so anxious to retrieve a weapon. Now, perhaps this means they will be making moves on the front lines. Furthermore, an official order from the army was issued. Every student and instructor was summoned to the front lines. This time, the director himself would be going along in case something happened. Additionally, our protagonist wonders what special missions will be happening there. Then, the director calls for Subai and tells him that this will be his first frontline battle, not only against monsters, but against the 10,000 death races themselves. Upon arriving on the battlefield, the director will no longer be a director. He will be the mentor of the students. Every soldier must have the courage to complete their missions without any fear of death. Then, our story today begins with this guy pointing out a kind of decree, which means that if you don't comply with it, you'll be expelled from this school. The goal was to fight on the main wall against powerful beasts. They, like the students and also the university students, end up agreeing with what he just said. They'll be fighting, especially because the Mudu Martial University is always the first to fight in these big battles, and here he is introduced to us as the new director of this school. He wishes everyone luck so that they can go there and be able to protect the gate. Everyone then, hearing this, ends up being happy. But 3 days pass, and at the base of the great wall, our director appears, who asks them to advance, because the battle is about to begin. Some just wanted to check out some magic cannons that were there. Meanwhile, another shouted for them to protect the Great Wall and not let other weaker university students enter. However, the protagonist, on the other hand, realizes that the students there were using elite armor, while those from Tianyang were only wearing school uniforms, which gives them less guarantee of surviving fights. So, he turns to the director and asks if he couldn't buy these armors. The director said that maybe he could, but since it's not at peace now and they're at war, military resources can't be used to buy military resources, but it's possible to buy the armors. However, he needs to accumulate military merits, and to make matters worse, they don't have much accumulated merit. However, someone shouts there for the people who were there to attack, because the beasts were advancing, and one of these guards approaches our director and comments there that some beasts decided to make a surprise attack, so it would be better for them to guide the remaining guards to protect the wall. And with that said then, the director starts running and calls everyone from Zhangzhou University to come with him. And he runs and reaches a ladder. Nearby, others ask them not to get nervous. Their goal was to defend the wall. They then open a crack, where they can find a good number of monsters approaching the Great Wall. And the director, looking at this, is frightened by the large number of monsters. And from afar, the protagonist appears, poking his ear, saying that before the guy asked him to attack, but not to use weapons. So, knowing this, the protagonist finds his opportunity to use his pets. Since, if by chance he manages to go down there and defeat some monsters, our protagonist will be able to gain many levels. Soon, the director turns to Subai and asks him not to act stupidly because this was the battlefield. And to do so, they start using their weapons to take down the beasts. While reloading the cannon, our protagonist realizes that there are other beasts approaching. He asks the others who were here to advance and clear out the rest of the beasts. And at that moment, a group of people appeared, who began to use their cultivation methods there, and after using that, they began to get stronger, and with those simple powers that they used, they managed to cause some great destruction to the beasts down there, and a gold-level expert also appeared. After they appeared, then, they ended up pointing towards that amount of monsters, since there was also their army of humans below, and the monsters, seeing the army, advanced towards them. So after a long time, they met. And after they met, they began to fight. One easily took down the wolf, and others began to take down other monsters back there. Meanwhile, we went back to the principal. Meanwhile, the principal was pressured by his students who wanted to be fighting, since they wanted to be helping them defeat those monsters. Only the principal, on the other hand, said that it wasn't a good idea. They were too weak. What would he do in there? They would only get in the way of the others fighting, so they ended up asking him to give them one last chance. While he was asking for this, the protagonist in the background was rummaging through his backpack. Only after he rummaged through it do we see the guys fighting in the background. But out of nowhere, a ray, like a Kamehameha, passes through them and goes towards a beast, which was quite powerful. And the moment he saw the ray, she turns around wondering what kind of sacred weapon this was. And if there was a sacred weapon like this, she wonders where. A sacred weapon like this was manifesting, since weapons like this no longer exist. Then we find these two, wondering who used this thing. Besides, the cannon couldn't be used. So who was it? Look at that up there, we find the protagonist saying it was him. He just used it. The director is startled by what the protagonist just did, but the turtle prepares another puff again. And only then he comments that a pet tamer can also do this. So then he asks Subai to use his puff in the direction of that monster, because if he shot there, they would already gain a very high advantage. And so it is done, he shoots and ends up hitting it. But it's not over yet, because he realizes that our Subai didn't use a strong power. That monster was much stronger than him. So, he uses our kitten to go there. He then ended up trying a little harder to be able to destroy the monsters that were there, since if by chance he couldn't destroy even a single monster, he wouldn't even be giving him a magic stone. The kitten, who was very excited, ended up advancing and started to cut one of the monsters easily. While the beasts crushed the monsters that were there, the guys who were fighting were quite surprised. They had never even seen a monster like that fight other monsters so easily. Looking back now, the level of disadvantage with these beasts, with our protagonist's tamed beast, was gigantic. After a long time, the fight ended, and most of the monsters were all erased and knocked down. Meanwhile, up there a little, The guards ended up saying that all the silver-level monsters were destroyed. Then others approached Tsu and realized that our protagonist had done something very good. Maybe what they were doing here was to extort a few billion from the director. However, on the other hand, they should be thanking our protagonist. Maybe this will be bringing him more resources. So, he turns to the director and wonders if this wasn't good. After all, with this, he could be gaining perhaps a lot more military support. The director agrees that perhaps he could be using it, but they didn't participate in the fight. Meanwhile, in the general's office, a guy appears, stating that the fight has just ended, but they lost 500 people. The crystal cannons were in the cooling and recharging stage. So it would take a few hours to recharge all of that. But in this battle, the troops managed to eliminate about 125,000 enemy beasts. It only took half an hour, and since it's over, then they could be resting. But nevertheless, he appears with a rather special video there that a certain student, Subai, ended up kind of joining in the fun. Even though he didn't go down to fight himself, his beasts went down there and ended up annihilating half of the monsters. And in return now, he only wants some military merits, which leaves this general surprised, seeing that he used his domestic beasts as if they were cannons. But already, at the base of the square, others commented that this wasn't unfair. They didn't even fight. And how could they be getting military merits? Those are those students from Ant, that arrogant guy. He can't believe it. How did Suba get it? Furthermore, he's a student, as if he were them. How did he manage to enter the battle and fight there too? But even so, he got some military merits. Looking at it, they realized that he earned 400,000 military merits, which would be 400 million yuan. Even a gold-level user would probably get something like that. What did Suba really do? He then recognizes him and ends up approaching. Here, he ended up kind of thanking him there for having lent him those double swords. But he didn't like it so much, so he returned it. However, now he ended up earning some merits thanks to a certain director there. But now, because they are good friends in the future, he could be paying all this back to him. He leaves, and also says that he is not our protagonist's friend, not at all. Furthermore, he realized that perhaps his swords are rusty. And for that, he spent some time reading and studying about how to forge good swords, and he could be fixing them for him. While he ignored everything and left that way, a stronger general appears. He comments there that humans have always just watched and never even attacked the monsters. However, today will be different. Today they will be fighting against very powerful monsters. So, for that, they need to be prepared, because today, they will be fighting against a few hundred or thousands of monsters. And the moment he talks about it, then everyone ends up happy about it, and they get ready, because he could already be fighting with them now. And so, they advance along with the general. And as they advance, the number of monsters also advances towards the group of humans. However, the students appear again, asking to be allowed to fight the monsters. They couldn't just stay here and watch, but the principal asks them to wait and observe everything happening there. However, a guard then appears up there saying that he will be using the cannons, and as he uses the cannons, below we find the people using their maximum cultivation to take down the beasts. Their effects end up happening. The monsters that were there are taken down. However, this wasn't enough, because more appeared. They advanced without even stopping once. By the way, some more powerful beasts appeared. They were quite resistant, and so the shield team advances towards the monsters. The monsters advance towards them without fear. Meanwhile, they advance as a group there. One group ends up kind of losing the shield. Others try their luck, but even so, it's not over yet. And from afar, we then found the leader of the monsters, who kept shouting at the bears to use their strength more. The protagonist's group is surprised to see that the monsters can also speak just like humans, which means that they have managed to have some kind of change, an ability to change their form. So, if by chance the monster's level reaches the diamond level, there is basically no difference from a human. Even if you live with it, you won't find a flaw in it unless you find a flaw in luck somewhere. The way they live, it's practically almost human. So, at this moment, another one appears, asking what missions their superiors will be giving them to do. The battlefield was quite fierce, which the director understands that their mission will arrive soon, very soon. And after a while, the mission actually arrives. So, All the reserve members were basically there to cooperate with the main rescue force. In small groups, they could be invading the battlefield to be able to pick up the wounded, while other groups will basically be receiving the mission of fighting the monsters. But one of them received another mission, like a non-obligatory mission. He could be doing whatever he wants. Subar. This one could be cleaning up the battlefield or going to the snowy mountain where he will find the main army. And so he talks about the other teams that could receive the same missions. However, after choosing the teams, he asks them to gather there in the field, at the entrance, so that he can start right away. However, what surprises everyone was a team there that is formed by the best. This one was Han and Subar, and the other, Kyung. Hanzan, on the other hand, ends up recognizing Subar and is happy to meet him. Again, close up now, he comments on what Subar will be doing. Besides, he is the leader. What will he basically be doing? The protagonist said that he received orders from the leader so that he could be making some arrangements. Then he asks if the protagonist understood. With a somewhat serious face, he said yes. Then he asks him to follow him. He even asks if the director wanted to go with him, but he said no. Furthermore, he asks him to pay attention. However, the protagonist only understands and goes down there. Hanzan, on the other hand, asks now, why will the protagonist do the mission first? But another understands that the protagonist all this time was holding back from moving forward. He moves forward, and inside the backpack we find the protagonist's pet, eager to get some things to evolve a little. Looking now at the combat field, we notice that there are several people fallen there, which means that most of them were knocked down. Fallen on the ground, they all make our protagonist sad. To do this, his group approaches him to comfort him a little. However, he turns to the other group and asks if he would be violating some rules if by chance Xiaobai, Subai, were devouring some more crystals. They reveal that number. They could be eating as many crystals as they wanted. While he was just staring at all this, we found a good number of monsters coming towards them. What we realized now was that it was not a good thing for Xiaoba and Xiaobai to be there eating those magic stones. So then, he asks the two of them to get into the backpack, which they do. Moving forward then, they wonder where our protagonist intended to be going. He comments that he will be heading towards the Dark Mountain. He can even go there, but he must be careful, because if he draws too much attention, it would not be good for them. While he was commenting on this, the scene changes to another location. The two of them were wondering what could be happening if Subar came to them. He responds that nothing could perhaps happen. Besides, their goal is just to clean up around here, and maybe find monsters so they can at least help the other people who are down there, fighting against the stronger monsters. However, another one, the little red guy here, ends up thinking of a way to find more information. If by chance whoever finds more information helps the stronger warriors find powerful monsters, they will be gaining a lot of military merits, which ends up triggering a rivalry between the two. Their goal is to advance to see who of the two would be the first to find some powerful monsters. Our story continues. After they stay there making up their minds, they really should be following that place. But our scene changes to another place, and here we find our protagonist and his group walking there. They saw that it would be difficult to get through here, so they changed their direction to another direction. Another commented that they shouldn't be going too far, but they realized that the visibility from here was very low, and the terrain is extremely complex, and it would be very easy to be ambushed by the monster race, and the monsters could easily catch the humans here. Here, however, our protagonist said that he was fine. And yes, he then said that the environment was still the most suitable for a fight, especially since they were in a small group. However, one interrupts everyone and asks them to look at his hand. He was holding a blood mushroom. This was a #1 grade spiritual medicine, and it was an ingredient, and it was a key ingredient for making such a powder refinement there. To make it better, the age of this mushroom must be more than 10 years. If it were at the material store, they could be selling it for over 10,000 yuan. And saying that, our protagonist already feels like it, and he asks them to go ahead. He will be grabbing his backpack there, and, together with Xiaobai, they will be picking some mushrooms. However, he asks them to come along with them, especially since they have some missions that they must complete first. Looking at this, he asks them not to worry. Besides, this place here is a natural treasure. He cannot go back empty-handed. However, Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai were eating some mushrooms. He even asks them if they are not afraid of eating these things. While he was standing there all happy, something then appears behind him. He asks them to be careful, because there are some energies from some monsters nearby. After a while, in the middle of all that fog, a giant two-headed lizard appears. It was at the gold level, and there were also some wolves around. Since they are very weak wolves and very weak monsters, he asks them to leave it to him, since he alone could deal with these monsters very easily, and he also asks them to continue their patrol. Even though he is the leader of the group, they basically can't stay behind. Even though Subai also basically wants to take all the credits for himself, and they also need some military credits as well. So then they advance, and after they have already advanced, they come face to face with the monsters. However, both of them then, because they are quite prepared, they can deal with the monsters easily. While fighting, Subai asks his group to go back there and stay in the rear and observe everything, since he would be able to deal with these monsters very quickly. However, he asks them to pay more attention to the fight, even though he managed to break through his intermediate silver-level barrier. It didn't mean that he could be fighting these monsters all by himself. The other also asks them not to advance too quickly. He also wanted some monsters to eliminate. However, Suba's speed was very fast. As she fought, the fog grew thicker and thicker. As she fought the monsters over there, from behind, we then encountered that group from earlier, who were observing the entire fight. And it seems that there is some kind of battle going on up ahead. This wave of battle fluctuations are basically warriors of very good ability users, but there is still a gold-level beast in their midst. So, knowing that the fight could become very dangerous, they ask everyone there to join the fight there, to help them defeat these monsters. However, it seems that they didn't need to fight the monsters that much because after a while there, they advance and find all the fallen monsters there. Ahead, we find people complaining to Suba, because he is quite fierce, and even more so because he is attacking the monsters' weak points. But even so, he can be fighting the monsters much faster than him. Hearing this, he takes it as a challenge. However, he asks for food, because 5 minutes later, they could be advancing to take down some more monsters. While he was talking about this, that group of people there appears in the middle of all that fog, and he approached while wondering how this was possible. Just now, they managed to feel a wave of monster, a wave of energy from very powerful monsters. How did all these powerful monsters get defeated in such a short period of time? Looking back, they realized that it was truly worthy of him. This was Old Han, who was truly the genius of all time, and was also worthy of the strength of the great guard of the wall. And thanks to Han, they managed to defeat these monsters very quickly. However, he ends up refuting them, saying that it wasn't even him who managed to defeat all these monsters. After all, the one who managed to kill them all quickly was our protagonist. Our fierce one only appears in the background, trying not to understand anything. However, he is surprised how he managed to do all this in 5 minutes. Now that he has gotten closer, he realizes that he was Lao Zheng. He asks why. They ask if, by chance, he came here to our protagonist so that he can do maintenance on his swords, and it has been a long time since he saw those 2 swords from before. While he was talking about this, he just asks our hero to move away from him. Furthermore, the most important thing is that they were now fighting against the beasts, to be able to protect the Great Wall. But our red-haired guy says the opposite, because he was here looking for military merit, and besides, he had been looking all this time, most likely it was money. But even so, our protagonist, hearing this, wanted to run away from the truth. However, he ends up commenting that if by chance they find some very valuable treasures ahead, they could move forward. But whoever gets that treasure first is the owner. Knowing that it is very likely that they will manage to get some items, our protagonist does not stay behind either. He moves forward with his group, because his objective was to look for some very valuable items ahead, since if he found them, they would all be theirs. So they move forward, but out of nowhere, they end up kind of moving too far away from the group. They do not understand what is happening, but they also cannot stay behind. So, he asks his companion to move forward. But as they moved forward, they ended up wondering what was happening, why they suddenly decided to stop. But as they got closer, they realized that they had managed to find some two-headed gold-level monsters. And here we advanced a little and discovered that these were some initial golden monkeys. Among them was basically the advanced-level golden monkey. Now that it's here, this one, the guy wonders why this bunch of useless people let these humans enter their territory. This was Huang. His level was intermediate gold. Although his strength was basically platinum, he had a human form. Now, looking closer, he realizes that this was from the Black Serpent clan of the Earth. And this is one of the 3 great races, the strongest subordinate races of the 9 shadows devouring heaven. The combat strength is much superior to their power, and it is very difficult to be dealing with monsters like this in this place here. But he asks his animals there to eliminate everyone who was here and not let even a single human who is there escape. And from the middle of that forest, we see several monsters appearing. He wonders how all this happened in a matter of minutes. Of all those who were here, Huang was the fastest of the group, so he asks them to go there and get reinforcements. In the meantime, Suba will be dealing with these monsters, and so it was done. He ends up going back. At the same time, one of the gorillas jumps back as well. He goes towards the guy who tried to run away to seek help. He wonders how it was possible this gorilla's speed surpassed his. Since he surpassed his speed, he really understood that this monster wants to fight him. While he was thinking about this, the fight was going on in front of him too. He wondered if Subai would be able to deal with some monsters in front of him. Subai reveals that he could deal with some powerful snakes, but dealing with many monsters like this would be quite difficult. So knowing this, he summons these 2 pets and asks them to use their full strength. And with that, they end up activating their strongest form, at this moment becoming more powerful than before. However, his opponent was really the strongest here. He even wonders if he really wants to play with him. But if he really wants to, then he will be doing them a favor by devouring our protagonist first. So he controls his snake to try to attack our protagonist, but our turtle lets out a breath that almost hits him, but he dodges it at the last moment. So the fight goes back to Han, and together with the other one, he was having a very high difficulty dealing with this gorilla, and it was being difficult to deal with it. Huang Yang attracts 3 monsters like this one, so he must have a much greater difficulty than them in dealing with these monsters like this one. Commenting on this, we then see our protagonist dealing with the snake, while Han asks him to let go of it and go over there to help Huang, because he would be in danger. Hearing this, our hero only agrees. While dealing with this one, he then asks Xiaoba and Xiaobai to deal with this guy as quickly as possible right away. However, he takes this as a kind of insult. He gets more, and despite this, he realizes that these monsters summoned by him were very... And to make matters worse, that turtle was preparing to blow its breath in his direction. After preparing it, it was thrown in his direction, and only then was it caught. An explosion occurs, and if it were a normal golden one that took a blow like that, it would practically have died. However, the snake appears in the middle of that whole fight. That was the guy from before. He considers our protagonist strong because he managed to make him stay in his true form. This form will be enough to defeat our protagonist. After he says this, he advances as fast as possible towards our hero, but before he can catch him, he uses that teleportation of his. At first, he thought that this monster was just a dumb animal, but it has intelligence. Now that our Xiaobao is close, he asks it to attack him, and so it was done. Our Xiaobao then ends up advancing, but very quickly towards this snake, and as soon as he advances, he ends up colliding with it, causing quite a lot of damage to it. While Xiaobao was just watching on the other side, our protagonist asked him to attack the snake right away. While he was attacking, we saw the people in the background surprised by this, seeing that our protagonist had actually managed to deal with the leader of the Black Serpent. And not only that, he had also exhausted the leader. But the fight was going on for too long. This was really bad. They should have looked for our Huang first, since he must have been in a much more dangerous situation than them. Our hero, in order to end the fight, ended up landing a blow, which actually did some good damage to him. However, to really end the fight. Our Xiaoba appeared from above. He ended up jumping, and only after he had jumped did he end up falling hard on top of the snake. And this damage, and really, after doing all this, we saw that it really did some good damage to the leader. Now that he had knocked the leader down, we saw the surprise happening. The leader was not completely knocked down because he used his final attack. It was basically an explosion that would self-destruct, but there was also poison in there. However, it wouldn't affect him because he used our Xiaoba's barrier. Despite all this having happened, he was surprised to see that this snake was still alive. However, our Han appears and asks our Suba not to run after a snake that he had already knocked down. He could leave this thing for later because he now needed to take care of our Huang. He was in a dangerous situation. He even comments that he will let him escape for today. And so he retreats and heads towards our Huang. Meanwhile, our Huang was in a very risky situation. The monster's speed was very high, as was their strength. With no way out now, he starts to think that if he can't get out of here in time, he will really be going to another world. But if he really is going to another world, he will at least take one of these gorillas with him. And after he says this, he ends up activating an aura. And only after that does he advance towards the gorillas. The gorillas also advance towards you. But one of these gorillas was very fast and ended up managing to hit one blow right in his stomach. After the blow to the stomach, he was thrown backwards, and behind him we find two gorillas preparing a move, and these two end up doing a combo. First, one hits a blow to the rib, the other ends up hitting him in the back. And this blow that hit in the back was enough to throw him against the tree. And in that tree, we now see him fallen. Fallen on the ground, he thinks that this really was his end. Despite being fallen on the ground, he thinks that killing a beast like this was not that difficult. Also, it doesn't matter, sooner or later these races of these monsters will be massacred by the races of humans. It seems that, in the end, he will no longer be able to compete against our protagonist. However, he prepares an attack and almost hits him, but our hero appears, who ends up worrying a little about him. However, now it was all over. Now that it was over, he asks that he at least take revenge on his companion, who was now just lying on the ground. As he fell to the ground, he asked not to sleep here. But the fight continued. His beasts advanced towards the group of monsters. However, while he was playing around there, one of these monsters ended up advancing towards our protagonist. But he took the spear he had in his hand and ended up preparing a little move there. Although they managed to injure one of their wings, they really won't be able to deal with everyone from the human race. So he asked for this monster to disappear. So he managed to hit the gorilla with this spear, which made him be thrown back with all his force. In the end, he stopped on a tree, and we saw that with this simple blow, he managed to easily knock down one of these gorillas. And our Xiaobai also managed to finish knocking down one of his opponents. Now that it was all over, he approached our Huang, who was lying on the ground. Now on the ground, he asked him to rest in peace because he had already taken revenge on the one who knocked him down. Falling to the ground, our system screen appears, and the system has detected that the target has a high quality of power to become a descendant of the White Tiger bloodline. Currently, the target is in life-threatening danger, and the host can choose to use a type of White Tiger blood essence to extend his life a little further. But then, our protagonist stands there at his feet asking him to get up now, because now they could continue this fight here. So he approaches him and comments there that he has a way to keep him alive, but from now on, he will have to follow our protagonist as a servant forever. He even asks if he would really accept, but at this moment, not knowing what he could do, he calls for our little white boy. He quickly gets close to our protagonist. He only asks for 3 drops of his blood, which he does by placing 3 drops in the palm of our hero's hand. While he was going to do this here, he asks our little white boy to protect him until he finishes taking care of our Wang. In the meantime, he asks Wang to hold on just a little bit tighter, and so, holding those 3 drops of blood, he places those drops of blood on the foot of our Wang's chest. And as soon as he places that, a flame enters him, and only then, when that enters him, we see that he received a good blow of pain. But that was part of it so that he could recover. After a while, everything he felt before disappeared, and he ended up opening his eyes. Now that he opened his eyes, he wonders how he feels now. At this moment, he even wonders how he did that. Maybe not even a king as powerful as this had this ability, and this ability is also an ability that no human has. However, he comments there that it is an ability that he is able to gain control over the thing he wants to control. And from now on, he will be under its control, and about this, he will be keeping it a secret. So he looks at our protagonist, but sees an extremely high pressure, saying that if by chance he reveals a secret of Suba, it is very likely that heaven and earth will destroy him and his soul. Looking at this, he simply stares. Then he says that he understood everything. Then he calls for our Wang. He comments there that he tried very hard to save his life, and his life is worth more to him than those 2 swords of Chaos Xuan. While he was talking about this, the ground started to shake a little. Then we saw him asking us to be a little careful. Looking ahead, we saw that several snakes had appeared on the ground. He wondered where they were coming from. And to put an end to this, our little white guy appeared here, and quickly, with a few movements of his claw, he managed to cut some of these snakes. But after he cut them, he looked at this thing. But it seemed that these snakes that were around there didn't seem so real. After a while, the rest of our protagonist's group also appeared, and they commented that it took them a while to get there. But they also arrived with the information that these snakes on the ground seemed to be infinite. They could take down as many as they wanted, but it also seemed that these snakes were being controlled by that guy there before. Maybe there were even some snakes that they hadn't killed before. So, someone ends up asking to borrow Wang's sword, and so, our Xiaoba and our Xiaobai were there crushing the snakes on the ground. However, we see a shadow of a mysterious thing behind a tree. So he asks him to aim his attack at that exact spot. And after aiming his attack there, it is fired, and it ends up hitting him squarely. After that beating, it seems that he was exhausted, but it seems that after he managed to escape, he managed to recover, but he also recovered his human form. That's quite a recovery. They should be a little careful with that. Now that it's all over, he reveals that the thing they defeated was just a clone of him. While talking about this, he was holding one of their companions in his hand. However, this ends up irritating our Wang a lot, who even ends up wanting to make some threats. However, we realize that his strength is no longer the same. That strength he previously had. Now that everything is over, we see him turning towards Suba. He asks Suba to attack him with everything he has. If he manages to defeat this monster, he will be giving him an extremely high reward. Meanwhile, behind him, our Han and our protagonist's other friend are dealing with these weak snakes. And so, our protagonist advances at high speed towards him. But we see that this guy was not joking around. He even mocks our protagonist's face, but now that he has advanced, he then prepares an aura near him. Only then does he prepare a punch. And after doing that, he ends up throwing it towards him, but he uses an aura of his that ends up managing to undo our hero's power. However, after the 2 blows collide, we then see smoke appearing. After all this, he stands in the middle of all this smoke, while wondering where that insect went. Meanwhile, while he was asking about it, a shadow appears behind him, and at this moment, he prepares a punch, and after that punch, he hits him in the back, throwing this guy with all his strength there in the middle of the trees. But he is not dragged that far. Then, there, he manages to stop. He really realizes that after that fight he had before, he really got stronger, but he needed to use a new formation to defeat them. And this was the formation of 3 assassins. This skill that he will be using is a skill from a set of 3 skills of his pets. He can be using these 3 skills in a single attack. After he prepares it, we then see the 3 also preparing the same movements, and so they end up kind of firing, and those attacks go quickly towards him. Although the power of the attack is very good, it was also creative, but that was not enough. Then an aura ends up surrounding him, and he transforms into a snake, managing to create a shield to protect against those blows from our protagonist. After showing his true form, he asks everyone to be careful, because a powerful attack is coming. And as soon as he says that, we see his eyes shining, and only then do several small snakes come towards our protagonist. These snakes are grabbing him, and after a while we see that it got too close, causing an explosion. A gigantic smoke ends up rising from there, which ends up scaring our Wang, who wonders what that power was, and also how Suba couldn't take down a monster like that with just one attack. The other just wondered if Suba at least was alive after all that attack. And after that smoke appeared, we see that Shaba didn't miss an opportunity. He uses a shield to protect our Subai. And after that smoke appeared, we see that Shaba didn't miss an opportunity. He uses a shield to protect our Subai. But even with the protection, both of them, who were being protected, received a good amount of damage. They suffered, but even so, they wouldn't give up. Our hero, on the other hand, realizing that he couldn't take it anymore, he ended up using the new transformation. So we see him screaming, and then we see that his beast, which was there all fine, began to merge with our protagonist. Irritated, we see our hero's enemy sad to see that he was making a new discovery in front of him. But not even this new form that he will be awakening will be enough to take him down, and by basically ignoring him, he will be making him pay for it. The snakes that were on the ground, which was an illusion, go towards his mouth there, forming a sphere. After he formed that thing, he shoots the thing he formed towards our protagonist, but we see that the thing he made before ended up protecting him a little. But the explosion happens, a shockwave goes in other directions, and even reaches our hero's group. Feeling all this power, he only thinks about trying to help our hero, but they think they wouldn't be able to, especially because they here now can't even get up to go to our hero to try to help him. However, the other asks them to stop talking and look a little further ahead. While they ask this, the scene changes to the snake that was trying to find our protagonist, but the smoke ended up hiding him. However, what he did won't make him able to escape. Until then, out of nowhere, some 3 strong lights end up emerging, and that thing ends up flying overhead. And our protagonist was in the middle of it. And we see our hero's pets going towards our protagonist in a spiral shape. Both pets merge with our protagonist. With this, he will be able to attack his enemy with greater ease, and also with this divine classification armor, he will have no difficulty at all, emanating time outwards. We then see his group back a little. Everyone in our hero's group can't believe what they were seeing. He ended up managing to make the greatest fusion of all. It seems that he managed to make the legendary equipment of the sacred beasts. Only perhaps this could have happened because Lo Fan, the former owner of this system, ended up lending this knowledge to our hero. The snake down there, looking at this, is completely open-mouthed and can't believe what it was seeing. Maybe what it saw in front of it was the legendary sacred beast armor. Another consciousness of the snake ends up wondering if, by chance, that there might not be a skill used 100 years ago. And if it was, I don't know, because the system stops and ends up appearing, showing our protagonist's new statistic, which, by the way, seems to be a little long. However, our Suba is no longer trying to ignore this snake. He now wants to end her life. He even wonders if she was ready, but this, perhaps, was the snake's speech. And after he spoke about it, we see her preparing her breath. Then we see that he fired it towards Suba, but our hero, with a small movement of his hand, managed to block it and also managed to make a counterattack. Therefore, he now cannot believe how it was possible to be caught by this human's ability. Knowing that he would be defeated, he asks the god of the abyss for help. But we see that the movement our hero made was enough to throw him against that mountain, and the ground also ends up being torn a little. While all this was happening, we return to the strong guard of the wall. We find this guy watching the entire fight. He realizes that the boy, in a short period of time, evolved a lot. Only later he ends up commenting on other things about the Nine, about the noble king of the snows there, from the depths. And he even thinks that that blow from that boy had defeated him, but that wasn't enough. But we see the guy pulling out the sword, a glow came from it, and after that appeared, we see the cut he fired going in another direction. And that direction was a direction that a cut was also coming towards him. The two cuts, in the end, collide. Then, like that, a fog, we see a shadow of an unknown thing. This guy below comments that his days are numbered because when the humans are overthrown by the beast races, they will suffer a lot, something he is anxiously awaiting because he wants to discover the real power of these beasts. While this guy was talking to this mysterious shadow, we then return to our protagonist. He was still using that form of his, however. Time ran out, and his two pets ended up spreading out from our protagonist. After the fusion was over, he ends up falling to the ground. His group appears, praising our protagonist for the evolution he has made. His evolution has allowed him to fight silver level, gold level, and even platinum level monsters, if you're joking. Now he, who is our protagonist's friend, could be bragging about it to his other friends. However, if by chance our Suba hadn't awakened the sacred beast's armor, they would probably be here on the ground, all defeated. But before they can continue the conversation, he ends up getting up and asks everyone to get out of here, because the smell of blood in the air could attract more attention from dangerous monsters. But a mysterious shadow appears up there and ends up commenting that they won't be escaping anywhere. Our protagonist's entire group gets up when they see this figure again. They ask them to be careful, because that guy from before has appeared again. And now that our hero's group is extremely weak, he could be attacking him with extreme ease. He uses his snake ability again, and with that we see the snake heading towards our hero's group. Knowing that there is nothing he can do, our protagonist just protects his face. But after a while, seeing that nothing happened, he opens his eyes. And in front of him appears a guy who is happy to have managed to get there in time, and then he turns to his opponent and wonders if, by chance, a guy with a lord rank wouldn't be ashamed to face children like him. He then ends up saying that he, of the 10,000 races, will not let even a single human escape alive. And what's more, a second Lofan, they don't even want to dream of having an opponent like that again. However, it is something they will have to dream of, because he will not let anything happen to our hero. If he really wants to survive, he wants to test his skills. To do so, he uses his snake skills again. And what's more, these snakes were more powerful than the others, because one of these snakes had an initial gold level. So how could they be facing a monster like this? But this guy, who was also here in the middle of the fight, simply ignores his opponent. And then he ends up turning around, irritating this guy, wondering where he was looking. So he uses his full strength in this attack. And we see that the thing he formed before was growing bigger and bigger. He realized that this was dangerous, and those snakes were coming, so his group asks them to prepare themselves. So, since this is a survival activity, they will survive. But this guy asks them to wait a bit. Then, after saying that, he ends up using his cultivation mode there, forming an extremely strong light, and, within that light, a gigantic tree appears. Everyone, finds this more than incredible, as this was Rutong's training method. In this situation, we see that his opponent has become stuck, and it also seems that his weak power of rules may be destroying his vitality from within. And even using defense, he cannot defend himself from this guy's attack. To do so, he opens a portal and calls for Juan. And then, he comments that today he was not his opponent, since in any case, he may be trying to protect him now, but in the future, he will be alone. And that will be the moment when he will use his strongest opponents to attack our hero's group. As soon as he says these things, they appear in the portal that was made by him. And at the moment they appear, we see Juan deactivating his ability. Looking now at this ability, Suba realizes that the earth and the sky and everything were merged into one place to be having a worthy fight like this. And at this moment, Suba even wonders when will be the day that he will have the same strength as this guy. Juan appears from the sky and ends up asking him not to become so strong in the future, because he could be the strongest in the world, because in the future opponents that even he himself cannot face may appear. And since he says this and everything is over, he asks him to come back. A teleportation symbol appears on the feet of our hero and his group, and everyone, in the end, was sent to the main base. At the base now, everyone is amazed to see that this guy can also use teleportation ability. Only he himself can use such an ability. But Suba, on the other hand, only thinks about one thing: to become strong like him. However, another person appears, saying that they did a good job. And to make things better, he ended up awakening the legendary armor of the sacred beast. But before anything can happen, he asks Suba to take him to a conference room. After talking about this, he ends up getting discouraged. Then he ends up wondering why he needed to go there. To do so, he reveals that he was the hero of the human race, the kingdom of the king, the master Nia king, leaving our protagonist completely surprised, since this was the same guy there, the powerful Nia king, who was in the same era as the great Lofan. And it was also at that time that spiritual energy recovered and martial arts awakened in many people. And Nia King, at first, ended up using his cultivation skills to protect people, but people didn't want that. Because at that time, people thought that technology could do it for them. And in that situation, they couldn't be relying on such martial arts to protect the human race. And, well, no one wanted to be by his side. No one, until Lo Fan showed up. He ended up kind of taking Nia King's side. And time passed, and both of them became close friends, so he just asks him to determine a force there, protect the human race, and risk his life. He ends up kind of admiring this guy. But they enter a room where people immediately recognize our Suba and realize that he was Lo Fan's successor and had also managed to awaken the ability of that sacred beast armor. And if Lo Fan hadn't fallen in the past, they wouldn't be fighting powerful monsters until today. This time, Suba and his group won't make this world lose another fight against the beast races. So, he just hopes that Suba will sacrifice everything of his, so that the next generations can live a life of peace. And at the moment, he asks him not to do that, because he hasn't reached the moment yet where he can use his strength to protect the entire world. To do that, he will need to improve his skills more and more. So moving forward, they end up arriving at a room, and in that room, he ends up commenting that he brought our Suba. Suba, on the other hand, ends up getting anxious to see so many bosses like that in his life. And here we are introduced to this guy as Lai Zen. He was in the Diamond Kingdom, the strongest diamond. Now that everyone was here, they could move on to the next topic. The clan of 10,000 beasts is causing a great commotion all over the world, and now, due to the awakening of the celestial beast, the sacred beast of our protagonist, they end up choosing to even send a leader of a sacred royalty to try to overthrow our hero. And for that reason, he wanted to listen to the opinions of others. And another one comments there that centuries have passed, and the sacred weapon of the Lo Fan beast ended up being awakened in this world. And counting on Suba, if he really manages to grow, he will make this world finally achieve the peace they so desire. Then another one proposes a new idea: to find him the best tutor in the world, and also to get enough resources so that he can reach the best ranks. And at this moment, they consider our Suba's life more precious than theirs, which are old, so they shouldn't be giving anyone anything a chance to take our protagonist for themselves. So, our hero, hearing only this, only understands that these people were really good people. Another one, then, comments there that he might not even need to leave our hero at that university, but his real focus is to be on the front line against those 10,000 races. No, on the front line, he will be facing a lot of strong opponents who will give him the chance to almost have that taste of the end of life. And it is at this moment that the person will be awakening his strongest power. And with that, he will be able to improve his power more and more. And besides, they can't let an individual as powerful as him be raised in a greenhouse. Furthermore, all the clans are scared by our Suba's sacred beast equipment. So everyone ends up agreeing to leave our Suba on the front line against the 10,000 races. But if Suba is against all this, they will have to take responsibility for him. In an extremely strong storm, an eagle doesn't just break a wing in the storm. So it means that Lo Fan, in the middle of that war, almost turned the battlefield into his home. And in that battle there, against the 10,000 races, he almost died about 10 times. And if Lo Fan were alive today, he would probably support our Suba in continuing to fight against the monsters. And if by chance our Suba were to gain limited resources, he would go to fight without any difficulty. But, even so, he prioritizes his life. And anyway, they have already decided they will be training him in the field, on the battlefield itself, but they will have to give him more than perfect training. Our hero sighs when he realizes that they will be sending many strong people to his side to protect him. However, even the other one opens his mouth and starts saying that he will be sending our hero as bait to attract the strongest ones so that they can die first, something he refuses to do if he serves as bait to attract powerful monsters. In the city of the 9 Ghost Kings, we then find a small meeting being held. Among them, there were some people who were afraid of this Lo Fan. They cannot make Lo Fan reappear again in the human world. And anyway, they will have to do everything possible to take down this Subai. And to do so, they will start by reinforcing the front line, sending the strongest ones to face our protagonist, in case he appears. Another one ends up opening his mouth there, commenting that Nia King will be under the joint control of the Great Elder of the Demon Phoenix clan and the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox clan. But she, in this operation, the ancient Demon Phoenix clan will not be sending even a single soldier to the battlefield. And here we are, introduced her, as the one from the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox clan, the Great Elder. So, we see this guy here, who ends up being kind of surprised by her answer. He even understands that her speech is something related to something that is trying to rebel against him. Their three clans have been ordered to station themselves in a battlefield of the mirage of races. But now that they are facing their own nemesis, were they by any chance trying to avoid this fight? They, hearing this, wonder why they should be going there to face their own nemesis, if their objective is not to overthrow the human race, but rather, their objective is to explore the Forbidden Zone. And even the one who wants to fight against the humans is not them, but this guy with white hair. And what attracted them to his group was for the simple reason, the resources he offered them. And that is how they should be doing it. And his clan will not be joining him to carry out this annihilation on top of the humans. But when he talks about it, he ends up saying a few things, and only then stands up and ends up explaining that, if by any chance they do not want to participate, his own clan will be doing it on its own, and he hopes they do not regret it too late. The war between humanity and the mirage of races is inevitable. The high-level warriors on both sides are developing and moving very quickly on the battlefield. Meanwhile, they were talking about a certain woman they were looking for, and their goal is to find her before this war starts. And after the humans' meeting, we see him handing this jade stone to our protagonist. Then he explains what it meant. What he was holding was an invisibility stone. Everyone couldn't see him except the leader himself. He could be using this tool, which could be quite useful to go to a certain battlefield, and there, have a gigantic advantage against monsters. Although this jade stone will be of last use, he thinks that he needs armor, since he won't survive with just an invisibility stone. Now that he was closer to Subai, he knew that the director wasn't lying, that this guy knew how to negotiate with other people quite well. So he ends up explaining that he will be giving him some good equipment. There was a diamond-level armor, a 10,000-year-old dragon spirit herb, and also a lord-level core. And this then makes our protagonist more than happy. His eyes even shine with the amount of resources that were there. He even asks if all of this was for him, and he explains that all of this was for him, but giving all of this to him would be an inappropriate blow. So he wonders how, then, he would get all of this. He reveals that he will need to take everything from him first. However, he thought at first that he would at least keep this diamond-level armor. Knowing that most likely he would not leave it in his hands, he ends up commenting that if he stays on the battlefield, he may encounter strong opponents, strong enough to kill him on the battlefield. Maybe this would weigh on his conscience. He even laughs in his face, but he says that it is not the right time for him to keep these good armors. If he wants to have armor, he'll have to be training to get a little stronger. Standing outside the commander's office now, he looks completely pale. He stood in front of the world's best resources and didn't take any. How did this happen? He even thought he was crying a little. However, he turns around. He turns to the side and realizes that the person there was Han's father. After this, he invites our protagonist to walk a little. He wanted to talk about some important things. And one of them was that he had the idea of putting our protagonist on the battlefield in the mirage of races, and he thinks that our hero doesn't like it very much, but he knows what he's doing so that he can become a great high-level warrior. But even so, he asks him to get along with his own son. However, he reveals that this wasn't exactly what he was thinking since they were both good friends. But in any case, he's too lazy to resolve these kids' issues. So, as a gift, he's offering him this armor so that he wouldn't get hurt outside. Soon, seeing this armor, his eyes shine. He gets close to the armor and thanks our Uncle Lin for, of course, offering him a beautiful armor that shines like that. On the other side, Uncle Lin ends up wondering if, by chance, he liked it. He reveals that he does, and that he will also make good use of this armor. Then, they end up thanking each other, and our scene ends up cutting to another day. The next day, we find our hero's group saying goodbye to some of his friends who were knocked down in the fight against the monsters. However, he asks them not to worry, because Subai will be taking revenge on himself in the next fights against the monsters. Now that they are standing there, they end up wondering if, by chance, he won the new armor. Our hero, who didn't even try to show that he had a new and very powerful armor, ends up saying that it was nothing, that he got this armor as a gift. However, before he can, I don't know, continue any conversation, the boss from before appears, who ends up motivating everyone to get ready to fight. They are not more than 1 million fighters, but even though they are at a huge disadvantage against the monsters, they have a numerical advantage. They will not lose the will to fight the monsters, since the human race will always live. Everyone there was happy, but we went back to Han Han and our protagonist. He was saying that among the Lord-level warriors, Nie Yang is the strongest among them, and perhaps stronger than a lord of the new Infernmoon. Not knowing what he could be doing there, we see Han Han asking him to just stay calm and obey the orders of his superiors. But we already see him asking the exploration troops of the Martial Arts Academy to join forces to fight against the powerful monsters. And the moment he spoke about this, they ended up advancing, using all their powers towards those monsters that were running at high speed in their direction. Explosions happened. Meanwhile, they realized that the diamond-level warriors, from both sides, were fighting each other. However, he asked them to be careful. This was chaotic. And what's more, they don't have the strength of the monsters that were once powerful. But our hero asked them to just observe. Han, from afar, noticed that there were some demonic wolves there. Ang, on the other hand, realizes that nothing will be happening to them, as these monsters could just be some distractions. However, knowing that it was dangerous, the other asks, so that it would not get in their way. He will be facing these powerful wolves. However, it seems that these monsters have the objective of surrounding them, to prevent them from advancing. However, for our hero, these monsters were nothing, so he will not allow these monsters to help them be prevented from fighting the monsters. For this, he calls Xiaobai and our little cotton ball that ends up coming out. And then, we see our little cotton ball cutting some of the monsters that surrounded our hero. On the other side, we see the mutant turtle that was doing some beautiful damage to the monsters there. Looking at these monsters, they realize that our protagonist, in itself, was the most powerful monster there. However, we found the two monsters that, until just now, were the strongest, but they were experiencing gigantic pressure coming from our hero's two pets. The two of them could not even move, because all that pressure came from the superior lineage. They could not even resist. The two monsters that were there, which belonged to our hero, end up roaring. On the other hand, our protagonist doesn't understand anything. How did the animals that were there just now, trying to attack them, stop out of nowhere? He doesn't understand. Until, out of nowhere, our system screen appears to us, saying that the animals that were there received a superior pressure, which now means that our protagonist has the right to be taming the other pets. At this moment, he has the two most powerful monsters on the other side, now, as his ally. And he, seeing this thing, he doesn't understand almost anything. With that amount of monsters, he might be attracting some race units. Han Zan and the other people in his group looking at this understand that he managed to tame powerful monsters like that. Approaching, he wonders if he really did it. He answers yes. Maybe these monsters fell under his charm, and since they are under his command, they must obey his orders. The clan of the Demon Wolf clan must be protecting the rear. The demon deer must be protecting the flanks. With these animals protecting them now, they were able to advance much more easily. However, before they could continue, some monsters appeared down there. One of these monsters ended up catching the attention of our turtle. Even our Xiaobai began to wonder what was happening, until out of nowhere the centipede appeared from the ground and threw our turtle up there. His group, seeing this, asked him to be careful, because these monsters were known as the very powerful centipede. The other, our protagonist, thought that his guys in his group thought the centipedes were too ugly. The other said that it wasn't that, but rather their teeth, since their teeth were extremely sharp. What's more, they can pass underground, making this centipede something quite lethal. Looking at this, he realized that these things weren't that lethal after all. Well, looking to the side, he wonders how it was so lethal, since his pets were playing right there in the air. And then, the system's screen appears, saying that the centipedes were subjugated to our hero and could become his pets. Meanwhile, deep in the Misty Mountains, they were talking about the insignificant humans who had unfortunately invaded their territory. It is very likely that they will be arriving at their group within the next day, until, out of nowhere, the ground began to shake. The gorillas, noticing this, became frightened. However, one of these gorillas ended up being caught by our hero's centipede. Now that it was caught, it didn't understand much. Until then, it saw other centipedes heading towards it. Not understanding much, wondering why it was attacking it, it reacted in surprise, as it was almost impossible to do anything. All of its pets, which were tamed for it, were being counterattacked by its own allies. Seeing this, it wasn't going to let it go. For that, a glow appeared in its hand. Then it placed it on the ground. On the ground, several snakes appeared. However, those snakes that were supposed to stop these centipedes end up being knocked down with just one blow by those sharp teeth of theirs. In this situation, seeing that all of her pets were knocked down, she has no choice. So she transforms into her true form, with the goal of finishing off all of these centipedes. But we see that none of that happened, because they wrapped themselves around these monsters, and, with extreme ease, they finished off this boss with extreme ease, because, with a few bites, this monster was torn into little pieces. After some time, the humans finally arrived. They don't understand anything about what happened. How did the monster like this end up not being knocked down in the end? The other realizes that the blows seemed to be very, very specific, and even looked more like those centipedes with sharp teeth. Of course, the guys, without understanding anything, wonder how these monsters ended up appearing here, so they ask for them to inform their superiors. Furthermore, if by chance, when he goes to report, he finds one of these monsters, he, the leader, only asks that they avoid fighting these monsters there, because they wouldn't be able to do anything. But, going back to our protagonist, he was walking with his group. Before he could continue, our Han realizes something. This place is 300 kilometers away, and what's more, our protagonist knew of a safe route that would take them to a certain specific place they wanted to reach, but they've been walking for hours, and maybe days, in this territory, and they haven't reached any place. Han and the other people in his group there even think that our Subai ended up getting lost. Our hero even tries to question them, but ends up thinking that maybe he ended up making a huge mistake. In fact, he's not very good at finding his way around. He gets irritated with our protagonist and wonders what he's thinking, leading them to this completely deserted territory. So, with no way out, he wonders how they're going to get to the Emerald Lake. And, well, actually none of them are good at reading maps. And, looking at him, it seems like now everyone is screwed. None of the three have the ability to navigate. How will they be able to get to the destination they want? Our hero, listening to all this, he sees that they have a lot of audacity in trying to reprimand our protagonist. Well, with no way out, he knew there was a way to get out of here. He needed to use the last resource he had, or rather, the last option he had there. This was our turtle, Xiaobai. So bringing this up, he reveals that he says that an old horse recognizes its path, just as an old turtle should also work. He gives some good resources to our Xiaobai. Then he asks him to guide him to the Emerald Lake. Eating, our protagonist realizes that our Xiaobai is a bit greedy, but now that he is finished, he could be showing him the way. At this moment, they end up praising Xiaobai for having him on his team. So, who would know if by chance they didn't have Xiaobai, who at the moment was on the team? And so then, they start to follow a unique path, and they realize right there that it seems that this was the right direction. And Xiaobai was the most reliable at this moment. And as soon as he says this, our Subai gets totally irritated. Especially because a turtle at this moment was being much better and much more useful than our protagonist. Our turtle, hearing this, feels a little more proud, and our story continues with them still moving forward. They end up wondering if by chance the snow didn't end up stopping. Everyone then realizes that this has just happened. Others laugh, and it seems that he finally managed to get out of the illusory Misty Mountain. Our hero still doesn't believe it. He didn't expect that Xiaobai actually knew the way to the place they wanted to go, receiving the compliments. The turtle starts to laugh, moving forward a little. They end up wondering if by chance this looked like the emerald water swamp. He turns to Xiaobai and wonders where he brought them. Our Hansa starts to look at his mini-map, and according to the current location, they are on the outskirts of the emerald water swamp. Distracted, they start to hear a noise. They wonder where it came from, until they look up and see a gigantic dragon floating in the air. Seeing this, they simply couldn't stay there, so he and his group start to run for their lives and for their lives. While running, he turns to Xiaobai and wonders where this idiot brought them. They end up commenting that by chance the three of them hadn't already run to an unknown area off the map before. Running for their lives, we then see someone screaming for help, and at the same time asking these inferior beings to wait for a defenseless maiden. Running, they stop for a bit, because it seemed like they heard a noise coming from behind. Another asks them to run, and why would they stop to listen to something? Looking back to see what it was, they are startled to see that there was a creature running towards them. Our protagonist stops to try to see more closely what that thing was. At the same time, he stops and starts to wonder, is it a mini-map? There was no warning that in this place where they are, there was an extremely high danger. Something that he reveals that he should not be trusting this map. Something that he also reveals that this map is not marked with dangerous places either. Another wonders if Xiaobai really took them to a very dangerous place. But while he was saying these things, we see a girl's foot appearing. As soon as she appeared, she began to call him inferior beings. And also, in times of danger, how come they don't dare to come to her to protect her? For now, he wonders who this little girl could be. Before, they were focused on just one thing, running, and they ignored everything that was coming from behind. However, the screen of this system appears to us, congratulating us for discovering a very difficult breed to tame. If you manage to tame this, your pet will be able to reach many levels, and at the same time our hero is surprised to see that this thing that just appeared was from the Vermin de Brindle lineage. And for that, the system ends up showing her stats. By the way, she was a very powerful little girl. However, he ignores this. He ends up approaching Vermin of Brindle, and he comments that he was looking for Vermin all this time, but he ended up finding a little girl. Our Chinese lowly gets irritated at being called a little girl, since her current strength means she can roast them both on the fire. At the same time, our hero begins to think that it wasn't difficult to subdue Xiaobai and Xiaobai before, so this Chinese lowly won't have any difficulties. He approaches her, saying that maybe a beating will make her a little better. However, he approaches her, and she asks him not to approach her, since if not, she will be using her maximum power, since he wants to be so disrespectful to her, the sacred maiden. She is the one who will be teaching our protagonist a lesson. Our Hansa in the background ends up commenting that they would be going ahead, since this brat might not be difficult to deal with. He will have to give her a little with his temper, which to him it seems to be a little bigger than her. He grabs her by the collar since he will need to give her a good punishment. Being caught by the collar, she begins to wonder how an inferior being dares to grab her by the collar. She is a sacred maiden, and he will not be escaping this easily. Irritated by this, he simply throws the little girl on the ground, and only then begins to punish her. Even giving her the punishment, she said she will not go back. She will continue to irritate our hero for a long time. While the two watched and watching, they both wonder what was happening here. But after receiving her punishment, we see her crying, at the same time irritated, since when she grows up she will be looking for him, and as soon as she finds him, she will be taking revenge on him. Our hero, who heard this, simply ends up crying more, because he didn't want to hear that from her. He wanted to hear her beg for forgiveness for our protagonist, something she wouldn't do anytime soon, so he continues with his punishments towards her. Time passes and night ends up falling. Hansa calls for Loas and invites him to get a piece of thigh there, and for today it seems that our protagonist is done with everything, so he should stop to eat pork. She gets irritated, ends up pointing at him, and ends up saying that if he were a man, he would come back here and wait a while, since if the elder of the tribe comes and sees her in this situation, he won't be getting away with things that easily. But our hero ignores everything. He approaches with a small piece of chicken thigh and gives it to Lois. While he eats this piece of chicken thigh and realizes that it is delicious, at the same time he wonders how it smells so good and how this thing is so delicious. He realizes that this is not a piece of chicken thigh. He even offers it to the maiden, but the maiden reveals that she doesn't eat that kind of thing. She only eats some kind of celestial treasure, but she quickly changes the subject because it smells too good. She even wonders in her mind what kind of seasoning he put on this chicken. At the same time, she tries to figure out what it could be. She even points to the fire and thinks that maybe it is because she roasted that piece of chicken on that fire. Turning to her, he wonders if a sacred maiden, by chance, has never tried a type of food like this. She only reveals that she has, but nevertheless, for a chicken to be as good as this one, it was necessary to add seasoning. Adding seasoning, he asks her to try it, since this flavor will change her taste buds. At the same time, she becomes curious, so she reaches out her hand to grab that piece of chicken. She grabs it and ends up taking a bite of that piece of chicken thigh. Grabbing and eating that piece of chicken, she feels on cloud 9, and at the same time, she changes her mind. And from now on, she only wants to eat this piece of chicken here forever. And it seems that this chicken thigh was much more fragrant and delicious than the great elder's medicinal herbs. Looking at this now, our protagonist thinks of an opportunity. He will be telling her the secret to making this chicken like this. It's easy. He just had to follow our protagonist. Without thinking twice, she agrees to this. As long as he gives her a piece of chicken to eat every day, she will be keeping her word. He just needs to keep his word. And so a contract is formed. The system screen appears, congratulating our protagonist for having managed to tame an ancient demonic phoenix. Then he starts laughing, and who would have thought that a chicken leg would be taming Vermond Brindle? Since he got a new pet for his family, he ends up calling Xiaobai and Xiaobai. He asks her to go out and meet her new family member, so he introduces Xiaoyang. Now she is part of the family. Her eyes then shine. She finds the turtle a little too cute. In her mind, they commented that maybe it is a new brat. But he ends up introducing himself as the older brother, and he ends up introducing himself as Brother Bai too. However, the little girl approaches the two and realizes that a turtle and a kitten were too cute. So she hugs them both. From afar, Lao Ru ends up calling Xiao Hong and asks him to be a little more polite with his two animals. Since now they are part of the same family, the two in the background are surprised, and it seems that now he will be taking care of that little girl as if she were a pet too. And what they least expected was that our Xiao Hong would become a beast trainer, or perhaps a Lolita tamer. Perhaps ignoring this, they look at our hero and realize that he seems to have evolved a little more without him realizing it. He reveals that it was easy. He refutes saying that it was impossible. They also even wonder if there is some kind of strategy that he uses to be advancing so quickly. In his mind, he reveals that he has a system, but he cannot tell them this. But he can tell them a trick considering their relationship. It is not as if he cannot say, but in China, there is an old saying ritual cannot be transmitted intimately. This, in addition, is a secret about the cultivation that leads to the king level. For this, he turns to old Ranza and asks if he understood what he meant. At first, he understands, but the other approaches and asks him not to believe his lies. And it seems that our hero underestimated our old Hans, since the words here he will be saying here were just coming out of Uncle Ayaking's mouth, and that it should be noted and that this is a cultivation of martial arts that cultivates the kingdom. So, he ends up saying that it was not that, but what is cultivated. It's the Tao heart. As long as you have a heart that seeks the Tao, have faith that you will be able to become a very strong person. However, our hero still hasn't cleared his mind, so he asks him to look at that mountain, and when he looks at that mountain, he reveals that it is an insurmountable difficulty and danger, and so they approach our hero and he comments that he understood everything, saying that each day when he wakes up and ends up saying to himself that one day he will be able to reach the king-level class. He will finally be able to reach that class. It doesn't matter how he gets there, but he will achieve it. Then he jumps forward near some rocks and then ends up understanding. Today, the principle of such a great thing is extremely simple. It was just necessary to use all his time to improve himself more and more. The two of them are extremely surprised to see that his understanding was quite high. Meanwhile, He turns around and calls for our Xiao Hong, since he will need Xiao Bai and Xiao Bai to awaken his second talent of the energy source. She then turns to him and reveals that she does not know how to do this, something she did not know before, but now she knows how to do it. Since first, she will need to use her mental powers to feel the changes in her body, an ability that can help others awaken their second talent of the energy source. For this, she says that she will try it for an hour. A little pink appears around her. At the same time, she opens her eyes, and then a rose comes into her hand, overflowing there. She becomes extremely happy with that. But before I can continue, I have a doubt. In some chapters, a certain guy appears who had the same ability as her, to evolve pets. Or could it be that this guy who evolves pets doesn't have the same power as her, since he could evolve some animals perhaps to a level a little higher than her? The doubt remains in the mind. Going back, she was happy with that. Since that was it, she turns to our Xiaobai and comments that he will be the first. She puts a pink hour in his direction. "This scares our turtle!" she screams. Minutes later, she begins to transform into her giant form. While transforming, we see there a glow appearing on her tail, and we see that its glow became stronger and stronger. But from her tail, something began to emerge, and our Xiaobai begins to roar. Behind also a mouth appeared and began to roar along with the other main part. After making his second evolution, the screen of this system appears for our protagonist, congratulating him for having managed to make his turtle successfully awaken the second elemental talent. He then turns to her and ends saying that it wasn't bad at all, since now she managed to make him awaken his water element, and the defensible power of the water system and the earth will be even more frightening. But what really scared Xiaobai was really that second tail that appeared. Now that it ended there with Xiaobai, he was next, and our next one was our Xiaobai, so our Xiaobai tried to escape. Because that scared him a little, he was going to escape, but the little girl was faster. Since if Xiaobai wants to awaken, he has to hold on a little longer there. Xiaobai ends up roaring and ends up transforming into his giant form. Some marks start to appear on his body, and a slightly dark aura emerges from him. And after that, the system congratulates our protagonist for having managed to make his animal surpass the second level. Now, achieving a second element, source of the shadow, he jumped with happiness to see that Xiaobai awakened a second element of the shadow. He hugs his pet and realizes that now he has become extremely powerful. He is afraid of scaring the people there with his new, extremely powerful animal. She laughs at this. So day 2 ends up arriving. After resting all night, they should be going to the Zansu swamp. His group already knew something that our protagonist had already gotten lost again. She ends up revealing that they are about 80 kilometers from the center of the forbidden zone of the Zansu swamp. And in any case, they should hurry and continue a journey in that direction. They should not be late, since they should arrive outside the Zansu swamp in the next few days. And by the way, he turns to our Xiao Hong and ends up wondering what that dragon was that was chasing them. She reveals that it is the Azuri dragon, which is a forbidden guard of the Zansu swamp. She also reveals that the strength of this Azuri dragon is extremely powerful, but all living beings that approach the central area are massacred by it. This Azuri dragon was undoubtedly very scary. She also reveals that in the past, there were some leader-level people who ended up mistakenly entering its territory, but none of them managed to get out of there. Leader-level people were eaten by it. This was terrible since there was an Azuri dragon around here. Why did the king of the 9 kings of the 9 yen not see any way to subdue it? So she reveals that at that time, the king of the 9 yen gathered the elders of the 3 largest families, but none of them were able to subdue the Azuri dragon, scaring the people. Even if one person be in the kingdom, Dyer was unable to subdue a monster like this, so he realizes that if this continues like this would become very dangerous. Before he can continue, he calls the system and asks it to investigate a little the lineage of the Azuri dragon, since today our protagonist will be trying to subdue this Azuri dragon for them, since we encountered the Azuri dragon before this may not reunite the 4 divine beasts. The system detects a lineage of the Azuri dragon nearby and the purity of the lineage. It is extremely high, and the monster's strength has already reached the half-king level, and he is already in a state of madness. and the danger was extreme, the host's current strength was very low. To subdue a monster like that, the system of the best option goes back. The protagonist, upon hearing the system, concludes that the best thing to do is to get out of there as quickly as possible, since the situation is very dangerous. Debating the best way to escape, the group reaches a consensus on the urgency of leaving the area, since the local dragon is very strong. The big guy then addresses the little girl, asking if she knows any escape route to escape that dense forest. The little girl reveals that she doesn't know the way, since the routes are constantly changing due to the climate changes in the region. The guy with glasses comes up with a possible solution, indicating a direction based on his knowledge of the place where they are. This big guy disagrees with the suggestion, since there is no way to determine the east, making the route unfeasible and increasing the confusion of the group. Faced with the impasse, one of the members suggests following the sun as a guide to find the exit of the forest and escape the danger. The big guy vetoes the idea, warning that the sun there is not reliable and would only cause even more confusion for the group. Suddenly, the little girl has a light and mentions knowing a tribe that lives nearby, which could be a solution. So, she suggests that they go to the tribe to ask for help to escape from that place and return home safely. Excited by the news, the protagonist praises the little girl's idea, asking why she didn't mention it before. The protagonist shows confidence in the little girl and asks them to head towards the tribe as quickly as possible. The little girl then reveals the name of the tribe, Spirit Snake Tribe, a somewhat peculiar name. The girl also adds that this tribe is the closest to the swamp, within a radius of 1,000 miles, a relief for the group. Agreeing with the suggestion, the protagonist asks the little girl to guide the group to the tribe's location. Thus, the group begins their journey towards the Spirit Snake Tribe, seeking help to free themselves from that situation. The narrator informs that the tribe once had powerful members, but that they went to war in search of new challenges. Currently, only the oldest and weakest remain, led by an experienced and wise elder. Getting closer, the little girl points out the place, indicating that this is the final destination of the journey. Finally, the group arrives at the Snake Tribe, an exotic-looking place mysterious. The guy with glasses comments on the large number of tribe members, despite their size. He estimates that there are more than 10,000 snakes in the place, based on the size and energy felt. Given the number of opponents, the big guy considers how to defeat them if a fight is inevitable. The big guy suggests luring the soldiers out and ambushing them little by little, dividing the enemy forces. The guy with glasses thinks the idea is risky and prefers to capture a leader to obtain valuable information. The protagonist criticizes the bloodlust of the two and their crazy ideas, seeking a peaceful solution. Soon, he remembers that the little girl is a royal saint, which could be the key to resolving the situation without violence. The guy with glasses questions whether the protagonist has any plan in mind to avoid a direct confrontation. The protagonist reveals that he has an infallible plan, relying on the influence and status of the little girl to achieve his goals. Suddenly, two giant snakes appear, summoning the residents to welcome the illustrious visitors. The little girl steps forward, revealing her identity and demonstrating her status to the tribe. The snakes are surprised by the revelation, recognizing her as a member of the ancient race of fairies. The snakes wonder why such an important person would visit a place like that. In addition, they notice the presence of important figures behind the little girl, increasing the tension in the air. One of the snakes introduces himself as an elder of the tribe and bows as a sign of respect and reverence. The snake apologizes for his initial rudeness and invites the group in, offering his hospitality. The protagonist introduces himself as a supporter of the front line, seeking resources to help in the war. He asks for medicinal herbs to recover his energy and continue the journey, showing his intentions. The other two are confused by the request, since the objective was to obtain information about the direction. The protagonist tells the two to be quiet and trust his plan, demonstrating his leadership. The snake feels honored by the visit and promises to offer the best possible treatment to the guests. So the snake leaves to begin the preparations and ensure a pleasant stay. Soon, the snake returns with medicinal fruits, offering them as a welcome gift to the visitors. The guy with glasses notes that the fruits are rare and have pure energy, demonstrating his knowledge. Another guy comments that a single fruit is capable of recovering all of a warrior's energy, impressed by its power. Satisfied with the reception, the protagonist says that they did well and that they can rest there that night. Shortly after, the protagonist indicates the place where he wants to stay and asks for a detailed map from the region. The guy with glasses finds the attitude strange, asking if it isn't too early to sleep, showing his distrust. The snake explains that the requested room belongs to the boss and that no one can enter without his permission. Ignoring the explanation, the protagonist demands that they prepare an even larger room to accommodate him. The snake is apprehensive and asks him not to do anything that will irritate her, fearing the consequences. The protagonist questions whether the saint is not more important than their boss, increasing the pressure. The snake despairs and begins to tremble upon hearing the protagonist's words, feeling the weight of the situation. Frightened, the snake tries to explain itself and apologizes for what happened, seeking to avoid a conflict. Seeing the snake's despair, the little one takes pity and tries to calm things down, seeking a peaceful solution. The little one then manifests an aura of fire to demonstrate her power and authority, showing who is in charge there. The snake is frightened by the saint's power and promises to do everything they ask, seeking to please her and avoid problems. To reassure the snake, the protagonist says that they only intend to sleep there, seeking to calm their nerves. Then the protagonist asks for the map of the region to be brought, and the snake promptly complies with the request. Having received the map, the protagonist gives it to him, analyzes, looking for clues and information relevant to their journey. Meanwhile, the other two are excited about the prospect of stealing treasures, thinking about the riches they can find. The protagonist asks for calm and tells them to wait for the map first, trying to stay focused on the main objective. One of the guys says he is tired and asks to drink water first, showing his need to rest. The snake finally arrives with the map and gives it to the protagonist, fulfilling his promise. Analyzing the map, the protagonist realizes that there are no clues there, frustrating his expectations. The snake thinks they are too powerful to care about the tribe's assets, feeling insignificant. Then, the snake asks if they need anything else and offers to help with whatever is necessary. The protagonist dismisses the snake and asks it not to bother them, seeking privacy and freedom. Soon after, the protagonist closes the door, preventing any interruptions and ensuring the group's tranquility. Without wasting time, the protagonist gives orders to search everything, showing his greed and determination. The protagonist orders them to search the first floor for treasures hidden, looking for riches and valuables. So he calls the little girl to search the second floor of the castle, trusting in her skills and intuition. The little girl is excited about the idea of looking for treasures and agrees to help, showing her enthusiasm. The other two are also happy and prepare to loot everything, eager to find valuable objects. One of the guys finds a jar of jade and is happy with the find, showing his satisfaction. The protagonist asks for silence and tells them not to draw their attention, fearing being discovered. The guy agrees and promises to make less noise so as not to alert anyone, recognizing the danger. The little girl finds a box of medicinal fruits and warns the protagonist, sharing her discovery. The protagonist praises the little girl and asks her to look harder, encouraging the search for treasures. After all, he believes that there must be something else hidden inside, showing his ambition. In the end, they find lots of food and treasures to take on the adventure, ensuring provisions and resources. The protagonist then asks if everyone is ready to eat, inviting them to a banquet. The others respond excited and prepare for the banquet, eager to taste the delicacies. And so, they begin to eat everything they found with great joy and satisfaction, celebrating the success of the search. Our story continues in the same place after the party. They say that after the party they need to find a way to escape from this place, since soon they will be gathering there, the people of that tribe of the spiritual serpent. They find a way to escape from here, especially because their upper silver level bottleneck is breaking. Now that they have eaten, they should be going to look at that map over there to be able to find a way to escape from here. So he approaches his group and asks him to let the gold levels, which are a little stronger, be taken care of by our protagonist and our old man Who. However, the two agree to it, since they should be acting faster to escape from here. Our Xiao Han will have a main mission, to deal with the members of the silver-level spiritual serpent tribe. Hearing this, the girl then just agrees. After agreeing, we then go back a little outside the castle. On a dark night we see everything calm, but we go back inside. Our hero laughed, but another one approached our hero, since one of his goals was to fight these snakes, and his powers were almost exploding from waiting here, which the other one ended up saying that old Han was just exploding his appetite for food. So he shouted, he asked the second elder to quickly gather all the beasts, all the ferocious beasts of the spiritual serpent tribe. And as soon as he spoke about this, we went back outside the castle. The serpent began to crawl. Soon after, he approached the great lord and ended up telling him what this thing meant. He said that he didn't need to get too close. He also asked why 3 gold-level snakes started to surround him. He revealed at the end that none of that meant anything, especially since today, our dear protagonist will be tearing each one of them apart. So, our hero, with his muscles stretched, advanced towards one of the gold-level snakes. Soon the snake, seeing him, ended up recognizing him as that human race, the despicable one. Soon after, he orders the spiritual serpent to kill each and every one of the humans that were around, but it was too late. Our hero ended up advancing. And there he got close, and there he grabbed one of the serpents, but he wasn't done yet. There were some behind him that ended up approaching with their mouths open. He opens his mouth and ends up spraying venom in his direction, since his goal was not only to knock down our hero, but also to send our protagonist to the other world. However, we find our hero's 2 friends who were back there. He won't let that happen. To do so, the 2 advance towards our serpents. Meanwhile, our Xiao Ba ends up leaving his den and ends up growing, and so he could be fighting more easily. Our white fur also does the same. He comes out and starts fighting the serpents. Meanwhile, our little girl starts emanating an aura outwards, and it starts to burn. And so she starts running around, hopping around. Her goal was to eat grilled snake meat. The snakes start screaming for help, as they don't want to be caught by it. Our hero, on the other hand, realizes that it was the fire of Xiao Hong's demonic phoenix, which was simply terrifying, something that left our protagonist extremely surprised. And her power didn't stop there, as she used that power even higher, and we found a forest on fire. They were already calling for the elder, asking for help. Our hero turns to our old Han and tells him that he will leave everything to him. He agrees. He will do everything possible to end these snakes. Meanwhile, the snakes were there, wondering who they were and why they were here. Our hero reveals that they were the ones who would be taking his life. With a diagonal cut, he ends it, making a cut in this snake, and with that it was very likely that this snake did not survive, perhaps not for long. Meanwhile, he reveals that he did not even have time to have fun. The opponents were still very weak. But our hero asks our old Han not to let his guard down too much, since this was the heart of the Zace's territory. Our Xiao Ba ends up saying that with this attack here, he may be feeling like he could reach the gold level at any moment. Our white fur also reveals that he will also be reaching the gold level at any moment, surprising each of the 2 there then. Back there, we then find a guy from our hero's group who turns to them and wonders if, by going there, he will be meeting the main group. He reveals that maybe, but he still has an idea. He wonders what this stupid idea could be. He reveals that he is already in the heart of the Zero Race's territory, and no wonder why they do not attack the races directly from here. He turns to them and asks himself, just them? That would be too dangerous. He, who didn't care much, ends up revealing that the fortune was more in danger, and if the fight becomes impossible, it will be the greatest reward you'll have in the end. Maybe you'll get stronger, or maybe you won't, or maybe you'll get lost somewhere. Our hero, who was the captain for today, asks them to listen. Here, they'll rest for the whole night, since the next day they'll be doing something, and since the next day they'll be marching towards the Fang Mountain Range. The moment he talks about this, the group becomes a little alarmed, since that place, there is the territory of the Wind Leopard tribe. something that he then ends up commenting that he feels that our old son is becoming more and more convinced after becoming the captain of this group. Already on the second day, he wonders if perhaps this is perhaps a new method. He reveals that it works very well. The great Lord Ziyang has just arrived, so for this they end up wondering why they didn't go out to receive. One of the leopards that was there ends up coming out of his rest and ends up wondering what was going on. Another reveals that he doesn't know, but one of the leopards gets up and ends up wondering if they came here just to die. He approaches our hero and asks him to go there and inform the elder, since Ziyang Xuan has just arrived. One of the leopards steps forward and reveals that they, from the Wind Leopard tribe, have a gigantic hatred against them, the Black Pythons, and for that, today they will be taking revenge. That was their objective. And his group of leopards that were there advances towards our hero. After advancing, we see a fight unfolding there. We see our old Han using his spear to defend himself from one of the leopard's blows. And so he ends up turning to our hero and says that his methods weren't working. He wonders behind him how he would know that he had a grudge against the Black Pythons of Hell. But in the worst situations, they should run over each one of them. Then he calls for Xiaoba and Xiaobai and asks them to do their job. The two who were there, listening to the order, advance towards the leopards. After advancing, he turns to Xiaohong and ends up commenting that these leopards are very fast, so he will be letting her finish them off. She just agrees. To do so, she activates her pink aura again and then jumps up. From above, she starts attacking several fires towards the leopards that were down there, and one of the leopards that was down there ended up being caught by it. And they were easily knocked down by this simple blow from our Xiaohong. After a long time, our old Han approaches the leopard that was knocked down, since with all this, he can be leveling up. The method he taught did not fail and was very good. After making these celebrations, our hero turns to his system screen, and there he ends up receiving some congratulations from the system for having managed to get his turtle to reach gold level. Our white fur also leveled up to gold level. Xiao Ba, seeing that he has leveled up, ends up roaring a little, and our hero approaches and notices that Xiao Ba has just grown a little more. A holographic screen details the water swan turtle's new stats. Its skills weaken enemy attacks and create an inescapable water barrier. Another screen shows the gilded shadow tiger's abilities. Its speed can be quadrupled, and its attacks now have immense destructive power. The hero smirks proudly beside his magnificent white tiger. He names the beast Little White, declaring it the new master of shadows. His companion approaches, looking utterly baffled. He asks how Subai improved again while he remains stagnant despite his strong faith. Subai looks at his friend, explaining that there's only one reason for his failure. His faith simply isn't resolute enough. Just then, a red-haired girl joins them, asking about their next destination, while Subai studies a map with determination. The young woman points toward a massive, distant mountain city. She reveals it as their final target, the main city of the Mystic Turtles. His companions react with shock, asking if he is serious. They believe the plan is far too crazy to even consider. Lao Hu reminds them that it is a true capital of the Myriad races. He warns that even with the war, it is certainly guarded by strong experts. Han Zhan strongly objects, insisting that attacking the main city with just a few people is nothing short of a suicide mission. The other man agrees, adding that if their human identities are exposed, they will not even have a chance to escape. The risk is too great. Subai calmly turns to his hesitant friends. He asks if they have already forgotten their faith and their solemn pursuit of the path. Raising a fist toward the horizon, he proclaims that to get the resources they need to grow stronger, they must go to the main city. He tells them to imagine the moment they finally become kings. They would stand on the Great Wall, revered for their contribution to humanity. His expression becomes fiery. He declares they are fighting for a glorious cause, and even if they perish, it is for something truly great. Inspired by his leader's words, Han Zhan roars with new resolve. He will live and die gloriously for the sake of the human race. Su Bai agrees, clasping his friend's hand firmly. Lao Hu watches them, surprised at how quickly their spirits were ignited. With the team motivated, the hero instructs the red-haired girl to lead the way. She cheerfully agrees, ready for the journey. As they march toward the distant city, their shared chant echoes through the desolate landscape, a solemn and resolute vow. 3 days pass. The young girl cheerfully asks how much further it is. Tsubai assures her that they are almost at their destination. She then points ahead, announcing their arrival at the mystic Turtle Main City, leaving her companions stunned by the sight. They gaze upon a colossal fortress looming in the distance. It looks more like a gigantic, imposing mountain than a simple city. As they walk along the path towards it, Han-jan quietly admits to Tsubai that he is starting to regret their bold decision. The hero tries to rally their spirits, asking what there is to fear. But his own nervous expression betrays his true feelings. The girl explains that this city is the most magnificent of all. She recalls visiting it once before with the Great Elder. She shows them a map, noting that each of the city's gates is for specific races, and all of them require a toll fee for entry. Tsubai is shocked to hear about an entry fee. The girl clarifies it is paid with purple spirit stones, a valuable currency. She holds up a glowing crystal, explaining that these stones are not just currency. They also contain vast energy for cultivation. Higher-level cultivators use even more advanced spirit stones, which contain pure elemental power from the heavens and the earth. He pats her head, teasingly asking if she only has one stone. She replies, her pouch is a spatial bag with 100 square meters inside. She casually tips her bag, pouring out a massive pile of purple spirit stones, while admitting she is actually quite wealthy. Her companions are stunned by the fortune before them. They finally realize she cultivates with these stones, calling her a little rich lady. As the gems sparkle around her, one of the men starts to speak to the young girl, who looks up attentively. The hero swoops in with a grin, telling her it is unsafe for a child to carry so much money and offering to hold it as her master. With the pouch in hand, he declares the matter settled, celebrating their new fortune. His companion reminds him it is time to enter the city. The turtle spirit then offers to imbue them with a mystic turtle aura. This 7-day disguise will let them use a side gate and avoid the toll. Now cloaked, the group approaches some local beasts. Tsubai smirks, confident the plan works after seeing the animals' wary reactions. At the city entrance, serpentine guards bow respectfully. They welcome the 4 disguised humans back to the main city without suspicion. Safely inside, the hero comments on their grand entrance. His companion confirms they should head straight for the main castle. Tsubai looks around in awe at the sight of powerful beasts walking freely everywhere, amazed by the city's atmosphere. Above them, the sky is filled with dragons and other winged creatures soaring between the towering city spires. Walking through the crowded streets, Han-jan expresses his shock at seeing so many different beasts within the city walls. His friend notes their strength, saying the myriad races are stronger than they thought. They agree human warriors would be outmatched. The girl explains that the elite races control the others. The vast enemy army is mostly cannon fodder, not true elites. Understanding dawns on Tsubai. Seeing how lively the city is, he suggests they take some time to explore the area. Suddenly, the turtle spirit sends a message to its master. It reports finding something interesting about 10 kilometers to the southwest. The hero turns to his friends, suggesting they split up since moving together is inefficient. Lao Hu agrees, wanting to find a place with ancient records. He then offers each of them a single purple crystal for expenses. His companions complain about his stinginess, knowing he holds the entire bag. The leader tells them not to thank him as he walks away with the girl. Watching them go, his friends call him a cheapskate. Meanwhile, Lao Hu asks his friend to join him in searching for archives. The other man declines, deciding to check out the city's armor shops instead. Following the spirit's directions, Tsubai and the girl arrive at a large, empty plaza. He confirms this is the location he was looking for. A smirk forms on his face as he scans the area. He wonders what kind of interesting things he might find in this place. Now, what's really in there? And our story today will continue where it left off. Here we find our protagonist doing well. Until then, he'd noticed some future things there. And we also realized that this was the main warehouse, but the walls for some reason weren't that high. Even he could jump, when she ends up pointing upward and asking them to look around a bit. Up above, we find a griffin-like dragon, flying but with an aura surrounding it. He realized this monster was going to attack, but it suddenly stops. But now that he's stopped, he realizes he's seen this symbol somewhere before. He thinks he's read about it in some old books in the library. Pausing for a moment, he finally remembers. He realizes this was a celestial confinement barrier, and it seems the tribe buried underground is truly skilled, since with this barrier here, not even a gemstone could pass through the walls undetected. To do so, he turns to her and wonders who exactly the guardian of this barrier is. Before she can reveal anything, she announces that something is approaching. They should hide first. Meanwhile, the serpents are changing shifts. Another asks the other if she found anything unusual. Another says no. For her, it was just a normal day. Or maybe not. Right? Unaware that our protagonist is hiding behind there. Before she can continue, our protagonist returns to Xiao Yong, who asks her to wait. She, who didn't want to get involved, agrees, as our protagonist wants to test out a new talent of his. Thus, he becomes somewhat invisible in front of her. Becoming invisible in front of her, she is surprised and ends up screaming, but our protagonist asks her to tone it down a bit. Thus, he continues with his plans. With his plans, he begins following a serpent who had a high status. Thus, he passes some guards. She asks him to close the doors tightly as soon as she enters. Unaware that our protagonist is behind her, he follows her without a second thought. And with zero difficulty, our protagonist, along with this snake, ends up entering inside. And the moment he enters, the doors close, and so our protagonist can continue with his plans. He strikes the back of its neck, causing the snake to fall to the ground. After all this, he realizes that his camouflage was quite useful. His goal was simply to get inside to try to discover what useful treasure lay within the castle. He continues on and finds a room full of purple crystals. And now, if our protagonist were to get these crystals, our hero would be rich forever, and no one could stop him from getting this thing, since he can get rich alone. Or so he thought, because when he turns to the side, at an exit there, he sees 2 quick steps of some things. He realizes something unusual is happening. He even thinks that maybe it's some people from those snake tribes. To do this, he asks whoever is hiding to come forward immediately. The 2, who were also trying to get our hero's treasure, recognize the voice, so they appear. Those people were our protagonist's friends, who shared our hero's objective. Seeing them, they are surprised to see that they've also appeared here. He ends up wondering why they were here. To him, perhaps this was all just a coincidence. To get in, they both even donned nighttime infiltration gear. Entering here, we see that our hero is even more surprised to see that they managed to get in here without being noticed by the guards. He reveals that he was wandering around and ended up finding the secret passage. The other one, on the other hand, was also wandering around and ended up entering here by accident. Not wanting to waste time, our protagonist still wanted to continue with his plans, since his main plan is to get everything inside without anyone noticing. So he turns to his 2 friends for help in capturing some items from inside, as his goal is to get everything inside without making a sound. They agree. Then out of nowhere, one of our protagonist's friends bumps into a bell that was sitting on the edge of the table, and it falls to the floor, drawing everyone's attention. We see that our hero has finally realized they've disrupted his plans. One of the guards enters and finds the snake from before, lying on the floor. He asks them to announce that intruders have entered his territory. To prevent escape, he asks them to raise the barrier. Before he can continue, our protagonist appears in the background. His hand outstretched, he uses his telekinetic ability. It then heads toward one of the snakes nearby, thinking about advancing. Both are caught, and with that, our protagonist's group manages to escape. One of the most important and strongest serpents noticed they'd escaped. So he asked for an order to isolate the entire towns, as their goal now was to find these invaders, and to do so, they were supposed to be searching house by house. She then realized that they'd now been noticed, and must be hiding very well, so he turns to old Seuss, and realizes that they've now gotten themselves into quite a mess. The whole town was now looking for him, but the other says he was fine, since no one would be finding them here. Our protagonist says the same thing, which even has a saying for it: the most dangerous place is the safest place. The 2 then turn to him, and don't understand a thing he was saying. And so we return to her. She comments to the serpents that she needs to find the humans, and it seems she's found one there. She points in their faces in the direction, and at that moment, she follows the order, but they don't even see any humans. However, some things appear before them, and they don't even see them. And thanks to this, our protagonist and his group manage to take down 3 snakes at once. Now knocked down, he turns to old Ran and asks him to take care of the bodies. They agree. Xiao Hang goes to an entrance first, before he can continue, Xiao Hang, who turns to our hero, wonders what he was trying to find. He reveals that, before they could leave here, he sensed treasure nearby. Since logically, if it were just to store a few treasures, there would be no need to create such a secure barrier. She yells for him to come here, as she found a secret passage, a secret door, and this ends up surprising him a bit, as our hero got closer and found nothing there. Then she reveals that the secret door has some kind of special spell. The human race can't see this thing. To this end, he realizes that the cunning serpent Xuanhan from hell was clever, and it's no wonder he hadn't noticed anything like this before entering that other warehouse. Before he could continue, she reveals that there was a very strong energy down there. Curious about this, they should be going down there to try to find out what it was. They do, but as they descend, they are surprised by something. This thing there is the Thousand Wish Tree. He then turns around and wonders what kind of tree it is, since it looks so evil. Before he can continue, she reveals that it is a forbidden art. She at this point becomes irritated with this serpent clan. Another, with another doubt, wonders if perhaps they want to become a fourth royal clan. Looking at the name of the Thousand Wish Tree, he seems to have heard it somewhere. Then, before he could continue, our system screen appeared in front of him, detecting a remaining branch of the ancient divine tree, which contained the power of countless fragment laws. The system urged him not to miss this opportunity under any circumstances, but cultivating the 10,000 Wishes tree requires at least 10 million snake lives. While discussing this, our protagonist turned to her and asked what this meant. She revealed that it was an 8th grade spiritual fruit, and each 10,000 Wishes fruit contained an extremely terrifying energy. She could help. She might be helping a Lord-level warrior increase their bloodline concentration. When the bloodline concentration reached a certain level, countless beings of the same species had to be slaughtered, as this is the cultivation method of the 10,000 Wishes, and was classified as a forbidden art by the 3 royal clans. To him, this might be a minor disturbance, but he should let it go, because in any case, he couldn't leave this tree here. He advances, and approaching the tree, goes there and places his hand. Then he says he's ready to begin. So he begins to activate the divinity of this tree. And as soon as he does, we see that the tree begins to glow, and then begins to expand, wanting to explode. Then he realizes that this is a spatial rift. Then he realizes that perhaps this is what the system calls a small fear. But we see that she was frightened, and she realizes that he did something there, since space was trying to collapse here with them. Staying here was very dangerous, so they must get out of here, otherwise they will be trapped here forever in this rift. She keeps begging them to at least get out of here as quickly as possible, but an explosion happens. But that explosion would swallow them all, and before it can swallow them, our hero uses Zhuan Huang's barrier to protect them right there. And even using his barrier, he realizes that it will collapse. Then he arrives, shouting to Zhuan Huang to lower herself a little. As soon as he says this, we see that thing begin to rapidly merge with the fruit he held earlier, and it was expanding more and more inside. Its goal was to suck the entire tree into a dimension, so that all the evil that had happened here would disappear. After a while, it finally happened. The glow of the red tree disappeared, leaving only a golden glow on the fruit floating in the air in front of them. And with that, they were most likely safe for now. She turns to her master and realizes that he had succeeded, since he had indeed managed to transplant the tree of 10,000 wishes. And over there we see the treasures and other valuables that Sube had collected earlier. Everything finally worked out. However, there were still some things trembling there. And not only that, but it seemed like the tree was sucking up all her treasures, and he's more than irritated by this. He even starts kicking the tree, wanting it to spit everything out, right? But she was asking her master to be careful and get out of there as quickly as possible, since the tree of 10,000 wishes looked like it wanted to explode. Well, it didn't, just like here it ends up exploding. And so the scene cuts back to the gate. Back at the beginning, we see that the guy saw a light shining up into the sky. He turns to his Naya King and wonders if he noticed it too. This energy was so strong that it seemed to transcend the laws themselves, and it came from the heart of the 10,000 races territory. An existence even more powerful than the king of the 9 hells had just awakened, and he doesn't understand, since he was saying that existence transcends the king level. Unaware of what was happening, he asks him to find some trace of what this thing could be. He eventually agrees and leaves, but our scene shifts to the territory of the 10,000 races. She, the fox, was floating, and she couldn't believe it. How could she see it? How could a divine-level power exist? How could this be possible, since the Forbidden Land hasn't been breached yet? How could there be an emanation of divine power? And to make matters worse, why would such a terrifying power appear within the main city of Dazang? She asks him to send someone to investigate. They agree. In the royal city of the Nine Hells, he noticed it. This energy was terrifying. What was happening? And to make matters worse, why would such a terrifying aura appear within the city of Dazang? One of the guards appeared there. He turns to him and wonders what was happening. He reveals that nothing, since he didn't know. He'll be going there to find out everything, and will be back shortly. Meanwhile, in the forbidden area of the Green Lake, deep within, we find a glow. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the forbidden land of the Sword Clan, we only find several lightning strikes. Meanwhile, in the forbidden land of the Heavenly Fall River, we find some mummified objects, and in the forbidden land of the 10,000 races, we find some glows emanating from, let's say, a planet. Meanwhile, this suggests that it won't be long before they might be reappearing in the human world. And on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, they look there, in the direction of that same glow from before, and realize something unusual is happening. They can't believe it, as they saw a gigantic earthquake, and it seemed like it was coming from the direction of the main city. Another simply wonders about the Tree of 10,000 Wishes. He reveals to himself that if the three royal clans discover this, that he used a forbidden technique to cultivate the Tree of 10,000 Wishes, he will truly be finished. And to this end, he ends up retreating. His army down there doesn't understand anything about what's happening. Now it seems they can no longer handle the situation they've gotten themselves into. With no way out, they have only one goal: to retreat, since they can no longer attack humanity. In total chaos, we see the human army advancing toward the beasts. They consider running to escape, but another tells them to run away and get to safety. Meanwhile, we return to our hero. He wakes up and doesn't understand what's happening. The entire place has been destroyed, and he realizes he caused it all. Other monsters advance toward him, and we realize they're angry that our hero has touched their clan's sacred tree. And for having done so, they won't let it go unpunished. They'll be attacking our hero with all their might. And besides, they have nothing else to do. Their goal was to take down our protagonist anyway. So he points, and so do they, along with the other serpent behind him, point their swords at our hero. As soon as he points the sword, they end up firing a slash, intending to send our protagonist to another world, perhaps even while he's already there. But it comes close to our hero. His eyes widen as he sees the slash approaching him, and the story begins with him now summoning a golden hexagonal shield, preparing for a powerful attack. He retaliates instantly, punching the ground with his fist and sending a massive shockwave of earth and rock forward. Elsewhere, a fanged villain fires a beam of pink energy from her mouth as a warrior in purple prepares to fight. A man in a blue shirt climbs a cliff, imagining the sudden energy fluctuation and suspecting his friend is involved. The young man in yellow looks shocked, realizing his companions have also advanced to gold rank. His friend in the purple suit tells him to run, vowing to contain the approaching adversary. The villain moves with incredible speed, her pink energy easily overwhelming the warrior's defense. He is thrown back with a cut to the chest. His opponent mockingly asks if he thought his armor would protect him. His friends rush to his side, asking if he can still fight. The wounded warrior insists they escape while he holds the line. One of his companions calls him a ruthless man for his bravery, then tells the other to retreat as they both break into a run. The warrior in purple glares at him with determination. Ready to unleash his ultimate blade technique, he unleashes a flurry of purple blows, but the villain dismisses his attack as a petty trick. With a final scream, he hurls his glowing purple spear directly at his enemy. He then immediately turns and runs, shouting for his friends to wait. One of them tells him to eat a spirit fruit. The villain roars in frustration, vowing that her prey will not escape her grasp today. The three friends use their abilities to flee, glowing with yellow, purple, and blue energy as they soar through the air. They become streaks of light racing across the desolate landscape, with a menacing pink trail in hot pursuit. The female villain is stunned by their velocity, wondering how gold-rank warriors can possibly move so quickly. After a 3-hour chase, she stands on a cliff with a companion, annoyed that the humans are so good at running. She asks her companion for confirmation of their path, noting that they are entering the forbidden Luatian River. She dismisses the danger of the forbidden zone, declaring that they must capture the three humans no matter what. Meanwhile, the trio rests behind some rocks, wondering why their pursuers are so desperate to get the Saint Tree. The young man in yellow says it's a long story, urging them to restore their energy quickly so they can escape. But their rest is cut short as a massive creature lands before them, declaring that they are not going anywhere. This new enemy, the 10th Elder, complains about having to step in personally because his subordinates failed to catch them. The warrior in purple steps forward, telling his friends to leave while demanding the elder return his clan's sacred tree. The elder transforms into a colossal serpent, promising to grant them a swift and painless end. The serpent lashes out with its tail, violently striking the purple-clad warrior and sending him flying. Enraged, the young man in yellow says that such an evil item should not be called a saint tree, and he will take it. The serpent monster looks down on them with contempt, mockingly asking how long they think they can possibly hold out. The warrior in purple hands over the spirit fruit, telling his friend to take their companion and leave this to him. He eats a piece of the fruit himself, shouting that one sacrifice is better than losing everyone for humanity's sake. His friends look back with worried expressions, hesitant to abandon their comrade. Glowing with purple energy, the warrior screams at them to run. His friend promises they will wait for him up ahead. As the two begin to flee, the massive serpent lunges at them, intent on preventing their escape, but their friend intercepts, striking the beast with his spear and declaring himself to be its true opponent. The serpent smashes into the ground where he stood, but the warrior leaps away just in time to dodge the blow. He is quickly knocked to the ground. The beast looms over him, calling him a weak human whose life is less than an insect's. The massive serpent turns its head, sensing that the fight is somehow not over yet. Despite his injuries, the warrior glares defiantly, shouting that he is the one it must face. In a burst of desperate energy, he jumps onto the serpent's giant back, catching the creature by surprise. The monster begins to thrash its body violently, trying to shake the reckless human off. The force of the movement is brutal, and the warrior coughs up blood from the powerful impacts. He is slammed hard against the creature's tough scales, taking severe damage from the attack. With its eyes glowing intensely, the serpent roars that it has no more time to waste on him. Golden energy snakes erupt from the ground, coiling around the injured warrior as he grits his teeth in defiance. The ethereal serpents swarm him completely, their glowing forms tightening around the struggling man. A distant cry echoes across the sky, leaving the warrior's fate unknown as the scene shifts. His two friends arrive at the edge of a vast, tranquil lake, recognizing it as the legendary Bishui Lake. The young man wonders why the area is so peaceful, while his companion worries that their pursuers still haven't shown up. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the Forbidden Land, the female villain also finds the silence strange, as this place is usually hostile. She insists they must retrieve their saint tree, deciding to test the waters. Her companion agrees to retreat if danger arises. With their decision made, the two villains cautiously step forward into the forbidden territory. Suddenly, a colossal shadow dragon wreathed in lightning emerges, its powerful presence filling the sky. The two intruders are frozen in shock, staring up at the terrifying beast that has just appeared. The female villain quickly identifies the creature as the Azure Dragon and screams for her group to retreat at once. Deep within the forbidden area, the two friends relax with a small girl and a cat. One asks how his friend can be so calm. The young man calmly explains that this place is a forbidden land for their enemies, so they will not dare to follow. His companion agrees they cannot stay forever and suggests they return to the mountains to find their main forces. The youth counters that their pursuers will have gone back to defend their home, making a return trip a direct trap. His eyes widen as a sudden, audacious idea flashes through his mind. He grins, suggesting they return to the enemy's territory for a surprise attack, much to his friend's disbelief. His companion calls him crazy, reminding him that going back means facing even stronger platinum-level pursuers. The young man explains they will not retrace their steps but will take a detour, though his friend doubts he knows the way. He stands confidently, adding they can also find their friend. He tells his companion to trust him and follow his lead. As they prepare to leave, the small girl sitting on a turtle calls out, telling the foodies to get a move on. While running, the youth explains he noticed a problem with their strategy during their previous battles. He elaborates that they should focus all their energy on increasing their own speed while slowing down their enemies. His friend agrees with this logic, acknowledging the power gap between gold and platinum ranks is too large to fight directly. Suddenly, the young man senses movement in the forest, warning his companion to be careful and pick up the pace. They quickly hide among the trees and spot their captured friend, realizing they cannot charge in recklessly. Their companion is bound and led by a beast-man guard, who taunts him that no one will come to his rescue. Watching from the bushes, the young man knows a direct approach is too risky, and they need a foolproof plan. A sly grin spreads across his face as a familiar idea forms. His friend warily asks what he is thinking of now. Meanwhile, the captured warrior gets whipped but remains defiant. The guard, angered by his resilience, prepares to strike again. Just as the Beastman guard raises his whip to strike again, a voice from the woods commands him to stop. Two mysterious figures in dark cloaks emerge. The guard explains he is escorting a human prisoner on the 10th Elder's orders. The captured warrior recognizes one of the cloaked figures, his face lighting up as he begins to speak. Before he can say a name, the cloaked youth smacks him, telling the supposedly dangerous human to stay quiet. The hero, still in disguise, explains they are envoys sent by the 10th Elder to supervise the escort and collect supplies. The guard is confused, stating the military rations were already handed over. The cloaked figure retorts that more are needed. The disguised youth asks if the guard is questioning the order. The beast man quickly apologizes and says he wouldn't dare. The cloaked figure then commands the guard to lead the way, and the flustered beast man immediately obeys. Their journey takes them to the territory of the Yuling Cat clan, a settlement built within a massive ancient tree. At the entrance, the disguised hero says he will interrogate the human and tells the guard to summon their elder. An elderly cat person emerges, apologizing for not greeting the envoys sooner. The hero dismisses the formalities. The elder questions the request, explaining they just sent a shipment 10 days ago. The hero insists the war effort demands more. He delivers a rousing speech about how every clan is sacrificing everything, sending even their weakest to fight on the front lines. He leans in close, his voice low and threatening, asking if the Cat clan is unwilling to contribute its share. The Cat clan elder seems moved by the speech. He agrees and offers 10,000 low-grade spirit materials from their inventory. The disguised envoy promises to report their good deeds. Meanwhile, his companions watch, thinking their leader is a master manipulator. The Cat clan elder respectfully invites the disguised group to follow him into the clan's storage area, and the young man agrees. Inside the storage cave, the elder explains that he has also prepared some spirit stones for them as a special gift. The hero smiles faintly, promising to report their generous contribution to the great king, and the elder thanks him profusely. He then dismisses the elder, stating he needs to interrogate the prisoner alone. The cat person obliges and leaves the cave. Once they are alone, the captured warrior asks to be untied, complaining that they could have easily defeated the Cat clan. His leader gestures to the crates of fruit, explaining that diplomacy yielded resources for his recovery, which a fight would not have. As his friend is being untied, the young man suddenly asks if anyone else feels that something is wrong with this cave. He holds up his hand, explaining that he can feel his energy draining away, as if something is slowly absorbing it. His two companions also notice their auras flickering, confirming that their own energy is mysteriously dissipating. They realize the energy drain is real. The trio turns their attention toward the dark, deeper part of the storage cave. This explains why the elder left so confidently. Concluding there is a trap, they decide to venture further in to investigate. Deeper inside, they find motionless cat-like statues, all facing a strange, shimmering barrier at the chamber's far end. Beyond the barrier lies the enormous skeleton of a cat-like beast, filling the three friends with awe and suspicion. What truly puzzles them is the statue of a human knight with a greatsword, standing proudly atop the massive skeleton's skull. The hero observes their surroundings, concluding this must be a very important place for the Cat clan. Without warning, one of the cat statues springs to life and lunges at them. A companion shouts a warning as he summons a golden shield to block the attack. The creature quickly moves aside, leaving the group stunned. They wonder how a mere statue could suddenly come to life. Their brief confusion turns to alarm as they realize all the statues in the cave have awakened, surrounding them with glowing red eyes. In a flash, the pack of stone creatures rushes forward, moving with unnatural speed. One of the companions comments on their incredible swiftness as he raises a defensive barrier, preparing to hold them off. He then unleashes a powerful whirlwind of energy, creating a vortex that pushes back the attacking beasts. Taking advantage of the opening, the warrior in purple notes that the creatures have slowed down and prepares his own attack. With a powerful roar, he slams his weapon down, sending a devastating wave of purple energy across the cave floor. To his surprise, one of the creatures survives the powerful strike, seemingly unfazed by the high-level attack. The hero yells at his friends to find a way to break out, explaining that the confined space of the cave limits his ability to fight. Just then, the statue of the human knight moves, its hand gripping the hilt of the greatsword as his companion agrees to the plan. The knight statue pulls the enormous, glowing sword from the ground. The friends watch in shock, one of them exclaiming in disbelief. A confident smirk spreads across the hero's face as he tells his companion that the powerful weapon is a perfect match for him. The warrior agrees and steps forward, his hand closing around the hilt of the immense, energy-infused greatsword. The warrior grips the massive weapon, declaring that he will be the one to test its power. As another stone creature lunges, he swings the greatsword, which erupts in a wave of purple energy. The blade slices through the darkness in a flash of brilliant light. He looks on with a surprised expression as the powerful slash cleaves the creature in two. His leader remarks on the incredible power of the weapon, telling his friend he has found a true treasure. The warrior laughs triumphantly, feeling that this dangerous journey has finally paid off. Now armed with the powerful sword, he tells his friends to hurry and fight their way out of the cave. As they make their escape, the hero suddenly spots something on the ground, calling for them to wait. At the cave entrance, the enraged Cat Clan elder appears, vowing to kill the intruders for defiling their sacred land. He commands his entire clan to attack the three humans, ordering that none of them be allowed to escape alive. The Cat Clan warriors roar and charge forward, eager to crush the intruders and stain the mountains with their blood. Now outside, the group sees the overwhelming number of enemies. One companion worries they cannot break through, but the hero calmly tells them it is an easy problem to solve and that he will handle the situation. He raises his hand, summoning two brilliant beams of light as he calls his companions to get to work. A massive turtle and a fierce white tiger materialize, immediately unleashing their own powerful attacks on the charging Cat Clan. The elder declares that they will deal with the summoner first, calling the human despicable and vowing to kill him. The hero tells his summons not to hold back and to attack with full force, launching an energy blast from his hand. Suddenly, he steps in front of his companion, shouting a warning as a powerful energy blast hits him. The young man rushes to his friend's side to check on him. The injured companion coughs but says he is fine. The hero tells him to hold on and leave the rest of the fight to him, confident that they can handle this small tribe. He then gives orders to his summoned companions, telling one to protect his friend while the others prepare to fight. With his team in position, the hero declares that he must first take down the leader of the Cat Clan. The Cat Clan elder scoffs at the youth's confidence, but the hero charges forward, declaring that the elder's time is up. He unleashes a flurry of glowing energy slashes from his gauntlets, cutting through the air toward his opponent. The elder looks on in shock, recognizing the power as a holy beast armament and finding it impossible. The hero then focuses his power into a single point, firing a massive beam of energy straight into the sky. He yells at his friend to take care of their injured companion as they need to escape, ordering his summons to cover their retreat. The warrior with the greatsword helps his injured friend as the group makes a run for it, surrounded by chaos. The pursuing Cat Clan watches them go, vowing that the blood of the three humans will bless the future of their race. Far from the battle, a group of beastmen notice the bright flash of light and decide to head toward the Cat Clan's location. The white-haired leader recognizes the power as a holy beast armament, suspecting this might be a human conspiracy. He stands and commands two diamond-level experts to go to the mountains immediately and eliminate the young hero. Meanwhile, at a human military base, an officer reports that two enemy diamond-level experts are moving quickly toward the Cat tribe. A commander realizes the three friends are in trouble and orders two diamond-level warriors to be sent as support. He then adds that the Golden Fire Cavalry must also go, insisting the hero must be saved from the massive army surrounding him. The trio finally breaks away from the Cat Clan. The hero tells his companions they cannot rest yet, as a voice calls out to them. A female villain hovers above, mockingly commenting on how far they have run, as her allies suddenly surround the group. With a cruel smile, she tells them there is nowhere left to flee and promises to completely destroy the three of them. A powerful force suddenly slams into the companions, throwing them violently off balance. A giant serpent emerges. Surprised, the hero withstood its attack as his two friends are thrown to the ground. The villain orders her companion to release a poison mist to block their escape, stating that letting them get away would be a disgrace. The hero checks on his friends as a green toxic cloud envelops them. They tell him to ignore them and just run. Surrounded by the poison, the young man clenches his fist, declaring that running away is not his style. He then unleashes his power, sending multiple beams of colorful energy into the sky as he calls forth his allies. He transforms into a new winged armor with a golden sword, defiantly telling his opponent that he is not afraid. The villain is surprised he activated his armament so quickly, but dismisses it as a futile struggle while she transforms. She lunges at the hero, who easily blocks her attack with his sword, leaving her stunned at how he stopped her. With a powerful push, he forces her back, causing her to cry out in disbelief at his impossible strength. His friends watch in amazement, one finding it unbelievable that a gold-level fighter is overpowering two platinum levels. A brilliant arc of golden light cuts through the air as the hero presses his advantage. Declaring his power unstoppable, he slices through the massive serpent's tail with a single clean strike. The serpent notes the incredible power of the holy beast armament as the villain's wound heals, deciding he must be stopped. The creature agrees he must be eliminated at any cost and retreats into a cloud of green mist, preparing something new. The mist coalesces and hardens, forming a giant, fleshy, plant-like bud around the serpent's body. A monstrous mouth emerges from the plant, admitting the hero is strong but mocking his unrefined, mid-gold level body. The villain reappears in a grotesque four-armed form, declaring his death is certain, but he just asks if they know they are ugly. Furious, she asks how long his arrogance will last while she gathers a swirling orb of dark purple energy. She then fires a massive beam of destructive energy directly at the hero, screaming for him to die. The dark beam crashes into the ground, creating a massive explosion of purple energy right where the plant creature stood. The shockwave from the powerful blast is overwhelming, sending his two injured companions flying backward through the air. He turns back in anger, yelling to see if his friends are all right after being thrown by the blast. With a determined glare, the young man clenches his fist, preparing to unleash another powerful attack. He summons a majestic phoenix made of pure fire, sending it soaring directly toward the female villain. The monster laughs as she effortlessly absorbs the flames, mocking that the phoenix's fire is useless against her. A fiery silhouette of the hero appears, defiantly stating that being platinum level does not make them invincible. The hero notes how difficult these two platinum-level opponents are, as the villain gathers another massive energy orb. He flies forward with fierce determination, refusing to believe that he cannot defeat them. The young man declares he will fight her to the end, but she easily deflects his attacks, taunting that they cannot harm her. Suddenly, the villain's expression changes as she senses diamond-level experts rushing toward their location. Frustrated, she strikes the hero, lamenting that with just a little more time, she could have finished him for good. She grabs the young man, vowing to kill him for destroying their sacred tree, even if it means her own end. Screaming for the hero to atone for his crime, the villain begins to glow with an overwhelming and unstable power. His companions watch in horror, realizing she has swallowed their leader and intends to self-destruct to kill him. Just as the pink energy reaches its peak, a sudden bolt of golden lightning strikes down from the sky. The powerful bolt pierces the unstable energy orb, triggering a massive, blinding explosion that engulfs the area. As the smoke clears, the two companions stare into a crater where a protective blue barrier now stands. They recognize the energy as belonging to General Lin, wondering if the king-level powerhouse was the one who saved their friend. A man appears, praising them for forcing two platinum-level enemies to self-destruct before telling them to return to base. The man helps the exhausted hero up, asking if he is okay. The young man weakly replies that he is fine and asks how his uncle is here. The newcomer is impressed, noting that forcing two platinum elders to self-destruct is no small feat. Suddenly, two new diamond-level figures appear in the sky, one of them surprised to see General Lin there. The general sees their silhouettes and remarks that it is too late, as he has finally found them. Meanwhile, on a distant battlefield, a fierce fight rages on as warriors clash with monstrous enemies. A red-haired female fighter realizes the battle is taking place in the Demon Cat Mountains. She commands her forces to immediately provide backup to the Demon Cat Mountains, leading a charge of beasts and dragons. The two diamond-level villains descend, one vowing to make the general pay for killing his elder. They launch an attack, sending the general flying backward as a beam of purple energy strikes a cliffside above the hero's group. The general leaps in front of the trio, creating a massive blue energy shield to block the falling debris. The three friends brace against the immense force, struggling to withstand the raw power of a diamond-level attack. The general tells the trio to leave while he handles this, but the hero worries he cannot face two diamond-level opponents alone. The general glares at them, angrily demanding they listen and follow his order to retreat immediately. His companion holds the hero back, insisting they must obey the general and go call for reinforcements. With the decision made, the three warriors quickly turn and flee from the dangerous battlefield. But their escape is cut short as a massive wall of jagged rock erupts from the ground, blocking their path. The bearded villain stands atop the cliff, mocking their attempt to run as the hero prepares his group to fight. Meanwhile, the other diamond-level enemy has the general trapped, telling him he cannot save anyone when he cannot even save himself. Seeing their protector in trouble, the hero summons his companions and orders them to attack the giant from all sides. The bearded giant laughs maniacally, gathering a ball of energy and declaring that no one can save them now. With a single powerful blast, he sends the hero and his summons flying backward into the rocks. The villain scoffs at their weakness, stating they are no match for a diamond-level expert who can control nature. Suddenly, a blazing red spear flies through the air and pierces the giant's chest, catching him completely off guard. A squadron of red-caped soldiers, the Golden Fire Cavalry, charges in, announcing they have come to support the hero. The three friends look on with relief, realizing that with reinforcements here, it is finally time to counterattack. The injured villain looks down with annoyance, surprised that the humans mobilize their elite fire cavalry. With renewed hope, the hero rallies his summoned beasts, declaring that it is now their turn to fight back. The Golden Fire Cavalry charges forward, their spears glowing with power as they strike from above. The giant summons a rock shield to block the assault, confidently boasting that they cannot hurt him. The hero glares back with his summons behind him, warning the behemoth not to get too comfortable. He then orders his turtle and fairy to unleash a combined attack, firing a massive energy beam. The blast engulfs the giant, but he creates a powerful barrier, managing to withstand the incredible force. He emerges from the explosion with a defiant glare, roaring that his bear clan is invincible. Meanwhile, the other villain screams as a swift slash of blue energy cuts through the air toward him. He is pushed back by the general's power, grudgingly admitting that the next king-level warrior is truly strong. The general floats in the sky with his light sword, declaring that this day will be their last. His opponent asks the giant what to do, realizing they are overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies. The giant's eyes narrow with fierce determination as he prepares to unleash his final, desperate move. He transforms into a colossal bear monster, roaring that he will crush every single one of his foes. The monstrous bear is immediately hit by a barrage of different elemental attacks from the soldiers. At the same time, the elven villain finds himself overwhelmed, shouting that he is no match for the general alone. The giant bear tells his companion to retreat, offering to cover his escape as he endures the relentless assault. The hero mocks their arrogance, refusing to let them escape, and commands his turtle summon to show its power. The giant turtle roars, simultaneously firing a beam of light energy and a beam of water energy from its two heads. The elven villain watches in disbelief, shocked that a single summoned beast can wield two different elements at once. The powerful combined blast slams directly into the giant bear, causing the massive creature to cry out in pain. Following the attack, the Golden Fire Cavalry lets loose another volley of glowing spears, sending them hurtling downward. A massive energy sword then strikes the bear from above, causing the elven villain to shout a warning to his companion. Deciding to abandon his ally, the elf announces his retreat and fires a beam of energy into the sky to open a portal. But before he can escape, a dark force intercepts his attack, causing a mid-air explosion that knocks him from the sky. He crashes to the ground, suddenly ensnared by a dark, shadow-like energy that holds him firmly in place. The white tiger pins him down, its body now wreathed in a dark aura, causing the villain to identify it as a holy beast. The captured elf looks up in absolute terror, finding it impossible that he could be defeated in such a way. Massive energy sword then strikes the bear from above, causing the elven villain to shout a warning to his companion. Deciding to abandon his ally, the elf announces his retreat and fires a beam of energy into the sky to open a portal. But before he can escape, a dark force intercepts his attack, causing a mid-air explosion that knocks him from the sky. He crashes to the ground, suddenly ensnared by a dark, shadow-like energy that holds him firmly in place. The white tiger pins him down, its body now wreathed in a dark aura, causing the villain to identify it as a holy beast. The captured elf looks up in absolute terror, finding it impossible that he could be defeated in such a way. On the frontline battlefield, a fierce war rages as a human warrior vows to eliminate every last member of the Myriad clans. High above the chaos, a long-haired man with a confident demeanor watches, surrounded by two pillars of blue energy. Another figure appears, a human commander, who warns his elven opponent not to make a move and to just admit defeat. The elven leader scoffs, stating that the human race would have been crushed if two of his allied clans had not withdrawn from the fight. The human commander retorts that his people have been gathering strength for 100 years just for this counterattack. His opponent calls him a dying, useless man, claiming he won't even live for another 20 years. With the argument settled, the elven leader turns and orders all his forces to fall back toward the Luotian River. Meanwhile, near the Cat Demon mountain range, the hero and his group ride their beasts, eager to regroup with the main force. One of his companions complains their pace is too slow, but another tells him to just be glad they have a ride. Suddenly, a lookout on a cliff warns them to stop, pointing out military movement just up ahead. They see the Luotian River in the distance, now swarming with a massive number of troops from the Myriad clans. One of the men understands that the humans must have won a big victory, forcing the clans to retreat. As they continue on, a companion celebrates the win, while the hero wonders how much military merit they earned. They soon arrive at the human encampment, where someone congratulates the hero for his success and for spiriting away a saintess. Inside a meeting tent, the young man corrects him, stating that the girl, Xiao Hong, followed him willingly. The small, red-haired girl confirms this while eating a chicken leg, admitting she wants to follow her master for his delicious food. The commander laughs, impressed that a single chicken leg was enough. He praises the hero as a worthy successor. He then congratulates the team on a job well done, promising a victory banquet, but the hero says the banquet can wait. With an eager expression, he asks Lord Ni Ching about their military merits, who assures him that he won't be left out. The hero thanks the Lord, and his group gets ready to leave. The commander tells them to rest well for the next battle. After the group leaves, a man congratulates the commander, Lin, for the successful rescue and for slaying 2 diamond-rank powerhouses. Lord Ni Ching is shocked, asking if Subai really killed them. Lin clarifies that it was the hero's beast companion who defeated the 2 enemies. The commander reflects on how much stronger the boy is becoming, but he also worries that this will attract greater danger from an enemy named Ju Yu. He instructs Lin to protect the hero well. Lin agrees, promising to guard him from the shadows with all his strength. Later that night, the commander raises his cup, announcing a celebration for the Marshall University students' merits and humanity's great victory. Everyone raises their glasses and cheers for humanity's triumph, while the group enjoys a massive feast at the table. A companion in purple armor thanks the hero, admitting he nearly lost his life that day and offers his cup as a toast. Another friend jokes that his life is worth more than wine. The hero adds that he has already prepared a list of equipment to be sent to their university. The warrior in purple armor laughs, acknowledging he still owes them his gratitude and promises to fulfill his part of the deal. The hero's friend jokes that his companion has a conscience after all, and also turned his misfortune into a blessing by getting a divine weapon. The warrior agrees, placing his empty glass down next to the hilt of his impressive new sword. He holds the weapon up, admitting he has not yet unleashed its true power. He then adds that he has not yet had time to examine it. Lord Ni Ching recognizes the blade as an ancient divine weapon, but he observes that its power seems to be sealed. The group is surprised to hear this. The commander explains that to break the seal, the wielder might need to reach king level. The hero exclaims that king level is too difficult, but his companion is determined, vowing to reach that level as soon as possible. With renewed motivation, the 3 friends raise their cups, toasting to their companion's future ascension to king level. The next day, at the Great Wall Garrison Base, a man notes that the principal has been watching for 3 days straight. Suddenly, a soldier rushes in with news of a great victory. He reports that the Myriad clans have been pushed back to the Luotian River. The principal and the other man erupt in cheers, overwhelmed with joy and relief at the news of humanity's triumph. The man excitedly orders the gates to be opened. He says he will go find out if there is any news about Subai and Hu Qingxu. The principal rushes toward the arriving general, asking if he knows anything about Subai and Hu Qingxu. The general happily informs the old principal that the 2 students are not only fine, but also achieved great merit during the battle. A crowd quickly gathers around the general, eager to hear all the details about the victory and the end of the frontline battle. The commander begins his report, showing a map of the large-scale battle that stretched from the Misty Mountains to the Cat Demon mountain range. He explains the battle lasted over a month, resulting in the Beast Horde's retreat and an order to establish a new garrison base. Hearing this, the crowd erupts into cheers for the great victory. They realize the new base will allow them to teleport to the front lines. The general continues, praising the human warriors for their valiant fighting, singling out Subai and his companions for their bravery. He recounts how the small team charged into enemy territory and wiped out over 100,000 beasts from at least 10 different clans. The trio then stormed the Xuan Python clan city, where the hero single-handedly slew 2 diamond-ranked powerhouses. The crowd listens in complete shock. The principal and others find it impossible to believe that the student could kill diamond-ranked enemies. The general then formally announces that the 3 heroes will be made lieutenant colonels and Subai will receive a first-class merit medal. This news leaves everyone stunned. They recall that the hero was only silver rank when he left and cannot comprehend what he experienced. The commander confirms the war report is true and was ordered to be broadcast by Lord Ni Ching himself, solidifying the hero's monstrous feat. A red-haired young man in the crowd collapses in despair, wondering if he will ever be able to catch up to his rival's incredible progress. 3 days later, the defeated elven leader bows before his master, confident that with his master's presence, the human race will fall. The hooded superior on the throne calls him useless for failing to conquer the planet and for losing his generals in the process. The elf reports that the seal is weakening and their time is short. He claims to have assessed the human strength for the next attack. He then adds that the humans captured the Phoenix clan Sanctus, so he plans to visit the ancient Phoenix King's city for an alliance. His master permits him to go and gives him a red crystal called the Blood of God, ordering him to completely annihilate the human race. Meanwhile, back at the human base, a commander discusses the Myriad clan's movements. Their army is gathering, but their intentions are unknown. A man in a lab coat speculates that the enemy will attack their fortress to drain their strength before striking the Shanghai Pass. The others in the room are shocked by this prediction, realizing that if the Shanghai Pass falls, the trouble will be immense. The head commander orders 200,000 troops to be stationed at the Jiangzhou military base, with General Lin Zhenan in charge. General Lin accepts the order without hesitation, vowing to fight to the death and never retreat. Later, the hero, Su Bai, arrives to meet with the general. The man who brought him is then dismissed from the room. The young man sheepishly admits that his platinum-grade armor was accidentally broken and asks for another one. But the general puts that aside and gets serious, asking him directly if he likes his daughter, Shiran. The hero is flustered by the sudden question. The general explains that Shiran had to stay home to care for her seriously ill mother. With a somber expression, the man admits he has not been a good husband or a good father. Understanding the man's feelings, the hero promises he will take good care of Jiran. The general is pleased with his answer. He pats the young man's shoulder and reveals he is heading to Shanghai Pass for a major battle. He adds that before the battle, Lord Ni Qing has special arrangements for him and tells him to go see the commander. A woman leads the hero to Lord Ni Qing, announcing his arrival. The commander tells him that General Lin has contributed a lot. Then he tosses him a token to get new, stronger armor from the logistics department. The hero is overjoyed and thanks the commander profusely. But Lord Ni Qing says he has another matter to discuss. The young warrior eagerly asks what it is, ready to help with anything he needs. The commander tells him that he wants him to accompany him on a trip to the Green Dragon Swamp. The hero is horrified, remembering the dangerous swamp and the terrifying azure dragon that lives there. Lord Ni Qing smirks, asking if he is too scared to go. The young man quickly denies it, trying to hide his hesitation. The commander tells him to come along then, opening a portal that will only last for 1 minute. After stepping through the portal, the hero finds himself in a quiet, peaceful landscape and wonders why it is so silent. The commander stands by a large lake and calls out, announcing his visit with Lu Fan's successor and asking the Azure Dragon to show itself. When nothing happens, the young warrior nervously suggests that maybe the dragon is not home and they should leave. Suddenly, the sky darkens and a powerful bolt of lightning strikes down from the clouds. The water churns violently as lightning crackles across the surface, revealing the shadow of a massive creature lurking beneath. The hero watches in terror, realizing the dragon is not only home but also very angry. A colossal blue dragon erupts from the water, its massive form towering over the two men as the commander tries to introduce himself. Panicked, the hero shouts that the dragon is charging toward them and that they need to get away. Lord Ni Qing quickly grabs the young man, telling him to activate his Source Confluence ability as the dragon lunges at them. The hero immediately complies, and a bright golden aura erupts around his body. He and the commander float into the air, escaping the dragon's attack just in time as the massive beast looks on. The Azure Dragon stops, recognizing the ability. It then asks where Lu Fan is. The commander explains that Lu Fan has passed away and introduces the young man Su Bai as his successor. The dragon turns its gaze to the hero. It says it recognizes him and has sensed his presence before. The young warrior asks if it was his predecessor's imperial beast and if there is anything he can do to help. The beast tells him he is too weak and not yet worthy, admitting he is far from reaching Lu Fan's level of strength. It then requests 3 drops of his blood essence, offering to help him once in a crucial moment. The commander is surprised by this request. The dragon explains that the hero's essence is unique and will help protect its primordial spirit. The beast then adds that perhaps one day, the young man will be able to open the ancient tomb beneath the swamp and fulfill his master's last wish. Lord Ni Qing tells the hero to give the dragon what it wants, and the young man agrees. The dragon opens its massive jaws, and the 3 glowing drops of blood essence float inside before it swallows them whole. After consuming the essence, the colossal beast closes its eyes for a moment, a calm and serene expression on its powerful face. But its eyes snap open suddenly. Filled with a renewed energy, the dragon stares down, shocked and questioning the nature of the blood. The dragon is stunned, realizing the hero's blood essence restored its sanity, and it demands to know who the young man is. The youth is caught off guard by the question, awkwardly introducing himself as Subai, a student from Wuhan University. Deciding it doesn't matter, the beast promises to repay him for the blood before diving back into the water and disappearing. A system window suddenly appears, asking if he wants to tame the powerful beast, making him wonder if it's even possible. The system quickly informs him that the dragon is too powerful to be tamed, and he grumbles about the useless notification. The commander then tells him it's time to go back, and the young man agrees, remembering he needs to get new armor. Meanwhile, at the Great Wall Guard Fortress, a crowd is gathered around a large screen, discussing the hero's military achievements. His name is at the top of the list with 50 million merits, an outrageous feat for someone with only gold-level strength. In the crowd, his companion jokes that with his personality, the hero will probably spend all those merits in no time. At that moment, the young warrior arrives at the logistics department and walks up to the counter to request a Lord-level armor set. The receptionist is shocked, questioning why a gold-level warrior would want armor that even some lords do not yet possess. Unfazed, he simply places a small token on the counter, asking her if this is enough to authorize the exchange. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she recognizes the item as Lord Nai Qing's personal token, completely stunned by the situation. Although he has the token, she informs him that a set of Lord-level armor requires 1 billion military merits to exchange. He just smiles, presenting a piece of paper, and explaining that if his merits are not enough, she can deduct them from his 2 friends. A wicked grin spreads across his face, pleased that he had the foresight to make his friends sign the IOU. Seeing that the document has a fingerprint, the woman agrees to the terms and processes the 1 billion merit exchange. The merit list outside immediately updates, showing the hero with 13 million merits, while his 2 friends now have 0. The crowd erupts in confusion, wondering what he could have possibly bought, and why his companions' merits were completely wiped out. In the crowd, the hero's 2 friends stare at the board in disbelief, realizing all their military merits have vanished. Furious and confused, they decide to head straight to the logistics department to find out who would dare to embezzle their hard-earned merits. Arriving at the counter, they demand answers, but the receptionist calmly hands them a piece of paper, telling them to see for themselves. She explains that the document is an IOU with their fingerprints, authorizing Subai to use all their merits, leaving the 2 completely speechless. They suddenly remember how their friend gave them healing items before, realizing now that his kindness was all part of a calculated plan. Defeated, they crumple the IOs, admitting they still have a lot to learn from their cunning companion, before turning to leave. Just then, they spot the hero walking by in his brand new Lord-level armor, causing the entire crowd to stare in shock and disbelief. People murmur that even generals cannot afford such gear, with some even joking about robbing him as he passes by. Noticing his 2 friends, he waves and happily runs over to them, eager to show off his new purchase and ask for their opinion. He proudly flexes in the armor, admitting it feels a bit big, while his companions clench their teeth, barely containing their rage. Suddenly, they both claim to feel unwell and say they are going back to rest, quickly walking away from the awkward situation. Meanwhile, at Shanghai Pass, a subordinate reports to Lord Bai Yan that 300,000 members of the Demon Phoenix clan are ready for battle. The horned leader looks pleased with this news, acknowledging their readiness. He looks over his vast army, stating that with 1 million coalition troops, their forces are indeed formidable, but they have only one chance to succeed. To be safe, he decides to add 100,000 barbarians to their ranks, making his subordinate confident that victory is certain. The Demon Lord then summons a glowing red artifact, its fiery energy pulsing in his hand as he prepares to use its power. He raises the artifact to the sky, unleashing its energy as he calls upon more forces to join their cause. A massive streak of red energy slashes across the sky, flying over the landscape and summoning a dark flock of creatures in its wake. From a fiery portal, an army of powerful, bull-like warriors emerges, armed with massive clubs and axes, ready for destruction. The terrifying and bloodthirsty Bull clan has been summoned, adding their immense strength to the rapidly growing demon army. The white-haired subordinate thanks his lord, now certain they will achieve complete victory with such powerful reinforcements. The horned leader then rallies his new forces, ordering them to attack Shanghai Pass and destroy the human race. Without hesitation, the bold clan warriors charge down the mountainside, their weapons raised and ready for slaughter. At the same time, the elf commander shouts the final order for all troops to begin the assault on the human fortress. The rest of the beast horde, filled with bears and wolves, roars as they follow the command and rush into battle. A red-haired leader of the Phoenix clan reminds her soldiers that they have not been at war with humans for 100 years. Her calm expression shifts, her eyes narrowing as she prepares to reveal the reason for their attack. With rage in her voice, she declares that the humans abducted their holy maiden, and now she will not rest until their race is destroyed. Her winged warriors cry out in agreement, vowing to rescue the maiden and bring ruin to the human race. The entire beast army surges forward, a unified force of ground and air troops intent on destroying Shanghai Pass. Meanwhile, back at a human base, the hero and the general's daughter are both in shock after hearing a mention of marriage. The general simply states that they are of age and sets the wedding for the 16th of the month, which he considers a good day. His daughter tries to protest, saying she is not ready, while the young hero nervously agrees, calling the man his father-in-law. The man pressures the hero, asking if he does not want to marry his daughter, which makes the youth quickly agree to the wedding. Just as the matter is settled, a soldier rushes into the room, shouting that he has urgent military intelligence. He reports that the army of all races has launched an attack on Shanghai Pass, shocking everyone present. Elsewhere, Lord Nai-Ching is informed of the attack and immediately orders all garrison troops to move out and support the fortress. General Lin and other human warriors power up and take to the skies, vowing that their family will not let the enemy succeed. A small force of elite human soldiers flies towards the battlefield to confront the massive invading army. The general rallies his troops from the front, reminding them they are humanity's finest and must not let the enemy advance a single step. More human warriors fly into the sky, their weapons drawn as they prepare to defend their fortress from the approaching enemy. The general gives the order for the energy cannons to fire, initiating the first wave of defense against the beast horde. Powerful beams of blue energy rain down from the fortress walls, striking the winged demons and beasts below. Far from the battle, the hero meditates, surrounded by a wealth of spiritual items and precious materials. He grits his teeth, determined to break through to the next level as quickly as possible, knowing he will be needed on the battlefield. A powerful surge of energy erupts from his body, creating a massive explosion of light and power that shakes the entire area. Outside his room, people are startled by the sudden blast, wondering which powerful person has just broken through to a new realm. Emerging from the smoke, the young man stands confidently, surrounded by crackling energy as he proudly declares he has reached the Platinum Realm. His two friends see the commotion coming from his room and wonder if he could have possibly reached such a high level so quickly. A subordinate rushes to report the news to Lord Nai-Chun, informing him that Subai has successfully broken through to the Platinum level. The commander smiles, realizing the young man's potential might be even greater than his predecessor, Lu Fan. He decides it is time for the hero to gain real battlefield experience and orders all students of Wuda University to assemble. Meanwhile, at the Forbidden Endless Sea, the demon army has gathered on the shore, preparing for their next move. The Phoenix clan leader questions their new location, and the demon lord explains it is a shortcut for a surprise attack. One of the subordinates expresses concern, reminding his lord of the rumors that a god of death resides in this sea. The horned leader reassures them, presenting a glowing red crystal and explaining that it will allow them to cross the water safely. He then floats the crystal above his head, telling his army to follow him closely as he prepares to lead them across the sea. He takes the first step into the water, and a magical barrier forms, pushing the waves away from his feet. As the sea begins to part before them, the subordinates watch in awe, realizing the immense power of the treasure. The demon lord orders everyone to follow him, and the army begins its march across the newly formed path on the ocean floor. The demon army travels through the depths of the ocean, protected by a large bubble of energy. The Phoenix clan leader notes she cannot sense anything, but recalls ancient texts that warn against entering the deep sea. Suddenly, her elf companion points into the darkness, drawing her attention to a strange and unsettling sight. From the murky depths, shadowy figures with glowing red eyes emerge, their menacing forms emitting a dangerous aura. The woman feels their eyes on them, and she nervously asks if the legends of a god of death in the sea are true. Unfazed, the horned leader orders his army to ignore the creatures and continue moving forward, but his subordinate is still hesitant. As they advance, a massive wall of pink energy appears in their path, blocking their way forward. A powerful, unseen force radiates from the barrier, its pressure growing stronger as they get closer. Sensing the immense power ahead, the demon lord suddenly orders his troops to halt, realizing they cannot proceed. The Phoenix clan leader trembles, wondering if they have accidentally stumbled upon the forbidden land of the gods. The horned leader agrees the force is too strong to confront directly and decides they must find a way around it. The elf commander shouts for the entire army to bypass the illusion formation ahead and avoid approaching it at all costs. One day later, after successfully navigating the dangerous waters, the demon army finally reaches a new shore and is ordered to rest. One of the subordinates reports that they are now only 2 days away from reaching the city of Shanghai Pass. The demon lord looks at a map, noting how the fortress is protected by 2 forbidden areas and has never been breached before. He confidently states that after their victory, the human race will no longer have the strength to resist them. The elf subordinate adds that humans will surely send reinforcements, and he lays out a plan to intercept them. The Phoenix clan leader agrees to the plan, stating that her clan's sole purpose is to reclaim their holy maiden. Standing on the rocks, the demon lord laughs, declaring that in just 2 days, the human race will be destroyed. The leaders of the demon army, including the horned lord, the Phoenix clan leader, and the elf commander, gather on a cliff overlooking Shanhaiguan. The horned leader declares that dawn is the perfect time to attack, as humans are typically drowsy and vulnerable. He commands his forces to begin the assault, ordering them to tear apart the human fortress. The Phoenix clan leader and the horned lord stand together as the signal is given, with a golden spear-like energy striking the ground. The elf commander leaps into action, shouting for all troops to attack and crush Shanhaiguan. The demon army surges forward with various beasts and winged creatures joining the attack, vowing to kill all humans. Inside Shanhaiguan, a human soldier wonders if the approaching army is real, thinking he might be hallucinating. He and his comrade watch in disbelief as the vast army of the Myriad races advances toward the fortress. Chaos erupts as a bull-like demon smashes a human soldier, and other creatures attack from all sides. A human officer shouts for someone to report the enemy attack to General Lin, confirming that the Myriad races have breached the pass. Other soldiers try to restore order amidst the chaos, while a gunner adjusts the position of a magic cannon. A soldier warns his comrade to watch out for the winged creatures now attacking from the sky. The soldier looks up in terror, realizing the threat is also coming from above. The Phoenix clan leader stands tall, radiating fiery energy, as she demands the humans hand over their holy maiden. A massive explosion erupts inside the fortress, sending debris and soldiers flying. One soldier tries to help a fallen comrade, urging him to report to General Lin. The elf commander laughs, pleased with the results of their surprise attack after crossing the sea. He suggests killing the strong men guarding Shanhaiguan before human reinforcements arrive. Lord Bayan, the horned leader, explains that this trap is not just for Shanhaiguan, as he targets a bigger fish. He reveals that the true target he wishes to catch is Lord Ni Qing. A soldier reports the surprise attack, and General Lin notices 2 figures in the sky, realizing a powerful enemy leader has arrived. Surrounded by a bright blue aura, the general flies upward to meet the threat, challenging the invaders to a fight. He summons a glowing energy sword, furious that his opponent resorted to tricks instead of a direct confrontation. The elf commander scoffs, telling the general that without a fortress to hide behind, he is nothing. He then creates a massive purple energy sword, declaring that the human race is doomed and Lin Zhenin will die. With a powerful swing, the elf sends a massive wave of pink energy hurtling down toward the human general. General Lin raises his own blade to block the attack, bracing for impact as explosions rock the air around him. He grits his teeth, his face a mask of determination as he struggles to hold back the overwhelming force. A close-up shows his eyes burning with intense hatred for his enemies. He pushes back with all his might, shouting his unwavering belief in the human race. A powerful red aura erupts from his body, tearing his shirt as he roars that humanity will never be defeated. His arm now glows with crimson energy as he prepares to unleash a devastating counterattack. He launches a massive crescent-shaped wave of red energy, ordering the beasts back to their territory. The elf commander is struck by the sudden attack, recognizing the dangerous bloody explosion technique. Looking at his injured leg, he wonders if the general is willing to die just to take him down. Below, the human soldiers are inspired by their general's power, cheering that the human race will win. They rally together, shouting that they cannot let their momentum falter and must kill all enemy races. The horned leader looks down dismissively, calling the humans ants who overestimate their own capabilities. He extends his hand, offering to send the defiant soldiers on their way, since they do not seem to value their lives. He then unleashes a ring of pink energy that descends upon the battlefield as the soldiers cry out the general's name. The attack leaves the general injured amidst the rubble. His soldiers cry out as he weakly asks about his powerful opponent. Meanwhile, the elf commander apologizes to Lord Bayan for making him act. The Lord waves it off, leaving the small fry for his subordinate to handle. The elf commander then raises his energy sword again, vowing that Lin Zenon will die in Shanhae Guan today. He unleashes another deadly blast toward the fallen general. The injured man accepts his fate, asking Subai to avenge him. The powerful energy attack hurtles downward, about to strike its target with devastating force. But a massive turtle with a glowing shell suddenly appears, blocking the blast. The general recognizes it as one of the hero's summoned beasts. The young warrior and his companions arrive, rushing to the general's side. He tells them he is still alive, but just barely. The hero is furious, not just because they attacked the fortress, but because they dared to injure his future father-in-law. His giant turtle and white tiger stand ready for battle, their imposing figures guarding the front of the fortress. Surrounded by a golden aura, the hero vows to kill his enemy, but his companions urge him to calm down and not act impulsively. One of the hero's companions tells the soldiers to take the general to safety while they handle the fight. As his beasts stand ready, the hero summons a massive golden energy form, preparing for a powerful attack. The horned lord watches in surprise, wondering how a mere human youth could possess such an incredible ability. With golden wings sprouting from his back, the young warrior flies up, vowing to make his enemy pay for what he has done. His friends watch in amazement, noting that this power is even stronger than before and that he must have leveled up again. The other soldiers are in awe, questioning if this is the same person. They remark that his power seems strong enough to tear the sky. With a furious expression, the young hero dives down, shouting for his opponent to die. The elf commander scoffs, calling the attack arrogant. He believes a mere kid cannot defeat him, even with a sacred beast. A massive explosion of light erupts in the sky as their attacks collide, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Feeling the immense power, one of his friends suggests they use this chance to attack the other strong enemies, and his companion agrees. The battle continues to rage below, with his companions joining the fray against the horde of beasts. The young warrior swoops down, his winged form moving swiftly as he deflects a powerful blast with his sword. The elf commander looks on, shocked by the youth's strength. He admits he underestimated him. But this realization only hardens his resolve. He unleashes his power, saying the hero must die now more than ever. The pink energy tendrils lash out, wrapping around the hero and trapping him in mid-air, but the hero is protected by a defensive aura. He smirks, mocking his opponent and asking if that is all the power he has. Furious at the taunt, the elf commander calls him an ant and launches another attack, vowing to make him pay for his arrogance. The attack is too strong, breaking through the hero's defense and sending him flying backward as he cries out in pain. A companion on the ground sees him fall from the sky and shouts his name, worried about his condition. The elf commander laughs maniacally, declaring that nothing will stop him from destroying the human race today. Suddenly, a thin, powerful beam of blue energy shoots out from the rubble on the ground. The elf commander's eyes widen in shock as he senses the incoming attack. The beam pierces straight through his chest, causing him to cry out in pain and surprise. Lord Ni Ching appears, catching the falling hero. He scolds the elf for picking on someone so much younger. The soldiers on the ground erupt in cheers, recognizing their leader and feeling a renewed sense of security. The injured elf glares at the commander, clutching his wound and angrily accusing him of a sneak attack. Ni Ching calmly reminds him of his own words about all being fair in war. He realizes a powerful figure must have orchestrated this invasion. The Horned Lord finally speaks, addressing Ni Ching as the human king, and stating he has only one purpose for being here. He unleashes a massive wave of purple energy, declaring that his sole mission is to take the commander's life. Unfazed, Niching summons a wall of blue energy to block the attack, calmly accepting the challenge. The two immense powers collide, shattering the space around them and revealing a cosmic void. Below, the soldiers watch in awe, wondering if this is the true scale of a battle between king-level warriors. Surrounded by a giant purple energy avatar, the Demon Lord asks Niching if he really thinks one man can save the human race. Niching stands within his own blue avatar, declaring that humanity will never be defeated and will fight to the last person. The two colossal energy forms clash, their fists and swords meeting with incredible, world-shaking force. A massive explosion of blue and purple energy erupts from their collision. Their avatars continue to grapple, their fierce battle now taking place within the starry void. Niching's avatar forms a sword of light and stabs his opponent, gaining an advantage in the struggle. On the ground, the hero and his friends look up, confused as the two combatants suddenly stop moving. Lord Bayan acknowledges the human king's exceptional power, but hints that there is more to his plan. The horned leader reveals a glowing red crystal, declaring that the human king must die today. Suddenly, Niching feels a sharp pain in his back, right where the demon's hand had struck him during their fight. Red, fleshy tendrils burst from the wound, wrapping around his body as he realizes his life force is being drained away. The Demon Lord laughs, revealing he planted a demon seed in the commander's back that will now consume him. From the ground, the hero's group sees their leader is in trouble. They consider helping but are told not to act rashly. Niching asks if this was the plan all along. His opponent confirms it, vowing to end both him and the human race, but the commander just smirks, confidently telling the Demon Lord that he is about to be disappointed. The horned leader looks down, confused by a strange blue sword mark that has suddenly appeared on his chest. A massive blade of blue energy erupts from the mark, piercing him completely as he cries out, shocked by the sudden attack. The horned demon taunts the human leader, declaring that the human race is doomed regardless of his own injuries. The commander calmly replies that his people will not die, but the demon gets angry, insisting that no matter what happens to humanity, the leader himself must perish today. The commander, now engulfed by red tendrils, entrusts his final wish to Subabai. He urges the young man to lead humanity and drive the invaders away. He encourages them to never give up as the strange red substance completely envelops him, his face contorted in a final, defiant shout. His allies cry out his name in horror as the red power consumes him completely. They realize he is trapped by that strange energy. The horned demon declares the human king dead. He then commands his forces to break through the gate and annihilate the entire human race. The elven leader joins the call, urging his warriors from beyond the past to charge forward and slaughter every last human. Responding to the call, a massive horde of monsters charges through the broken defenses, roaring for the destruction of humanity. A warrior in purple armor watches in shock, realizing the Myriad clan's army is pouring into their territory. An explosion rocks the ground near him as the invasion begins, and he curses their dire situation. But Subabai refuses to believe the commander is gone. He declares that he will save him, his body glowing with a golden aura. With a determined shout, he leaps forward and strikes the thorny red cocoon with his glowing blade, trying to free the man trapped inside. His attack has no effect on the strange substance. The demon laughs, telling the young warrior not to waste his energy. He reveals that the commander has been infected by the blood of God. He explains that even a deity would be doomed after being parasitized. Filled with rage, the hero's eyes glow red. He grips his sword tightly and vows to kill the demon to avenge his fallen commander. He then raises his hand to the sky, calling upon the azure dragon as lightning crackles in the swirling clouds above. The clouds part to reveal the massive head of the azure dragon, its eyes glowing with immense power amidst the storm. The colossal beast fully materializes, asking the young man why he has been summoned so soon after their last meeting. The horned demon stares in disbelief, recognizing the azure dragon. He insists this is impossible because its former master is already dead. His companions are equally stunned, wondering how he summoned the legendary beast. Standing before his colossal summon, the hero asks the azure dragon to help him kill the demon. The demon scoffs, creating a dark energy orb. He boasts that even the dragon's previous master could not have defeated him. The azure dragon ignores his words, launching a powerful energy beam from its mouth and commanding the demon to die. But the demon grows to a massive size, catching the blast with his hands. He declares that the dragon is the one who will die. The young warrior and his draconic ally now face their gigantic opponent, who towers over them with immense power. The demon's dark sphere collides with the dragon's beam, unleashing a powerful shockwave that rocks the human fortress. The energy clash is so immense that it can be seen from orbit, creating a massive explosion on the planet's surface. Suddenly, a glowing golden sword pierces the demon's hand. He looks down in disbelief, wondering if the commander is still alive. He realizes it was the human king's final move. The commander infused his life force into the blade to escape the corruption. The demon looks down at the sword lodged in his chest, grudgingly admitting his opponent was truly impressive. As his body begins to crumble, he finally admits defeat. The dragon then tells the hero its job is done, and vanishes. The elven leader watches from a distance in shock. He cannot believe that his powerful master has actually fallen in battle. He turns with a sinister grin, taunting the hero that the pass is broken and his army is now unstoppable. The elf addresses his warriors, telling them to enjoy their meal and calling the coming slaughter a feast from their fallen master. With a final chilling command to kill, the horde of monsters roars and resumes its devastating charge into human territory. The hero holds the commander's cocooned body while his allies gather. He observes that the invaders are spreading out toward the cities. His companion in purple armor asks for their next plan of action and worries about the commander's condition. Subabai orders one friend to stay and repair the pass. He and the other will report to headquarters with the 2 casualties. Nearby, a soldier commands the water users to put out the raging fires while telling the other warriors to follow him. Later, in a war room, they assess the situation on a tactical map. The clans are invading from all sides, even near the capital. A leader in a lab coat clenches his fist, ordering the entire nation to enter a state of maximum alert. Just then, an aide rushes in with an urgent report from Jiangzhou. He says the city is under a massive invasion and requires immediate support. Subabai and his companion are shocked to hear that Jiangzhou has been invaded by the Myriad clans. The young hero's eyes glow red as he requests to be sent as reinforcement to the besieged city, and his friend quickly agrees to go with him. The man in charge orders all transport gates to be opened. He assigns the 7th Corps as the main force, with the hero's team as the vanguard. As they prepare to leave, his companion asks about the condition of the 2 injured commanders they brought back. The leader explains that one is slowly recovering, but the other's fate is still uncertain, his expression turning somber. He tells them not to worry, assuring them that they will find a solution. He then urges the young men to hurry and prepare for their mission. Subabai runs through the base, hoping his family is safe. He silently vows to one day annihilate all the invading monsters. Meanwhile, in Jiangzhou City, chaos erupts as civilians flee from invading beasts. A child cries for her father amidst the destruction. Inside the mayor's office, officials order the immediate opening of all shelters. The first guard is tasked with escorting the citizens to safety. The city's mayor reports that the Guangyang district has been almost completely overrun. He assigns the rescue mission to a local academy and the second guard. A man with a prominent mustache clenches his fist, promising the mayor they will succeed in rescuing the trapped citizens. A soldier suddenly bursts in with terrible news from outside the city. He reports that powerful enemies are continuously pouring in through a large portal. Both the mayor and a military leader are horrified. They realize the enemy is targeting Jiangzhou after failing to conquer the major capitals. An officer asks when reinforcements from headquarters will arrive. A woman informs him that the 7th Corps is already on its way. The mayor declares they will fight to the very end, which is the true spirit of Jiangzhou's people. The city is shown engulfed in smoke and fire. A purple portal opens on a destroyed street, and Sububai's team leaps out, ready to face the chaos. Looking at the devastation, the hero sadly remarks that they were too late as he picks up a fallen teddy bear from the ground. One of his companions points down the road, shouting that the city is surrounded by countless beasts. The hero notes the overwhelming number of invaders, concluding they intend to conquer Jiangzhou first. He decides they must find another way into the city. Suddenly, a large bear-like monster spots survivors in the distance, pointing them out to its pack of wolves. Before it can act, a swift purple energy beam slices through the air, striking the massive beast and making it roar in pain. The warrior in purple armor appears before the injured monster. When the beast demands to know who he is, the man simply tells him it does not matter. At the same time, the hero lunges forward with fury in his eyes, shouting for the invading beast to die for daring to attack his home. His companion in the light blue shirt tells him to leave the rest of the minions to him, his body glowing with a blue aura. He then unleashes a powerful chopping motion with his hand, yelling for the surrounding monsters to perish. The hero believes the principal is defending the university, which is likely the enemy's main target. He decides they must go there to provide support. His friend agrees, and the group quickly heads off, running past the remains of the monsters they just defeated. Meanwhile, in another district of Jiangzhou, an older man in a car reflects on humanity's superior intelligence compared to other races, but he also thinks it is a pity. After living among humans for over a decade, he has come to know all of their weaknesses. He stands on a rooftop with the elven leader, explaining their plan. As long as there are survivors, humans will keep sending reinforcements, using them as bait. The elven leader notes the arrival of human reinforcements. He orders his forces to launch a full-scale assault on the martial arts university. Following his command, the horde of monsters charges forward with a unified roar, determined to slaughter every human in their path. On the other side, a human defender rallies his soldiers. He declares that the university is their last stand and they must not let it fall. The battle begins as the human defenders clash fiercely with the overwhelming wave of beastly invaders trying to breach their defenses. A soldier cries out in pain as he is surrounded and attacked by the powerful, axe-wielding monsters. The intense battle continues, with a monster's red eye gleaming as it prepares to strike down a human defender. The defender is brutally struck down by a massive axe, his face contorted in pain as he falls to the ground. All around him, the chaos of battle rages as more human defenders are overwhelmed by the ferocious invaders. A large bull-like monster brings its axe down on a fallen soldier, telling him to die with his captain. Another monster taunts a fighter for being distracted. The beast leader roars with fury, ordering his forces to slaughter all the human ants and to leave none of them alive. His troops respond to the command, savagely attacking the human defenders, who are quickly overwhelmed by the ferocious onslaught. But a massive explosion suddenly erupts on the battlefield. A voice declares that all who invade Jiangzhou will be shown no mercy. The hero and his companions arrive with their powerful beasts. The defenders cheer with relief, shouting that their reinforcements are finally here. The hero smirks, assigning the large green dragon to his friend in purple. He then tells his small red-haired companion to clear out the remaining minions. His companion in purple armor accepts the task, while the fiery girl cheerfully agrees. Both of them immediately leap into the fray. The warrior in purple unleashes a powerful slash with his glowing sword, while the girl sends out a wave of intense fire, telling the monsters to die. The beasts are instantly engulfed in flames, roaring in agony. They scream in confusion, wondering why they cannot extinguish the fire. Seeing the tide of battle turn, the hero rallies the human soldiers, urging them to counterattack and seize the opportunity to wipe out the invaders. As the battle rages on, his friend in the light blue shirt suddenly points to the sky, asking what the strange lights are. They look up to see several glowing figures descending. The hero realizes they are not reinforcements but powerful members of the Myriad clans. A group of figures lands before them, led by a human who says the hero has finally appeared. This man is the diamond rank head of the Huang family. The warrior in purple armor is shocked to see him. He demands to know why the head of the Huang family has betrayed humanity. The hero adds that the man's son is his classmate. He asks how he could betray the land that nurtured his family for generations. After a moment of hesitation, the traitor states that only killing the hero today can save his own son's life. The hero is enraged, shouting that the man is betraying the entire human race for his son. He asks if he has considered how many fathers will lose their sons. The man tells him to stop talking, declaring that the hero's death is a small price to pay to save his own family. He then channels a powerful green energy, leaping into the air and bringing a massive energy blade down toward the hero. The story continues with him wielding his colossal sword. He unleashes a wave of energy as his opponent counterattacks. The two blades meet, and his attack begins to crack the enemy's weapon. The old man watches in pure shock, his face filled with disbelief as his powerful attack shatters before him. His green energy construct breaks apart completely, unable to withstand the overwhelming power of the young warrior's assault. The youth doesn't hesitate for a moment, flying straight toward his stunned opponent to press the advantage. He holds his sword with steady hands, his expression calm and focused, completely in control of the situation. His opponent, however, remains paralyzed by shock, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Surrounded by a vortex of energy, the warrior swings his blade in a wide, powerful arc, launching another attack. The force of the blow sends the old man flying backward, where he is caught by a female companion as others look on. The woman steadies the elder, who seems to be shouting a warning about the young man's formidable weapon. Realizing their leader is in trouble, the group decides to attack together, unleashing a volley of energy blasts. Their combined attacks converge in mid-air, creating a massive, blinding explosion aimed right at the hero. The woman shouts, her eyes fixed on the powerful blast, anticipating the outcome of their joint effort. Beams of multi-colored energy erupt from the center, showcasing the immense power they just unleashed. The entire group stands back, watching the smoke settle, confident their combined assault was successful. But from the smoke, the young man emerges unscathed, casually plugging his ear as if annoyed by the noise. The female companion stares in absolute disbelief, her confidence completely shattered by his resilience. His eyes gleam as he grips his sword. Suddenly, large metallic wings sprout from his back as he reveals a new, more powerful form. He moves like a golden blur across the sky, his speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. In a single fluid movement, he cuts down several opponents. An elf-like woman with pink hair watches in terror, exclaiming that he is incredibly strong. The hero remains completely unfazed as a blast of pink energy flies directly toward his face. With wings spread wide, he floats confidently in the air, wielding a sword in each hand with a smirk. Meanwhile, the elder from before arrives with a new, tailed companion, calling out to someone. He seems relieved as a group of allies appears, believing they have arrived just in time to help. A large group of enemies descends from the sky, glowing with pink energy as they prepare a massive attack. To counterattack, he raises his hands, gathering a sphere of light. The two opposing forces collide in a brilliant explosion of pink and gold energy. The elder and the tailed woman can only watch as the hero floats calmly amidst the residual energy. The old man grits his teeth in frustration, realizing his opponent is at a much higher level than he thought. Then, the hero summons a massive, tree-shaped pillar of fire, casually asking if this is what they wanted. Two beasts, like men on the ground, look up in awe, recognizing the aura of their holy tree. While some of his allies try to flee, the old man insists they still have a chance if they fight together. The pink-haired woman summons energy birds to attack, but the hero's golden form simply hovers, unfazed. Elsewhere, a man with glasses shouts in alarm as a new purple, armored warrior appears behind him. The battle rages across the city, with smoke and signs of destruction rising from the buildings. From a rooftop, the enemy elf calmly observes the chaos below. Meanwhile, he watches the spectacle of fire from a safe distance. The elf and a minotaur stand together, observing the distant battle with serious expressions. Elsewhere, mustached official and his subordinate look on, seemingly discussing the ongoing events. The winged hero floats high above a campus, his powerful form casting a shadow over the grounds below. In a high-tech command center, a team consisting of a scientist and an injured soldier receive a briefing. A man in a suit calmly explains the details of the mission, while the bandaged soldier listens with a grin. Their attention is drawn to a large screen displaying the profiles of two men who appear to be enemy leaders. The lead scientist, a man with a beard and glasses, watches the screen with a grave expression. The profiles show two different men, both looking like high-ranking figures from the invading force. The scientist begins to explain the threat these two individuals pose to their city and its people. He emphasizes the importance of these two targets, whose elimination is key to stopping the invasion. The screen then switches to a map showing red arrows that illustrate the enemy's planned attack routes. The scientist and the injured soldier stand together, their faces filled with grim determination. The scene changes to a formal meeting where the hero is being briefed by several important figures. One of the men stands by the window looking out at the sky, while the others remain seated at the table. The young warrior listens closely as his companion in a purple suit explains the plan of action. The mustached official informs the group that it will take 5 days for support troops to arrive. With a hopeful expression, he turns to the hero, trusting him to handle the situation until then. The young man rises from his seat, ready to accept the heavy burden of defending the city alone. He places a hand on his chest, confidently reassuring the officials that he can protect everyone. His companions look on, putting their full faith in his abilities to overcome the impending threat. The mustached official explains the plan to the hero, who listens with a confident smile, ready for the task. They stand before a crowd of civilians, along with their companions, to announce the city's evacuation strategy. But as the details are revealed, the hero's confident expression quickly turns to one of pure shock. The plan involves evacuating the entire population on the backs of turtles. He and his companion in the purple suit exchange glances, questioning whether they heard correctly. The leader, however, seems very proud of his idea, explaining that it's the best option they have. The young warrior raises a hand, still trying to process the strange but necessary evacuation method. With no time to waste, the citizens begin their journey, riding the giant beasts through the city streets. On the ground, the purple armored warrior fights off any threats, ensuring the path is clear for the evacuees. Their pets nudge them, as if they are there to help protect people. From a high vantage point, the white-haired elf and his female associate observe the mass exodus below. The mysterious figure watches the scene with a slight smirk, as if everything is going according to his design. An aerial view shows the streets full of turtles, while a voice asks if the whole team has already assembled. Standing atop a large beast, the hero reports that everyone is ready to move out at a moment's notice. His expression is now serious and focused, understanding the gravity of the situation. In the distance, a huge horde of monsters advances towards the city. The civilians look on in terror, clutching their children as the sounds of the approaching horde grow louder. The hero's team moves among the people, helping guide them and their animal mounts through the chaos. He takes the lead, pointing the way and ordering everyone to proceed to the east gate. As explosions erupt behind them, the enormous convoy of turtles and beasts moves forward. Mounted on his white tiger, the hero asks his companion if they can speed things up. In response, the man with glasses unleashes a wave of blue energy, jolting his mount forward. The electrical charge spreads through the entire convoy, causing all the turtle mounts to accelerate. The young warrior grins, clearly impressed and excited by this unexpected burst of speed. Now glowing with a blue aura, the giant turtles stampede through the streets much faster than before. Meanwhile, a pack of werewolves attacking a civilian looks up. They turn just in time to see the bizarre sight of the turtle stampede rushing right at them. The powerful reptiles simply trample the monsters underfoot, clearing a path through the enemy forces. But the hero's expression suddenly shifts to one of alarm as a new obstacle appears ahead. The civilians, however, continue to cheer, unaware of the impending danger that lies in their path. From a distance, a mysterious hand channels a stream of pink energy, performing a strange technique. A massive wall of pink smoke erupts from the ground, completely blocking the convoy's escape route. The young warrior stares in shock, realizing they have been trapped by this powerful barrier. He understands that this must be the work of the Myriad races, who are trying to stop their escape. His companion shouts his name, Subai, urging him to look up at the sky. Floating above them are the elf and the old man, with the elf calling out to our MC. The old enemy screams that Subai is toast, explaining they used some secret underworld mojo to trap him there. Right next to him, the elf pumps magic into the trap, looking down with a cold, stuck-up expression. On the ground, a massive glowing circle pops up under the heroes and the white tiger, locking them all inside the mark. Thinking fast, the MC yells for his allies to get the civilians to safety since he's the real target of this whole mess. But the enemy mocks him, asking if he really has time to worry about others, as pillars of energy shoot up from the ground. Suddenly, a sharp pink beam shoots upward, forcing him to dodge at the last second to avoid getting hit. A humanoid creature made of pink goo attacks with insane speed, surprising the hero, who can barely defend himself. The goo transforms into 6 distinct figures, representing powerful warriors from different enemy royal families. Outside the barrier, the ally with glasses spots the danger and desperately tries to find a way to smash the magical formation. Inside the dome, the kid dances between fatal attacks, while the old man brags about the lethal power of that ancient magic. However, the hero just gets annoyed and asks if they seriously think he's some weakling who's gonna go down that easy. Summons his sacred beast gear. He strikes back hard, slicing through the monsters' liquid bodies with zero mercy. Now rocking his green and gold armor, he flies up, declaring he doesn't care one bit about these stupid formations. With a powerful swing of his golden sword, he slices a fox-shaped enemy completely in half, shouting for it to disappear, but his expression shifts to confusion when he notices something super weird happening to the creature he just destroyed. The split parts of the monster just merge right back together, reforming the body as if nothing happened to it before. A creepy smile forms on the pink creature's face, showing that physical attacks might be useless against this magic. Watching from the outside, the guy with glasses is terrified seeing the enemies regenerate damage instantly. The old leader laughs, explaining that this trap will drain the hero's energy bit by bit until his soul is shattered. Ignoring the threat, the pink clones launch into the air all at once to finish off the warrior. The young man fights the creatures and hears a familiar voice shouting that the cavalry is on the way. He turns around, spooked by the danger, and yells for them not to get close because they need to go get reinforcements ASAP. Outside, the school director starts glowing with intense energy, while his colleague watches him in shock. The teacher explains that the hero is trapped in the Seven Souls formation, and that all this is the work of that traitor, Huang. Furious at the betrayal, the director screams, calling the old enemy a lapdog who prefers serving monsters over being human. While the kid dodges the deadly attacks, the villain replies that wise men understand the world belongs to the monster races. Ignoring the speech, the hero launches a massive golden energy blade, sarcastically asking how the old man is doing. The traitor laughs out loud and questions why. There are only 6 souls in a formation that's supposed to have 7 parts to work. He points down with an evil look, revealing that the 7th key point of the formation is the MC himself. His body glows as he falls toward the barrier, and he watches that bizarre scene closely. Wrapped in a sinister green aura, the villain says they have all the time in the world to take out the hero inside. Tired of the chit-chat, the protagonist charges forward, yelling for the enemy to shut up and try to end him already. He dives through the air with his mechanical wings, stating he refuses to believe he can't destroy all of them right now with a quick move. He slices the pink slime creature again, hoping this time it doesn't come back. But to his despair, the goo just joins back together, floating in the air as if the attack was nothing. Suddenly, an ally in purple armor jumps inside the barrier, shouting that he came to help his buddy in battle. He unleashes a powerful strike with his greatsword, causing an explosion of dust and energy against the pink monster. Outside, the observer yells a warning that now the warrior in purple is also stuck in the deadly trap. The creature regenerates into a giant in front of the newcomer, who questions if that thing is actually indestructible. The director decides to act and charges a powerful beam in his hands, swearing he'll break the formation even if it wrecks him. A huge explosion of yellow energy hits the ground, kicking up dust and violently shaking the entire battlefield. The teacher with glasses screams desperately for his allies to smash the barrier and escape that fatal trap. Flying between enemies, the protagonist realizes his physical attacks aren't having the expected effect on the slime. He's shocked to see the pink creature stand up intact again and questions why the previous attack didn't work. The dust settles, revealing the enemy's silhouette still standing, mocking all the effort the hero group spent so far. With a bruised face but still smiling, the traitor asks if they really thought destroying that magic would be so easy. Frustrated, the young warrior curses, realizing there must be some detail or missing piece they overlooked. His eyes turn to the white-haired elf floating motionless in the sky, having made no moves until that moment. Suddenly, the ally with glasses widens his eyes and smiles, finally understanding the secret behind that formation. He points to the sky, shouting that the elf king is a fake and actually represents the 7th soul completing the trap. The protagonist agrees, realizing they ignored that figure the whole time, focusing only on the enemies attacking them. Pointing his sword, the hero orders the professor to go take care of the formation's core while he holds off the other monsters. Wasting no time, the man in the blue shirt flies at high speed, declaring he's going to destroy the base of that evil spell. The old traitor notices the plan and mocks the knave attempt, preparing a counter-attack to stop the professor's advance. He summons a massive dragon, made of golden lightning that roars and charges to intercept the man flying toward the elf. With fast reflexes, the ally dodges the electric attack, narrowly escaping destruction and continuing his aerial path. But as he gets close to the target, the elf extends pink energy tentacles that grab the professor's arms, stopping the hit. He watches with worry, shouting his friend's name upon seeing him captured. Meanwhile, on the ground, The warrior in purple keeps fighting, asking the group to hang on for just a few more seconds. Seizing the distraction, the protagonist dives from the skies with his sword, then yells for his friend to get out of the way. With a furious scream, the hero brings down his glowing sword, trying to break the barrier while the professor is under attack. The white-haired elf doesn't play nice and fires pink energy beams straight from his eyes at them. The battle turns into absolute chaos, with beams of light raining down everywhere while the group tries to survive the onslaught. The protagonist has to use all his agility, flying between the deadly attacks with a look of pure shock. Meanwhile, the warrior in purple is targeted by multiple shots coming from the sky, and his friends yell for him to watch out. With no way to escape, the young man closes his metallic wings in front of his body, creating a shield to block the impact. The pink energy collides with full force, creating a destructive vortex that sweeps away the surrounding buildings, kicking up debris. The counterattack works, and the Elf King coughs up blood, feeling the backlash from the destruction of his own magic. In his hideout, the villain complains furiously that the human traitor completely ruined his grand invasion plan. He reveals he only invaded the city because there's a divine treasure sealed 8,000 meters underground right there. Turning to his demon servant, he orders them to locate the sacred site immediately, following the ancient map. With an ambitious look, he says this is the best chance in 1,000 years to get his hands on a god's treasure. The elf commands all the platinum-level experts to gather in the secret chamber to start the excavation. Plus, he orders the army of minotaurs to keep attacking the humans on the surface to create a distraction. Back at the battle ruins, the group of heroes gathers around the fallen director, asking if he's okay. The old director starts laughing in relief, ignoring the pain, and celebrates that the deadly formation was finally broken. In the background, the professor with glasses runs after the wounded traitor, shouting for the others not to let him escape alive. The protagonist helps the director walk and splits up the tasks, telling the warrior to evacuate the people while they bail. Later, in a makeshift medical clinic, the old director rests in bed. The kid watches seriously, suspecting the traitor knows too many secrets since the city had no strategic value. The professor thinks he was the target, but the hero laughs, telling him to stop being so vain and thinking he's that important. The kid agrees with the logic and decides he needs to personally interrogate the traitor to uncover the hidden truth. In the interrogation room, the prisoner is tied to a chair when the professor walks in to chat with him, making a hush sign. The ally asks the old man to stay calm because he has something important and secret to tell him. Lying through his teeth, he whispers that he actually serves the king of the underworld and came there to free his imprisoned colleague. But he questions the traitor's loyalty, saying the real plan leaked, and someone spilled the beans to the human enemies. The old man falls for the bluff, screaming furiously that he didn't say a word and blames the elders of the races for spreading those rumors. Hearing everything, the protagonist walks in laughing at the confession and mocks the enemy for falling for such a simple and obvious trick. He keeps provoking him, saying the old man has an IQ too low to have been chosen as a leader by the enemy king. Losing his mind, the prisoner struggles in the chair, screaming he's gonna end the brat as soon as he manages to break free. Ignoring the threat, the hero explains that he has two choices, the first being to take the initiative to spill what he knows. The second option involves suffering a whole lot at the hands of the little redhead girl, walking next to him with a smile. With a cold, piercing look, the young man pressures the traitor, asking which of the two options he's gonna pick now. The old man tries to keep up his arrogant act, stating he's not afraid of a child and won't be spooked that easily. With a sadistic smile, the hero reminds him that his energy is sealed, and the little phoenix radies a flame in her hand. Turning their backs, the group leaves the room, waving goodbye, and leaving the traitor alone with the fire creature. The protagonist warns he'll be back soon to collect the body, while the flames start consuming the prisoner on the floor. Unable to handle the pain, the old man screams desperately, begging them to stop the fire because he's gonna tell everything he knows right now. The young man smiles victoriously, commenting that it would have been way better if he had just agreed right from the start without being stubborn. At the hospital, the director confirms that the underworld kingpin had ulterior motives for the city. Then, Sububai reveals that the traitor only knew the treasure was somewhere in Jiangzhou, but not its exact location. The professor jokes that the old man wouldn't dare hide, thing after what our hero put him through. But suddenly, a powerful tremor shakes everything, and they wonder if it's an earthquake. Right after, the warrior in purple armor bursts into the room, shouting that the city has been surrounded. The two are in shock, and our boy asks if his buddy Han is okay. He replies that he is, and our protagonist asks if his family is safe. Han then confirms they're secure, and that he only came back to warn them. On top of that, he hands over a box, saying our hero's sister told him to look after her pet. Upon opening the box, a little snake slithers out, and Sububai wonders why his sister would even have a snake. Suddenly, a screen pops up, revealing that the snake has the Azure Dragon bloodline, and he's floored. Meanwhile, in the skies over Jiangzhou, military reinforcements arrive in a fleet of helicopters. A soldier reports that they'll be landing at the university in half an hour to provide support. However, the radio signal starts to cut out, and he can no longer contact the base. Outside, a thick fog suddenly rolls in, completely obscuring the soldier's vision. The pilot desperately yells into the radio, but can't see a thing in front of him. The entire fleet is swallowed by the fog, and one soldier suspects it's an enemy attack. With no communication, the pilot orders an emergency landing to prepare for combat. However, a pink energy beam slices through the sky, heading straight for them. One of the pilots looks at the incoming attack in a panic and realizes it's from a platinum-level enemy. In the sky, the pink energy attack smashes right into the helicopters, causing a series of massive explosions. Observing the scene, two elves comment on their plan to intercept the enemy reinforcements. One of them, with a smile on her face, says they need to wipe out all the humans. She then blows out some smoke that looks just like the fog that surrounded the helicopters. Meanwhile, in the comms room, they realize the reinforcements are 10 minutes late. Suddenly, the power cuts out, and Han suspects the enemy operation has begun. A moment later, a huge explosion rocks the area just outside the base. On the street, our hero is already in position and alerts everyone to get ready for a fight, because a horde of monsters is charging toward them at high speed. A captain then orders his soldiers to fire everything they've got, and so a barrage of energy blasts is unleashed upon the invaders. Despite the attacks, the creatures keep advancing, completely unfazed by the explosions. Seeing this, the elf leader smirks and orders the second wave of monsters to advance. With that, the battle intensifies, with even more enemies swarming the city. Sububai is shocked, wondering how the enemy summoned so many creatures. He then orders his giant pet to attack with full force, but a soldier shouts that there are too many of them. The monster horde seems endless, and they can't stop the enemy's advance. A soldier is sent flying as the enemies tear through their defenses. In desperation, a soldier warns that the gate is about to fall and that they need a plan ASAP. Suddenly, a squad of female warriors arrives to help fight off these creatures. A red-headed warrior jumps into the fray with her shield, slicing a monster in half with her sword. She climbs onto the defeated creature and yells for everyone to fight together to defend the city. Our protagonist watches the scene and recognizes the girl, shouting her name, Yanran. With a smile, she holds up a wolf's head and says her all-female squad is here to back them up. Then, Sububai asks his little companion, Xiao Hong, to go help in the battle. The little girl flies into the sky and transforms into a red fire phoenix. From a distance, the enemy elves recognize her as the holy maiden of the ancient Phoenix clan. Their leader then suggests capturing her, wondering if the Phoenix clan will still be so smug after that. With a wicked grin, she agrees with her own idea and gets ready to make her move. A moment later, she blows a cloud of poisonous smoke from her pipe toward the little girl. The purple smoke morphs into a snake and strikes the phoenix, catching the little one by surprise. The poison takes effect, and Xiao Hong tells her master that she's feeling really dizzy. Our hero is furious that they dared to ambush his companion. He calls her back and absorbs the poisonous energy, saying that the real enemies have finally shown themselves. Right after, a bright light shines on the battlefield, signaling a new transformation. Our boy emerges with his sacred armor and his powerful lapis lazuli tiger lance. The elf is enraged and screams that he will pay for destroying her clan's sacred land. She then summons a giant energy blade, while our hero challenges her to a fight. She smirks and says she'll show him how to stop an attack, even one from a sacred weapon. Their powers collide, and the resulting energy creates a massive explosion in the sky. The red-headed warrior is blown away by our protagonist's overwhelming power, and the enemy elf can't believe how much stronger he's gotten in just a few days. Meanwhile, our hero celebrates, saying that the power of the 4 divine beasts is insane. With a confident smile, he says he's going to try out his new firepower on them. He then launches a powerful attack with his lance to shatter the enemy's formation. The elf is hit head-on by a blast of light and screams in pain. She is defeated, and her subordinates are stunned to see their leader fall. The red-headed warrior is also shocked to see him take down the elder of the Python clan in a single blow. Fired up, a soldier yells for all troops to advance and attack the enemies. Our hero then soars through the skies, declaring that the hunt has begun and that a snake can't beat a dragon. One of the enemies tells his comrades to run while he provides cover, but our boy appears behind him and slices him in half before he can do anything. At incredible speed, he takes out several enemies at once, giving them no chance to react. Han, the warrior in purple armor, watches in shock, saying that this is a complete massacre. In the sky, the battle rages on with explosions everywhere as the dragons attack. Far away in his base, the enemy leader slams his fist on the table in rage, calling his soldiers trash. He says he won't let these idiots ruin his grand plans. To that end, he orders all tribes to halt their attacks and to cut off the city's water and power. With a grim look, he declares that he's going to show our hero just how powerful he really is. Back in the city, a soldier reports that their supply lines have been cut and they're completely isolated. In a meeting room, they conclude that the enemy has been studying human strategies for years. A soldier says they're on their own, now and need orders from the director. The director explains that food and water are their biggest problems at the moment. He then asks if our hero has any ideas to solve the situation. The others just look at him, confused, wondering what the solution could possibly be. Our boy then tells his white tiger that it's time for him to earn his keep, considering how much he eats. Right after, he puts his pets to work in the field, one plowing and the other sowing seeds. Han and the professor watch the scene, commenting on their friends' unconventional ideas. Our protagonist then asks the little snake to search for something in the freshly plowed field. Next, he tells his tiger to dig where the snake indicated to find something. His friends think he's using the tiger like a drill to hunt for treasure. The tiger then uses its claw to powerfully pierce the ground, searching for its target. The tiger's claw strikes the soil with precision, creating a deep hole in the field. Suddenly, a jet of water sprays out from the hole, soaking the white tiger. The red-headed warrior cheers excitedly, seeing that they found a water source. She jumps into our hero's arms to celebrate the plan's success. In a warehouse, the professor thanks everyone for helping store the vegetables. Our protagonist then has his giant turtle pet carry the grains inside and praises his friend, saying that using the beasts for farming is a waste of their talents. But he cuts him off, saying the former director is looking for a solution for the power outage. In the power distribution room, the former director sighs, frustrated that he can't solve the problem. He says he's never been afraid of killing enemies, but mechanics are getting the best of him. Our protagonist then shows up and offers to give it a try. He summons his little green snake, and the director asks what it's for. The snake coils around the cables and starts releasing a powerful electric charge. Suddenly, the entire room lights up with the energy generated by the small creature. The director is amazed to discover that the snake has the lightning attribute. Outside, the campus lights flicker back on, and everyone cheers for the return of power. One man says that generating power for a few hours is enough to last them several days. Our hero then promises to give his little snake more beast cores to eat later. With a smile, he says he can't wait to see what the underworld king is gonna do now. Xiao Hong and the white tiger celebrate with food. Meanwhile, Han is moping in his room, wishing he were stronger so he could help. Suddenly, his sword starts to tremble and glow intensely in his hands. Our protagonist walks into the room, and Han asks for help, saying something's weird with his sword. The professor recognizes the weapon as the one they found in the sacred lands of Xuanmang City. Our boy remembers the weapon was sealed and suspects the seal is breaking. He touches the sword, and a powerful purple energy begins to emanate from the blade. A system screen appears, explaining that the weapon holds divine power and offers two options. Our MC is shocked by the revelation and wonders if this is the divine tree's answer. Our hero then tells Han that his sword can finally be freed from its seal. Without hesitation, he chooses the second option to break the divine weapon seal once and for all. Suddenly, a golden light erupts from the barracks, and everyone wonders where it came from. The energy shoots into the heavens and transforms into bolts of lightning that illuminate the entire city. The elf leader senses the powerful aura and is shocked by a power that shouldn't even exist there. He suspects it might be the legendary divine power, and that someone has disturbed a treasure of the gods. Furthermore, he fears the city will be destroyed if a divine treasure truly emerges. Because of this, he orders one of his subordinates to investigate what happened immediately. In the room, the freed sword glows intensely, and Han is amazed by his friend's incredible feat. Our boy warns him that the process of the weapon attuning to him might be a little painful. But Han says he doesn't care about the pain. He'll do whatever it takes to get stronger. However, as he grips the sword, his arm transforms, and he screams in terrible pain. Worried, our protagonist asks how he's doing, and Han says his body feels like it's on fire. The professor notices he's bleeding, and that the pain seems to be much worse than they expected. At that moment, the sword's blade begins to glow with strange blue symbols, and the symbols turn red, seemingly absorbing the warrior's life force. But suddenly, the pain vanishes, and Han holds the now transformed sword with his new arm. He notices a red tattoo and says he feels stronger, and that the weapon feels much lighter. Our hero explains that a soul bond has been created between him and the divine weapon. Right then, the director bursts into the room, asking what all the commotion is about. With a smile, Han shows off his new sword to the director, and our hero says he's gotten much stronger. The director is impressed, but Han thanks his friend for breaking the weapon's seal. However, the celebration is cut short when Yanran runs into the room, looking desperate. She then warns them that the massive army of the enemy races is on the move, and that the attack has begun. Everyone is stunned by the news, and the director is shocked by how fast they're attacking.